Chapter 1320. Boss, it's very strange around here. After wandering around for a few years, we've only encountered some small fries. There are only 3 or 4 big legions. Should we go somewhere else? In a passageway, Xiaohei flew forward in a desolate circle, then turned around and said to Yi Qinghan, who had caught up with him, "It's indeed strange. Let's go around for a while. If there are still not too many big legions, let's look for the transmission prohibition." Yi Qinghan paused, rested for a moment, and then continued to run forward. Xiaohei flew beside him, bored, and followed him slowly. This time, Yi Qinghan had been wandering around the territory where he had been transferred to for 3 years. He did not encounter too many big legions, and only obtained 30 to 40,000 points. The strange thing was, it was not that there were no big legions nearby. In the past few years, the two of them had seen countless corpses, at least more than 100,000. But they had not found the experts who had killed these legions. The two of them had not even met a level 9 expert, so they felt strange. Who killed these more than 100,000 legions? Once the two of them found an orc legion. The corpses were still warm, and the blood was still flowing. But with Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness, he did not find any experts nearby. If it were not for this strange imagination, Yi Qinghan would have changed places long ago. During this time, however, Yi Qinghan had recovered some of his cold power. Although he had obtained more than 300,000 points in the territory of the Orc Plain, he had also consumed a small part of his cold power. Yi Qinghan's current growth rate of cold power was more than twice as fast as when he killed Shen Tixiong. He had not used his cold power in the past 3 years. The cold power consumed in entering the plain battlefield had also recovered 1/3. Yi Qinghan was used to running all the way. He used his divine consciousness to the limit, looking for prey. After half a month, the man and the beast finally found some prey. The reason why it was described as some was because there were 2 armies in front of them, armies from 2 different planes, and they were currently engaged in a chaotic battle. These were 2 very strange races. One of them was Yi Qinghan. Its entire body was made of metal, and even Xiaohei did not care to devour it. It did not have much life force in its body, and even if it devoured it, it would not have much energy left. This was the first time he had seen the other one. It was a round ball with 2 short, sturdy legs. It had no hands, no pupils in its eyes, and it was dark red. It also had a huge mouth. His attacks relied on his eyes and mouth. His eyes shot out red waves of light, and his mouth spat out black energy swords at the same time. It was very strange. The metal men's attacks weren't fancy. They were straightforward and relied on their bodies to attack. The metal men's bodies were extremely hard, comparable to a superior grade divine artifact. Yi Qinghan had encountered a metal man at the venerable level before. Its body was even harder than a superior grade divine artifact. Both sides had about the same number of people, thousands of them, but the battle was one-sided. The metal men did not react to the red light shot out of the round monster's eyes. The black energy swords spat out from their mouths hit the metal men's bodies, but they did not cause much damage. Usually, after piercing a hole, the metal men would automatically heal. When the metal men got close, they smashed them randomly, and countless round monsters were immediately turned into meat paste. By the time Yi Qinghan found out, both sides had just started to fight, but 1/3 of the round monsters had already been killed. Boss, should I do it? A long night is fraught with trouble. Let's get these points first. Xiaohei saw that Yi Qinghan was enjoying the show, and there seemed to be no signs of him making a move. He was a little anxious. The badge would only belong to him after he got it. If something happened, it would be for naught. What's the hurry? Do you think the points will fly away under our nose? Let's wait until he's done. Yi Qinghan did not care. He waved his hand and said, "In this plain battlefield, no one could steal points under his nose." The chaotic battle finally ended after less than an hour. The ground was covered with shining white badges. The metal men had won a great victory. Only a few hundred people had died. They had killed more than 4,000 people on the other side. The metal men began to clean up the battlefield. Let's do it. Wait. Yi Qinghan chuckled and ordered Xiaohei. Unexpectedly, with his divine sense, a green shadow suddenly floated over from another tunnel ahead. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it floated, the white badges on the ground disappeared one by one. The metal men all died. It was an extremely strange method. Yi Qinghan was both overjoyed and angry. Someone really dared to steal food from the tiger's mouth. It seemed that the death of so many legions here was most likely caused by this monster. The power of cold immediately surged. He rushed forward and shouted, "Xiaohei, someone is stealing points. Kill him." Xiaohei was also furious when he heard this. The nearly 10,000 points had been decided between the two of them. It was really unexpected that someone had appeared out of nowhere. He quickly followed Yi Qinghan and flew forward. The cyan shadow was extremely fast. Before Yi Qinghan could even catch up, the thousands of metal men had already been killed by him, and all the badges on the ground had been collected by him. Seeing Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei flying over aggressively, he immediately fled. In a few breaths' time, he actually disappeared into the tunnel ahead. What the hell? Yi Qinghan was shocked. There were many monsters in the plain battlefield, but he had never seen such a strange one. This was a green shadow. Its body was similar to that of the wind Xiaohei had transformed into. It did not have a physical body, but its appearance was like that of a flood dragon. Yi Qinghan wanted to lock onto its body. It disappeared just like that? With the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, he did not see any spatial fluctuations at all. It was not teleportation, nor did it enter a spatial divine item. "Boss, where did that monster go?" Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei stopped at the place where the monster had disappeared. Their divine senses carefully observed the surroundings, but they did not find anything. Xiaohei blinked and said very strangely, "You ask me? Who should I ask? Step back. Wait for me to shake the nearby space." Yi Qinghan circulated his power of cold and condensed a large palm. He smashed around the tunnel. The tunnel trembled from his smashing. Black rocks fell, but the monster could not be seen at all. Other than the sound of black mud falling, there was nothing. Strange. Can this monster fly into the sky or burrow underground? Even if I attack with all my strength, I can only make a small hole in these black rocks. This monster can't go through. Another tunnel? Then where did it go? Yi Qinghan frowned. His eyes were full of surprise. He felt that this monster's aura was at most lower 9th grade. But its speed was abnormal, reaching upper 9th grade. Most importantly, this abnormal ability could disappear under his powerful divine sense. If he told the beast god and the others, no one would believe it. This monster must have teleported forward. Xiaohei chased after it. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and suddenly said. The two of them immediately rushed to the other end of the tunnel, at full speed. "Boss, what the hell are you doing?" After chasing for tens of thousands of li, Xiaohei was a little puzzled. Yi Qinghan's speed had actually started to slow down. Finally, he stopped and did not say a word. His eyes were still tightly shut. Yi Qinghan made a hand gesture, indicating that Xiaohei should not speak. He continued to close his eyes as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. "I really thought that he could fly. Hee Xiaohei, let's go. Now that the monster has wings, it's hard for him to escape." Chapter 13:21. "Ah, did you find that monster?" Xiaohei was overjoyed. He followed Yi Qinghan and ran back the way they came. The two stopped at the place where the monster had disappeared. Xiaohei used his divine sense to search around, but found nothing. He asked doubtfully, "Boss, where is the monster?" Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely. He looked at a black rock on the ground and said, "Friend, do you want to come out by yourself, or do you want me to smash you out?" Yi Qinghan's voice reverberated in the passage, but there was no response. He raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. The cold power condensed into a big palm, and slammed it on the ground in front of him on the left. Boom! The ground trembled. Dust flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. A green shadow quickly floated out from the smoke and mist. It dashed toward one direction of the passage. Humph! Still trying to escape? Xiaohei had been watching the green shadow from the side. He immediately dashed forward when he saw the green shadow. He caught up with it in 2 breaths' time. The 2 green shadows merged together. After a while, the green shadow suddenly disappeared. Xiaohei, who had turned into a gust of wind, also followed it and penetrated the ground. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been tracking the green shadow. He was sure that the green shadow could only hide in the rocks a few meters underground. Xiao He had already caught up with it. Yi Qinghan felt relieved. He had pretended to leave earlier, but his divine sense had been quietly probing this place. Sure enough, he found that the green shadow had secretly released a trace of energy to check if he had really left. As a result, Xiao He sensed it. He used his divine sense to check, and immediately found that Xiao He was hiding underground. This black rock was extremely strange. It was unusually hard and dense. Xiao He's divine sense could only probe more than 10 meters deep. Even if it was smashed, it would slowly recover. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't expect that the green shadow could hide underground. Xiao He could even devour the demon supremes. Moreover, after years of fighting, he found that monsters with energy bodies were innately restrained. Therefore, when Xiao He chased the monster underground, Yi Qinghan felt very relieved. Xiao. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that the green shadow floated out of the ground once again, and ran away. Xiao He also flew out from behind and sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Boss, this monster's energy body is extremely strange. I've been devouring it for so long, but I've only devoured 1/10 of its energy. However, his attacks cannot harm me. Yi Qinghan couldn't attack, so he could only follow the monster and Xiao He. Since Xiao He said that the monster could not hurt him, it was only a matter of time before it corroded and devoured him. The monster and Xiao He whizzed through the tunnel. One of them burrowed into the ground, the other pierced through the surface of the wall. He had been racing for hundreds of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't shake off Xiao He. Xiao He's speed was much faster than his. Moreover, his energy was slowly being devoured by Xiao He. The speed was getting slower and slower. One day later, Xiao He's body floated out from the ground, his face full of excitement. His soul body carried a spatial ring and he shouted, "Boss, boss, I'm rich, I'm rich." Ha! Could it be? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He thought of this monster's special ability. It was the best prowess for ambushing and harvesting points. He then thought of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had died nearby. He saw Xiao He's spatial ring and said in joy, "There are a lot of badges. At least 200,000. Xiao He grinned and laughed, his face full of excitement. Ah! Yi Qinghan's divine senses entered the spatial ring. As expected, there were white badges, blue badges, and 3 black badges. After calculating carefully, Yi Qinghan swallowed and exclaimed, 260,000. How many years has it been? This monster alone can obtain 260,000 points. Yi Qinghan had more than 300,000 points at the moment, but this included 4 9th-grade supreme martial artists. How difficult was it to kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? To kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists would have to work together. If it weren't for the 2 freaks, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, who could kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist so easily. Therefore, in terms of collecting points, this monster was even more freakish than Yi Qinghan. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan was a little shocked. If this was a dimension with monsters and there were many of these monsters, wouldn't they be the first in points for sure? However, Yi Qinghan didn't care which dimension took first place. He just wanted to get one. 5 million points. It had only been a few years, and his points had already reached nearly 600,000. Yi Qinghan was completely confident that he could get enough points in 90 years. Go. Don't look for the teleportation restriction. Look for these monsters nearby. If we can find a few more of these monsters, won't we be rich? Yi Qinghan excitedly kept the badge and ran into the distance. Xiao He entered the slaughter god blade and started to refine the energy it had devoured. They ran wildly, killing all the creatures from the other dimensions and searching for that monster. However, it took a whole 10 years. Yi Qinghan had never encountered such a monster again. He obtained another 70 to 80,000 points. Yi Qinghan didn't use the power of cold and ran wildly. After 10 years, he had almost run hundreds of millions of miles. How long is the passageway in this demon mountain? In 10 years, with my current speed, I should be able to run 3 to 5 rounds around the divine world. Yi Qinghan was now completely sure that the passageway in this demon mountain was under the entire plain battlefield. The plain battlefield was said to be as big as 100 divine worlds. The underground passageways were very complicated. It was normal for one to not be able to find a familiar path after walking for tens of years. Since he had already been running for 10 years, Yi Qinghan decided not to look for the teleportation restriction anymore. He just randomly ran around looking for experts from the other dimensions. After a few months, Yi Qinghan suddenly trembled and said in disbelief, What's going on? Why are there demonic creatures in front? Xiaohei, I actually saw an Azura King. Demonic creatures? Xiaohei flew out of the slaughter god blade and looked at Yi Qinghan with a puzzled expression. The demonic plane had just battled with the divine world not long ago. Why was his luck so bad? He was actually selected to participate in the plane war? It's an Azura King. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely an Azura King. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scout ahead. In a passageway, there was a 20-meter-tall creature covered in black scales. There were 2 large horns on its head and a long whip on its back. If it wasn't an Azura King, then what could it be? Xiaohei, go. Don't kill him. Ask him if the demonic plane is participating in the plane war. If so, we can find their camp. The remaining points can be collected from the demonic army. Yi Qinghan waved his hands excitedly. He had fought with Yi Qinghan several times and was very familiar with them. Most importantly, Xiaohei was the nemesis of all demonic creatures. With Xiaohei around, no matter how many creatures came from the demonic world, they would all die. If he confirmed that the demonic army was participating in the plane war and could find their camp, he could easily collect the remaining points. Xiaohei immediately turned into a blue dragon and rushed forward. After a while, he saw an Azura King walking carefully in the passageway. It was obvious that it had accidentally stepped on the teleportation formation and was teleported here. What kind of monster is this? When the Azura King saw Xiaohei rushing over with a terrifying aura, it immediately turned around and ran. Xiaohei's speed was not something that a small Azura King could compare to. In an instant, he caught up to it and started to corrode its body. Hiss hiss. The Azura King rolled on the ground in pain and cried out in despair. However, it realized that Xiaohei had only finished corroding its legs and had actually stopped. Xiaohei turned into a blue dragon and circled above it. It asked coldly, Are you the Azura King of the demonic world? Chapter 1322. How do you know about the sacred world? The Azura King subconsciously said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohei's eyes lit up. The holy world. This was what the demonic creatures called the Fiend Realm. This was something that many people in the God Realm knew. Xiaohei recalled Yi Qinghan's words and immediately asked in a cold voice, The Demon Realm has come to participate in the planar war? Many of your sovereigns are here as well. The Azura King hurriedly nodded and said, Of course the Holy World is here to participate in the planar war. Hurry up and release this king, otherwise the great sovereign and ancestral fiend will definitely send you into the Azura Sea for all eternity. Ha 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 ha. When Xiaohei heard this, he was not afraid. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The fiends had truly come to the planar battlefield. If he could find their base, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of energy, but he would also be able to easily win the planar war. Xiaohei, don't be too happy yet. Ask them where their camp is. Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry to rush over, but his spiritual awareness had been locked on this side. When he heard that the demon domain had indeed participated in the war, his face suddenly became overjoyed. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Zhang Xian immediately sent a telepathic message over. Xiaohei also knew that this was a serious matter, so he quickly moved and enveloped the Azura King again. However, it didn't devour them all at once. Instead, it slowly corroded their entire bodies. The Azura King felt as if his entire body was being roasted in a fire. He rolled on the ground and howled in pain. Xiaohei saw that the time was right. He separated himself from the Azura King and flew up. His cold eyes glared at the Azura King as he viciously said, Humph, do you think I'm scared of you? Even if your demon realm sends 1 or 2 overlords, I'm not afraid. Azura King saw that although Xiaohei looked terrifying, his words were lacking in confidence. He rolled his eyes, endured the pain, and roared in grief. 1 or 2. This time, The entire sacred world had come out in full force. All the sovereigns had come out. More than 20 of them. If you know what's good for you, immediately release this king. Otherwise, when the sovereigns come, you'll be finished. Xiao He rolled his eyes and said with a look of disbelief, "Humph, you want to deceive me? There's no entrance to the demon realm nearby. I'll kill you right now. Let's see how your sovereign will avenge you." Seeing Xiao He about to pounce down, the Azura king was frightened. He hurriedly said, "Please don't." Although this king accidentally stepped into a transmission spell, this king can feel that our Saint World's army isn't too far away. It's definitely within 1,000,000,000,000 miles. Because there is a faint demonic aura nearby. If you kill me, the Overlord and the others will definitely find out. When that happens, you will be in trouble. Sir, leave quickly. I promise I won't tell anyone. It's not far from here, are you sure? I've been walking around this area for a long time. Tell me, what's the color of the wall you came from? Xiao He asked hesitantly. As the Azura king saw that he still had a chance to live, he quickly said, "Reporting to my lord, the red and gold. You must have seen it before. It's definitely nearby." "All right, Xiao He, you can start now." In the distance, a red figure slowly walked over. Yi Qinghan had the slaughter god saber in his hand. His eyes were cold as he looked at the Azura king on the ground. It was like he was looking at a corpse. "Ah!" Xiao He pounced down. In the blink of an eye, the Azura king felt as if his body was being swallowed. Before he died, the image of the long saber on Yi Qinghan's back appeared in his mind. He had a vague feeling that this saber was very familiar, and it even gave him a sense of intimacy. "Boss," the Azura king said that the demon monarch isn't too far away. After swallowing the Azura king, Xiao He immediately condensed his human form and said excitedly, "End search." Yi Qinghan's eyes were resolute as he looked ahead. He waved his hand and said, "Even if we have to search through all the nearby tunnels, we must find the demon army. If we can't find it in a year, then we will search for 10 years. If we can't find it in 10 years, then we will search for 50 years. As long as we find the demon army, everything will be solved." Whoosh! One man and one soul form turned into two sharp swords that rushed forward. In a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared into the dark tunnel. "Oh, beast god, are your injuries serious? We were lucky just now and happened to run into a transmission array, otherwise we would have been finished." In a dead tunnel, a short and skinny old man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His robes were a mess and his body was badly mangled. At this moment, he was revolving his divine power to heal himself, so that no more blood would flow out. A beautiful woman dressed in white next to him asked with a face full of concern. The short and skinny old man did not speak. He only shook his head slightly and continued to heal himself. The white-clothed woman sighed and no longer spoke. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. These two people were the stubborn beast god who wanted to enter the demon mountain, and Queen Zhu who had no choice but to accompany him. The two of them had been wandering around the tunnel for 10 years, but they still hadn't found Yi Qinghan. They had obtained more than 100,000 emblem points, but they had encountered danger several times. The most dangerous one just now was that they were targeted by a powerful 9th-grade supreme martial artist. If they weren't lucky and ran into a transmission array, they would have become points in someone else's spatial ring. 2 hours later, the beast god finally opened his eyes. His skinny face looked weak, but the light in his eyes was still determined. Zhu Yi was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said, "Beast god, how can we find the emperor? We can't go on like this. It's not like you don't know about the tunnels in the demon mountain. If we're lucky, we might run into him in a month. If we're unlucky, we might not even run into him in 1,000 years." Actually, she really didn't want to come in and blame the beast god secretly. When Yi Qinghan first went in, you didn't follow him. Only after a few years did you insist on coming in. Looking for a person in the demon mountain was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The beast god said in a deep voice, "As long as our race is within 1,000,000 miles, we will have a faint sense of each other." Little Han said that he can't make a move at the foot of the mountain. So I thought about it. Even if we're unlucky and can't find him, I have to help him get some points. Queen Zhu Yi, if we're unlucky and I die, Don't wander around alone. Find a teleportation restriction and enter a spatial divine tool nearby. Endure these 90 years. As long as you deliver the badge to little Han, even if I die, it's worth it. Sigh. Looking at the stubborn beast god, Zhu Yi sighed softly. The few times they were in danger, the beast god always tried his best to cover the rear. The warriors from the other planes that they killed were always kept by her. Zhu Yi knew that the beast god had such a plan. This old man was so stubborn that he was adorably cute. However, he didn't know that he cared so much about Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan also valued him greatly. If he died, how could she face Yi Qinghan? Zhu Yi's black gem-like eyes turned and looked at the other side of the tunnel. Looking at the dark tunnel, she was in a daze. She muttered to herself, "Emperor, where are you? Do you know how hard we've been looking for you?" Chapter 13:23. Boss, why can't we find it? It has been more than 20 years, and we still can't find it. Are we going to continue searching nearby? In a tunnel, Yi Qinghan was walking alone. Xiao He entered the slaughter god blade to rest, and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan out of boredom. We have been searching for more than 20 years. We can only continue searching. We'll search for another 50 years and slowly accumulate points along the way. If we still can't find it, we can only teleport randomly in the last 10 years and look for another plane's army to attack. Although Yi Qinghan was running fast, he seemed to be out of strength. In the past, he could accumulate 300,000 points in a year. Now he only managed to accumulate 80,000 points after 20 years. How could he still be energetic? It was just that the temptation of a demon army made Yi Qinghan reluctant to leave the vicinity. He had been wandering in the tens of millions of miles of tunnel for a total of 200,000 years. He had encountered all sorts of different planes armies, but he had never encountered a demon army. He was a little annoyed. Back then, he had asked Xiao He to kill the Azura King. Demons could sense a faint demon aura, but he and Xiao He couldn't. They could only search around aimlessly. And we finally met another army. There are more than 800 of them. Xiao He, your food is here. It's your favorite beastmen. Go. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan encountered another group of creatures from another plane. There were no experts, so Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to make a move. He let Xiao He devour them. At the same time, he could accumulate energy for his next evolution. Xiao He was excited when he heard that they were beastmen. The beastmen's life essence energy was extremely strong. Xiao He liked to devour those with strong life essence energy, such as grade 9 supreme martial artists. He also liked races with strong life essence energy. The beastmen were one of the races with strong life essence energy in the dimensional battlefield. Xiao He dashed forward, and Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he continued to walk forward. After more than 20 years, the cultivators of the demonic mountain, aside from the ones lingering at the entrance, had basically all scattered, running about in the passageways and scattering. It was very rare to encounter a large legion with thousands of people. It was already very lucky to have encountered more than 800 people this time. There were more than 800 people, and they were led by a venerable realm powerhouse. They were not on the same level as Xiao He. He was easily devoured in an instant, and his emblems and countless spatial rings scattered all over the place. Yi Qinghan had completely become a follower. When Xiao He was done killing, he would come over to collect the badges. There was actually an unexpected harvest this time. There were hundreds of badges in the spatial ring of the leader of the team. With the badges in hand, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He became lonely travelers again. They moved forward in the dark tunnel, looking for creatures from the demonic plane, and killing the teams that passed by. There's actually a colored passage? Too bad it's not the red or golden passage of the demonic legion. A year later, Yi Qinghan stopped in front of a wide passageway. This was the first time he had seen a passageway with colors. Should I go in and take a look? A strong temptation surged in Yi Qinghan's heart. This passage led outside the demonic mountain, and it was very likely that there was a legion stationed outside. There might be hundreds of thousands of low-level martial artists, and many rank 9 powerhouses. If he could wipe them all out, the remaining points might be enough. Of course, there might also be several rank 9 supreme martial artists outside. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any rank 9 supreme martial artists one-on-one, but he was not confident if there were more than 2. He had a supreme spiritual treasure, did others not? Should I do it or not? Yi Qinghan hesitated. Although he might be able to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle if he took the risk, there was also the possibility that he might not even have a bicycle anymore. He was not alone now. He had a group of women behind him, a few children, a huge family, and billions of people in the immortal realm. If he died, the immortal realm would definitely be defeated this time. The people of the immortal realm would be enslaved by the powerhouses from other planes, and his family would be homeless and homeless. They would have to rely on the Soul Emperor Pavilion to wander in the endless void. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan turned around and left resolutely. He could not afford to gamble, and he could not afford to lose. Moreover, it was not yet time to gamble. It was still early, and there was still a chance to find the Devil Legion. Yi Qinghan told himself that he could not risk his life and give up easily until the last moment. Although he had left, Yi Qinghan did not run far immediately. He wanted to look around to see if there were any large legions nearby. This was the entrance to the demonic mountain. In the end, in just one day's time, he really found a legion nearby. Why are there only women in this plane? And so flirtatious? There are hundreds of people, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers, as beautiful as fairies. What plane is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? There's actually an upper rank, 9 powerhouse? In a huge underground square in front of him, a group of women were sitting cross-legged there. There were countless passageways around the square. Yi Qinghan had encountered this kind of terrain often, so he did not find it strange. The strange thing was that this was the first time he had encountered an all-women legion. These women were all top-notch in appearance, especially that upper rank, 9 powerhouse. Her beauty was comparable to enchantress, and there was no part of her that was not seductive. Xiaohei, it's time to work. It was not easy to find a big fish. Yi Qinghan would definitely not let it go. Although they were women, in the plain battlefield, there was no distinction between men and women. There was only killing here. Other than the martial artists of this plane, anyone could be killed. If you did not kill them, they would kill you. When Xiaohei heard that there was business again, he flew out excitedly. Just as he was about to fly out, Yi Qinghan stopped him. Don't be careless. There's an upper rank, 9 this time. Wait until I get close. Upper rank, 9, good stuff. When Xiaohei heard this, he became even more excited. Devil Mountain was vast and boundless. If they were lucky, they could continuously encounter rank 9 martial artists, such as when they first entered Devil Mountain. If they were unlucky, such as the first 20 years, they had only encountered 1 rank 9 powerhouse. A man and a soul, tiptoeing, like thieves, quietly approached. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness had been quietly locked on the underground square. He could not let these big fish escape. When they were more than 10,000 miles away from the square, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, a suspicious look on his face. Just now, his divine consciousness detected that the upper rank, 9 powerhouse seemed to have inadvertently glanced in their direction. Yi Qinghan seemed to have sensed a faint smile in her peach blossom eyes. However, at this moment, when he probed, the woman continued to chat and laugh with the group of women next to her. Her expression was contented, and there was no sign that she had discovered an enemy. We're so far away, and we didn't even release our auras. This person shouldn't be able to detect us. Also, I didn't sense her divine consciousness. Could it be that I detected wrongly? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then continued to run forward quietly. Xiaohei's eyes shone brightly as he flew forward behind Yi Qinghan. In the square in front of them, a group of coquettish women sat together in small groups. They seemed to be resting. They were all relaxed, chatting softly with smiles on their faces. From time to time, there would even be a burst of bell-like laughter. The most beautiful and powerful woman sitting in the middle covered her mouth and laughed. Then she waved her hand, signaling for everyone to stop talking. She glanced at everyone and smiled sweetly. Hee sisters, it's been a long time since you've played with a man, right? There's a silly man over there. Right now he's walking toward us quietly. Don't look, don't scare him away. Listen to my orders later. Set up the heavenly fragrance array and capture this man. After I've enjoyed him, all of you will take turns. This idiot's divine consciousness may be very strong, but he doesn't know that the strongest aspect of the heavenly fox clan is our soul. Ehe. Chapter 13:24. The eyes of the women in the plaza on the ground lit up. However, none of them looked at the passageway where Yi Qinghan was. When Yi Qinghan was tens of thousands of miles away, a faint pink aura appeared on all the women's bodies. The entire plaza on the ground was instantly enveloped by this pink mist. Yi Qinghan, who was tens of thousands of miles away, stopped again. He used his divine consciousness to check. The upper rank, 9 martial artist waved his hand and said something. The group of women stopped talking. Instead, they sat cross-legged, closed their eyes and began to cultivate. Now pink aura was emitting from their bodies. It looked extremely strange. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? These two thoughts circled around in Yi Qinghan's mind. After a while, Yi Qinghan could not care so much anymore. Regardless of whether it was strange or not, with his and Xiao Hei's strength, could they not handle it? Continue forward. An hour later, Yi Qinghan had already closed the distance between them to 30,000 miles. This was a distance that Yi Qinghan could reach in a flash. Therefore he decisively ordered Xiao Hei, "Do it." Xiao Hei could not wait any longer. His aura was at its peak, and he flew in at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the underground plaza filled with pink aura. What? Yi Qinghan had been keeping his eyes fixed on the distance. He initially thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided one. Xiao Hei transformed into a blue dragon and rushed into the pink aura. The moment his body touched the pink aura, he immediately froze. He stood in midair like a fool. In the plaza, hundreds of pink aura swords shot toward Xiao Hei at lightning speed. This is strange. Yi Qinghan's cold force surged. The Godslayer's spear immediately activated and shot forward. Before he could get close, the Godslayer's spear had already whizzed past. It split into two, avoiding Xiao Hei's body and aiming at the beautiful women on both sides. A soul attack? Something strange happened again. The moment the Godslayer spear came into contact with the pink gas, the scene in front of Yi Qinghan immediately changed. Before him was no longer a dim passageway, but a luxurious hall. At this moment he found himself sitting on a large bed, surrounded by countless beautiful women, all of them smiling and dancing. These women were all outstanding beauties. Their skin was whiter than snow. Their facial features were exquisite. Their breasts were perky, their waists were slender, and their buttocks were swaying, forming a perfect arc. These women were all wearing translucent dresses, pink, black, white, and red. There were all sorts of enchanting figures under the pink light. Their alluring bodies danced in all sorts of seductive poses, making one's mouth dry and burning with lust. You want to trap me with a mere illusion. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He knew that Xiao Hei must have fallen into an illusion. Although Xiao Hei was a spirit body, it did not mean that he did not have a soul. He had experienced this kind of illusion many times. Back when he was still a marshal, he had fallen into the Fallen God Mountain and experienced the illusion set up by the Soul Emperor. Yi Qinghan's soul power circulated at high speed. He forcefully dispelled all distracting thoughts, maintained his original heart, and emptied his mind. As expected, the scene in front of him gradually faded, and the bodies of the women around him also gradually disappeared. A chuckle rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan's body trembled, and the scene in front of him changed again. He found himself standing in a valley, surrounded by lush green trees, fragrant flowers, and chirping birds. In the distance, there was a white waterfall hanging in the sky, and in front of him, there was a continuous chuckle that sounded like a yellow bird, attracting people to go forward and investigate. Let's see what you're up to. Yi Qinghan was not afraid in the slightest. He knew very well that he was currently fighting with the upper-ranked 9 woman. He did not sense any danger from his body, which meant that no one was near him. He had the fire god armor to protect him, so he was not worried that someone would hurt him. If the fight with this woman did not end, he would be constantly disturbed, and would not be able to unleash his full power. He might as well fight with this woman. At once, his body shot out explosively, rushing toward the waterfall. When he saw the scenery under the waterfall, the evil fire that had disappeared in his heart surged wildly in his mind again. The scene in front of him was incomparably beautiful. There was a curved pool, and the snow-white waterfall came from the ninth heaven, splashing down, sprinkling countless splashes of water and mist, making this pool beautiful and mysterious. There was someone in the pool. Her hair was as black as ink, and her snow-white back was completely naked. The contrast between black and white was so breathtaking. Under the water, under the ripples of the water, the two petals of her buttocks made people's blood boil even more. Hee. Two jade-like hands raised the pool water high up, and then let it flow down from her fragrant shoulders, from her half-round creamy cheeks that could faintly be seen, and from her slender waist. Under the refraction of the sun, amidst the hazy mist, people could not help but want to rush forward, to find out what was really going on. Yi Qinghan subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but he stopped abruptly. His eyes, however, shone brightly. He opened his mouth and shouted, "My heart is like a mountain impenetrable. My heart is like a stone, tenacious and unshakable. My heart is like the law, all demons retreat." Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting rang out. The surrounding scenery melted away like rain and snow. The upper rank, 9 seductive woman in the underground square trembled. Her face darkened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Pft! A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the woman's eyes. She lifted her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A red glow lit up on her slender body. Then, her body fluttered like a butterfly as she flew towards Yi Qinghan. While she was on her way, her pink robe was taken off, revealing her flawless body. Her red lips opened slightly as she let out a series of moans that could make one's mind ripple. Like a graceful swan, the woman floated to Yi Qinghan's side. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan didn't notice her at all. The woman stretched out her ivory jade-like hand and gently caressed his face, body, and between his legs. Her soft and smooth body danced around Yi Qinghan. Her red lips were still stained with blood, making her look even more alluring. Her tongue flicked out from time to time, brushing past Yi Qinghan's earlobe and neck. The combination of that seductive and pitiful expression was incomparably perfect. It could move the hearts of any man in the world. Yi Qinghan seemed to have fallen into some kind of illusion. His eyes were hazy and his body was defenseless. He allowed the woman to caress his body as she pleased. His breathing was heavy. A tall tent had already been erected on his robe. It was obvious that he had fallen under the woman's secret technique. If I can't subdue you after spending half of my essence, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? But you're a powerful man with an overbearing aura. It's worth it to subdue you and absorb your essence. Be obedient and submit to me. Become my beloved slave. I guarantee that you'll enjoy all the blessings of the world. Until you die. The woman made Yi Qinghan's breathing grow heavier. His body began to tremble, and his lower body became as hard as iron. She knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. If he couldn't hold on any longer, he would lose his mind and be trapped in this illusion forever. The woman's charming expression became even more intense. The fragrance on her body also became thicker. Her jade-like hand quietly reached into Yi Qinghan's towering tent and began to gently knead it. Her snow-white and plump buttocks swayed left and right, blinding people's eyes. Slap. The woman was about to add fuel to the fire. She bent down and leaned her pretty face towards Yi Qinghan's lower body. A huge palm suddenly rose up like lightning and slapped her in the face, sending her flying. Then a teasing voice faintly sounded in the cave. "You're jumping around like a monkey. Is it fun? Have you had enough? If not, I'll jump a few more times for you." Chapter 13:25. The woman felt as if half of her face had been smashed by Yi Qinghan. There was a burning pain on her face. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. However, she saw a huge hand quickly reaching over and grabbing her by the neck, lifting her up like a duck. A strange force silently entered her body and sealed her divine crystal. She looked at the pair of mocking eyes that emitted a coldness even colder than ice. She knew that she had lost. She had suffered a crushing defeat. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you have such a powerful soul? This queen used up half of my yin energy to forcefully activate the Heavenly Fox secret technique. Unless one's soul reaches great perfection, it is almost impossible to break it. How can you do this? Impossible. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly as if she couldn't believe that she had lost so easily. She kept muttering to herself as her naked body began to twist and turn. She posed in a seductive pose. The scene was infinitely beautiful, and it caused people's hearts to sway. Yi Qinghan's eyes were clear. He didn't look at the woman's charming body at all, nor did he care about her. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. He saw hundreds of women dancing around him. Pink energy swords shot out from their bodies towards Xiao Hei's soul body. Xiao Hei was still standing in the air. Every time the energy sword shot out, his soul body would tremble slightly. Yi Qinghan was immediately enraged. He coldly snorted and the power of cold surged out. The God Slayer spear turned into a flash of light that swept across the underground plaza. Countless flowers of blood flew everywhere. Wherever the God Slayer spear passed, the women's bodies would explode into pieces of flesh. Waha, so good, so good. Beauties, where are you going? Don't run, don't run. Xiao Hei's soul body violently trembled in the air. His dazed eyes suddenly woke up. He flew around in the air in a panic and cried out in a daze. Xiao Hei! Yi Qinghan roared. Xiao Hei rolled her eyes in a daze and flew towards Yi Qinghan. When she saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a naked beauty, her eyes turned green again. She looked at this woman who was not seductive at all, and her expression showed that she could not bear it. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, and the seductive woman's neck was instantly crushed by Yi Qinghan. Then he formed a claw with one hand and crushed the woman's head. He looked at Xiao Hei coldly and said, "We were almost killed by them just now. You still haven't woken up?" This group of women's seduction techniques are too powerful. 100 times more powerful than Yao Ji. How dangerous. However, if it wasn't for this woman, my soul realm wouldn't have been able to break through the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm and reach the consummate level. Ah, Xiao Hei looked at the woman who had turned into a pile of minced meat, and her expression still showed that she could not bear it. She said to Yi Qinghan coyly, "Boss, I also know that it's an illusion, but when I was doing it with a group of women just now, it felt so real. It felt so good, so exciting. They had so many tricks, and they were so passionate. Although I know it's just a dream, I can't wait to sink into it forever and never wake up again." Hee, this is the scary part of this soul secret technique. The illusion is almost real, and it can make people sink into it forever, unwilling to wake up. It's killing and formless. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. Even now, he still had lingering fear when he thought of the situation just now. If it wasn't for him comprehending the unyielding path, unyielding to heaven and earth, unyielding to his enemies, and unyielding to himself, he might have died today. At the last moment, his soul strength, which had been stuck at the 9th grade, actually broke through the bottleneck and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm. His soul strength felt like it had reached the consummate level. Ignoring Xiao Hei, who was still reminiscing, Yi Qinghan quickly collected the emblems around him. Then he threw countless god crystals to Xiao Hei for him to swallow. After that, he collected all the interspatial rings. He actually found tens of thousands of points in the ring of the 9th grade beautiful woman. After casually looking through the rest of the interspatial rings, Yi Qinghan immediately let Xiao Hei enter the slaughter god saber. After that, he actually circulated the power of cold and started to run. "Ah, boss. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there an enemy chasing after you?" Xiao Hei sensed that Yi Qinghan was acting strangely and asked curiously. One should know that unless Yi Qinghan was escaping or fighting, he would usually not use the power of cold. Yi Qinghan did not say anything and continued to run. He extended his divine senses to the limit, as if he was searching for something. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan had already run for millions of miles. Finally, he stopped at a dead end and used his divine senses to clearly detect the restrictions in the tunnel. He carefully avoided them and walked into the innermost part of the tunnel, directly entering the War Emperor Palace. "Xiao Hei, something new has happened in my soul space. I need to go into seclusion for a while. You can refine the energy first." Yi Qinghan instructed and immediately went into seclusion. He immediately looked inside his soul space. His soul strength had just broken through the last step and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist realm. His soul space had also started to change. Just now, Yi Qinghan did not dare to go into seclusion to check it. Now he could relax and check it. The soul was the most important thing in the human body. Yi Qinghan's soul space was the source of his power. Thus, Yi Qinghan had to pay attention to it. At this moment, in his soul space, a new power suddenly appeared. Soul strength. Soul power was originally invisible, and it wandered around the soul space. But now it had become tangible. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in his soul space. This gust of wind was extremely powerful. After it appeared, it immediately drove the wind formed by the power of light, darkness, and thunder, wreaking havoc in the soul space. The white power of light, black power of darkness, and purple power of thunder formed hundreds of millions of black and purple gusts of wind. Originally, it was just a gentle breeze. Everyone was in harmony and did not disturb each other. But now, under the influence of this golden soul strength, all of them started to run amok. They swept in all directions, whistling in and out. The entire soul space became turbulent with energy, and the air became foul. Is it attacking the soul space's barrier again? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The last time he attacked, he had used up all his divine power and the energy in the 2 chaos divine crystals. Now that he was attacking again, he didn't know how he was going to resist it. Yi Qinghan paid close attention to it. This concerned his life and his strength. 1 year later, the space became even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan was even more worried. He did not know what to do. 5 years later, all the energy was twisted into a rope by the golden soul strength. All of it tangled together and turned into a giant dragon, wreaking havoc in the soul space. 10 years later, F***ck your great aunt. You dare to attack? How dare you? Yi Qinghan cursed. His soul strength had broken through the bottleneck. It was supposed to be a good thing. But now it had become a bad thing. A very bad thing. Originally, the power of darkness, light, and thunder knew that they could not break the space barrier. So they stayed in the soul space obediently. But now there was an additional force, and it was extremely powerful. It immediately started to wreak havoc. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not have any divine power in his body. He also did not have any chaotic divine crystals to refine. What could he use to strengthen the space barrier? Boom! The powerful force turned into a giant dragon, roaring silently. After circling the space for dozens of rounds, it suddenly, violently slammed into the soul space barrier. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt the entire soul space tremble. Billions of stars flashed. The space barrier was smashed, leaving a deep dent. Luckily, it did not break. What to do? What to do? What energy can I use to strengthen the space barrier? Originally, Yi Qinghan had been searching, but he did not find any signs of this Azure Dragon's attack. He did not expect that this chaotic energy would repeat the crazy action from last time. At this moment, it suddenly began to rebel and attack. It made him a little flustered and flustered. Boom! The energy dragon circled a few more times around Yuzhou and continued to attack. This time, the impact was even greater. Yi Qinghan felt that the soul space barrier was about to be broken. His soul space also trembled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Mother***ker fight. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qinghan helplessly began a crazy action. He did not have any divine power in his body. He also did not have any chaotic divine crystals to refine. At this moment, the only energy he could use was the power of cold. Since you bastards want to cause trouble, this young master will use the power of cold to kill all of you. Even if this young master dies, I will not let you break out. Chapter 1326. The only power that Yi Qinghan could use right now was the power of cold. However, the power of cold was extremely tyrannical. If he were to engage in a chaotic battle with this dragon formed from all sorts of energies, then his entire soul space would collapse. Therefore, he did not want to use the power of cold. But at this moment, there was no other way. If he were to let this energy dragon attack a few more times, it would definitely break through. Although he did not know what would happen after the soul space was broken through, He had a feeling that it would definitely not be a good thing. Stability, suppress it. How could something that was unstable be useful? How could a broken soul space be useful? Therefore, Yi Qinghan felt that if this energy dragon broke through the barrier, it would be the moment that Yi Qinghan died. Yi Qinghan did not dare to use too much of the power of cold at first. He was afraid that it would be too tyrannical and directly cause the soul space to collapse. A small portion of the power of cold gathered into a huge green dragon, wreaking havoc within the soul space. It shuttled back and forth between the billions of stars, its speed as fast as lightning. In an instant, it caught up to the energy dragon. Then, Yi Qinghan controlled the power of cold, entangling with this energy dragon. He could control the power of cold, but this energy dragon was incomparably chaotic, and did not listen to his commands. If he used the power of cold to suppress this energy dragon, then he would be able to control it. The power of cold easily caught up to the energy dragon, but what made Yi Qinghan incomparably surprised was that this energy dragon actually produced a rebounding force, shaking off the power of cold. In an instant it broke free, and its speed soared even faster, smashing into the space barrier in front of it. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul was about to shatter. If it was hit by such a violent force, it would definitely break through immediately. He hurriedly controlled the power of cold to chase after it. Finally, before the energy dragon crashed into him, he condensed the power of cold into a shield, firmly resisting the impact. Bang! The shield formed from the power of cold was smashed into pieces, turning into powder. It actually could not condense again. However, the majority of the energy dragon's strength had been blocked. When it crashed into the space barrier, it did not have much strength left. Why am I so stupid? Yi Qinghan slapped his thigh and was overjoyed. With a thought, he vanished from the War Emperor Palace and entered the soul space. His body constantly flickered, from time to time appearing on a star, from time to time appearing under the energy dragon, carefully observing. However, there wasn't much worry on his face. Instead, he was brimming with confidence. Hoo-hoo! The whistling sound of the berserk energy dragon drifted into his ears. Yi Qinghan's mind kept flashing as he followed the berserk energy dragon, while teleporting. The berserk dragon once again sped up, flying faster and faster in the air. Yi Qinghan continued to chase after the berserk dragon. Just as the berserk dragon was about to collide with Yi Qinghan stood on this star, grabbed with one hand, and shouted towards the void, "Come!" A huge ball of cold power instantly appeared in front of him. Then Yi Qinghan directly charged towards the berserk energy dragon and shouted, "Go!" The cold power in front of him suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the berserk energy dragon, forming a shield that blocked the front. Bang! The cold power shattered again, but Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. In this space, the cold power could not run away. As long as he could stabilize this berserk energy dragon, it would not matter even if the cold power was used up. Bang! The berserk dragon collided again and again. Yi Qinghan was incomparably leisurely flashing back and forth in the soul space. In this world he felt like he was the ruler. The cold power was summoned by him, and sent away at his command. The only thing that he was unhappy about was that this berserk energy dragon did not listen to his commands. Again and again, he used the cold power to block it. After countless times, the berserk energy dragon seemed to know that it could not charge out anymore, and its speed began to slow down. After a long time, 3/4 of the cold power had been used up, but like last time, this energy became docile, no longer attacking, and automatically dispersed. The dark power, lightning power, and soul force separated and turned into countless air currents that slowly flew in the space. Phew! I finally survived another calamity. Yi Qinghan sat powerlessly on a star. He looked at the stars that filled the sky and the air currents that flew around him. However, he didn't rush to the War Imperial Palace. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Just as Yi Qinghan entered the soul space again, the doors of the 2 wooden houses on the peak of Pan Mountain suddenly opened. The black-robed youth Pan Xing and the purple-robed girl Pan Shi looked at each other, their eyes lit up with a strange light. This time, both of them felt it. Who is it? Who is it? Who has such ability to break through the barrier of Pan Realm? Pan Xing's black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze like a knife, sweeping across the distant demon mountain again and again, but still did not discover anything. He turned to look at Pan Xi and found that she also did not discover anything. He spoke with a cold voice that could make one's heart tremble. Pan Xi's beautiful eyebrows slightly curled up as she said indifferently, "Did we sense wrongly? Logically, besides us, no one can break through the barrier of Pan Realm, right? Moreover, outside of Pan Realm is the primal chaos space. Why would we go there?" Pan Xing coldly said, "Once can be wrong, but twice? You control the reincarnation of life in Pan Realm. I control the laws of Pan Realm. Besides Pan Huang, who else knows Pan Realm better than us? It can't be wrong." Pan Xi was silent, her mind involuntarily thinking of a man in fiery red armor, with a black long saber on his back. Could it really be him? No. I want to go to the primal chaos space to have a look. I want to see who has such great ability to break through the laws of heaven and earth. Pan Xing was silent for a moment, killing intent surged from his body. However, before he moved, Pan Xi leisurely said, "Did you forget Pan Huang's words?" Pan Xing was startled. The killing intent on his body instantly receded like the tide. He no longer spoke, but stood coldly at the peak of Pan Mountain, staring at everything around him. Pan Xi didn't say anything else. She turned and walked into the wooden hut, no longer paying attention to him. 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Pan Xing still did not discover anything, but he was unmoved and continued to observe. 1 year, 10 years, 30 years. Humph. You dare to break the laws of heaven and earth? Don't let me find you otherwise. I will kill without mercy. After observing for 30 years, Pan Xing still did not discover anything. He coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and went into the wooden hut. 30 years passed. Yi Qinghan was still in deep thought in the soul space, seemingly not planning to go out for the time being. He was thinking about a problem regarding this soul space. This soul space was an independent space. This point was already confirmed. This was the space he created. This was without a doubt. In this space, he was invincible. This was also certain. However, what he couldn't accept was, there were actually a few energies that he couldn't control. Energies that could cause his space to collapse at any time, causing him to die. The power of darkness, the power of light, the power of thunder, and the newly evolved power of soul. These forces had almost killed him twice. If there was another force the next time, he might be finished. Or if he used up a large amount of his power of cold, without the protection of the power of cold, if these energies went berserk again. Therefore, in these decades, he had been thinking of a way to control these energies that he couldn't control. Got it. 40 years later, Yi Qinghan's eyes finally lit up. He stood on the starry sky, his eyes burning as he looked at the various drifting airflows in the distance, grinning. Since you all don't want to be controlled, I will forcibly fix you all. I will turn you all into spatial vortexes, black holes. Motherf ****. This young master's cold domain, if this continues, it will really become the next Pangaea. Chapter 1327. Even though it had already been 75 years since he entered Demon Mountain, there were still 15 years before the final battle would begin. Yi Qinghan also knew that he only had less than 800,000 points. Only half of them. But Yi Qinghan had no choice but to put aside the matters of the outside world. He had to deal with the matters of his soul space first. If the soul space was unstable, Yi Qinghan's strength would be greatly reduced. If he fought with experts outside, and the energy in his soul space went berserk, he would definitely die. After spending 40 years, Yi Qinghan finally thought of a method that even he felt was absurd. He could turn these uncontrollable energies into spatial vortexes or spatial black holes, fixing them in his soul space forever. Since he couldn't control them, he could only divide them and imprison them, not giving them the chance to unite and rebel. In theory, this method was feasible, but Yi Qinghan still felt that it was absurd. He didn't dare to believe that this soul space was in existence similar to Plate Realm. He also couldn't accept the absurd fact that there was a world in his mind. However, the billions of stars were like billions of planes, and they were still slowly evolving. His soul space had become the size of dozens of divine worlds. How could there be such a large plane in this plate realm? These were all real existences, and these facts made Yi Qinghan suspicious. In the past, he thought that this world didn't have spatial vortexes, spatial black holes, or spatial blade currents. It was different from plate realm. It couldn't be an existence similar to plate realm. But the current situation forced him to create spatial vortexes and spatial black holes. Once he created them, this world would be even more similar to plate realm. Perhaps one day, spatial blade currents would appear again. Perhaps one day, this world could really evolve into life. AI? Who cares if it will become the next plate realm? Even if it becomes the next plate realm, so what? I'd better save my life first. Yi Qinghan shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His life was the most important. He began to use the method he had deduced in these 40 years to control the chaotic energies here. Cold power, come. Yi Qinghan's left hand made a grabbing motion, and a wisp of the cyan power of cold quietly separated and appeared in front of his hand. He looked at the current of the power of light in front of him and shouted, "Power of cold, go!" The power of cold turned into an azure dragon, roaring soundlessly as it chased after that tiny stream of air. In an instant, it enveloped the air current, and the power of cold immediately spurred the air current to rotate. The tyrannical nature of the cold energy, which reigned supreme over all other types of energy, was perfectly displayed. This small amount of energy did not dare to resist the cold energy of Longda. It obediently spun along with it. The power of cold spun faster and faster, and the airflow inside also spun faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a whirlpool. Yi Qinghan began to control the power of cold and slowly pull it out. In the end, the power of cold was completely separated, but this stream of energy was still stubbornly revolving. A simple whirlpool was formed. Xiao. At this moment, a black energy stream blew over from a distance. When it passed by the newly formed whirlpool, it was immediately attracted to it. In the end, when the black power of darkness and the white power of light collided, the newly formed whirlpool collapsed and turned back into an airflow that continued to drift. Yi Qinghan was not surprised. He had already predicted this situation. He immediately circulated the power of cold again. This time, he wrapped the black airflow and the white airflow separately. Then he gathered them together and spun them. After a moment, the power of cold was extracted, and a black and white whirlpool was formed. However, this time, it did not wait for the energy from the outside to attack it. After a while, it automatically collapsed. Yi Qinghan followed his plan and began to wrap the three powers of light, darkness, and lightning with the power of cold. Then he gathered them together and formed another whirlpool. However, this time, no matter how stable it was, it could not take shape. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only use the power of frost to gather the power of light, power of darkness, power of lightning, and power of soul together. This time, it was a success. It formed in an instant. And when it spun, the sound of the wind was very loud. It was very imposing. Yi Qinghan quietly stood beside the whirlpool and watched. He felt the faint suction coming from the whirlpool, but he did not move. Another airflow flew over from a distance and collided with the small space whirlpool. Under Yi Qinghan's nervous gaze, not only did it not shatter the whirlpool, but it was also sucked in and joined the whirlpool. The whirlpool also became bigger. However, not long after, countless airflows blew over from a distance. Once they were sucked in, the whirlpool immediately collapsed and shattered into pieces. Yi Qinghan stood where he was and pondered silently. After a while, he used the power of cold to control the four energies and gathered them together to form a whirlpool. However, this time he did not withdraw the power of cold. Instead, he used the power of cold to form a shield around the whirlpool, not letting any other energy flow near it. After that, Yi Qinghan stood nearby and watched quietly, waiting. 2 hours, 6 hours, 3 days. The whirlpool was still spinning and did not shatter. Everything was going according to Yi Qinghan's plan. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. His body flashed and he appeared tens of thousands of li away. He summoned a ball of cold energy and repeated the process, creating a second whirlpool. After creating it, he used the power of cold to protect it. In half a day, Yi Qinghan had created dozens of small whirlpools. At the same time, All the power of cold was mobilized to protect these dozens of small whirlpools. 3 days, 10 days, 1 month. These dozens of small whirlpools did not collapse. Yi Qinghan's entire body relaxed. He began to move the power of cold in the center outwards. He continued to use the power of cold to gather the 4 energies and condense them into a whirlpool. The further he went, the more whirlpools there were. However, the power of cold was not enough and could not completely protect the profound mystery of space. There were also a few space whirlpools that collapsed from the impact of the energy. However, at this time, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less. He used his fastest speed to teleport within the soul space, using the power of cold to condense the remaining energy into a whirlpool. His speed was incomparably fast. Gradually, the chaotic energy flow within the soul space decreased, and the number of small whirlpools also increased. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 88,800. Finally, the entire world turned quiet. All the energy flow was divided by Yi Qinghan into 88,800 whirlpools. They stood quietly in all directions of the soul space, each spinning and sitting there obediently. Yi Qinghan shuttled back and forth within the soul space, paying close attention to these whirlpools. He was afraid that they would all collapse. His efforts would have been in vain, and he would have no other way. 3 months, 1 year, 3 years. After 3 years, Yi Qinghan finally relaxed. He looked at the whirlpools in the soul space, feeling a sense of loss and absurdity. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and ignored them. With a thought, he flashed out of the War Imperial Palace. There was not much time left. There were more important things waiting for him outside. Chapter 13:28. Boss, you are finally out. Why did you disappear for more than 40 years? I was so worried. Where did you go? The moment Yi Qinghan came out, Xiao He immediately flew out from the slaughter god blade. He was surprised and delighted. Yi Qinghan did not tell Xiao He that he had entered the soul space. Yi Qinghan did not know that Yi Qinghan could enter the world in his mind. He thought that Yi Qinghan had gone into seclusion in another hall. Me? Hee. I went into seclusion to cultivate. For a moment, Yi Qinghan did not know how to explain to Xiao He. In his mind, he subconsciously thought of the ultimate mystery of space. The moment he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's eyes became dazed. Xiao He, who was talking at the side, turned a deaf ear to him. He seemed to have thought of something. After a while, under Xiao He's astonished gaze, Yi Qinghan actually closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged. Xiao He was dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for more than 40 years. Now that he had just come out, why did he go into seclusion again? He quickly flew around Yi Qinghan and shouted, "Ah, boss, why did you go into seclusion again? The final battle will start in more than 10 years. Why are you still in seclusion? I am so anxious." Humph. The moment Yi Qinghan came out from the soul space, Pan Xing, who was dressed in a black robe and had a head full of black hair, came out from the wooden house like a death god. Clearly, he sensed that someone had broken through the barrier of the plate realm and entered the plate realm. Rumble. However, at this moment, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning raged. A strange phenomenon actually appeared in the sky of the dimensional battlefield. Someone broke through to rank 9? Pan Xing glanced at the place where the purple thunder fell, but he didn't care. In every plane war, there would be venerables who broke through the final bottleneck due to pressure and reached level 9. This was very normal. Moreover, a martial artist who had just broken through to level 9 was like an ant to him. Therefore, he didn't care about the cultivator hiding in the parallel space of the Demon Mountain's passageway. Instead, he focused his attention on those 9th-grade supreme martial artists. In his opinion, only rank 9 supremes were capable of breaking through the barrier of the plate realm. Furthermore, they were peak rank 9 supremes. However, he did not expect that because of his disdain, he missed an opportunity to discover the existence of a freak like Yi Qinghan. Xiao. This. Inside the War Emperor Palace, Xiao He was scared half to death by the sudden appearance of a purple thunder dragon that was several meters long. However, he immediately calmed down. Not only did he not run away, but he also rushed madly towards Yi Qinghan. In the end, both he and Yi Qinghan were covered by that purple thunder dragon. A purple thunder dragon that could suddenly enter the War Emperor Palace without triggering a rebound from the restriction in the War Emperor Palace was only a divine thunder descended from the laws of heaven and earth. Not only would this divine thunder not cause harm to people, but it would also greatly benefit them. Previously, when Yi Qinghan comprehended the unyielding way, Yi Qinghan was bestowed with divine thunder by the laws of heaven and earth, and Xiaohe had benefited a lot from that time. How could he let it go now? With a burst of electric sparks and white arcs, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe, who was tightly attached to him, started trembling. With every tremble, it was as if they were having an epileptic fit. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed out loud. Haha! My laws have finally broken through to rank 9. I've been stuck for thousands of years, and now I have an epiphany. Yi Qinghan was elated. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. As he looked at Xiaohe's soul body, whose color had deepened, the joy on his face deepened. Xiaohe cried out excitedly, Boss, I feel like I'm evolving again. I think I'll be able to evolve again after devouring the energy of a rank 5 or rank 9 supreme martial artist." Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded, but he kept looking at his own body. He wanted to see the changes in his strength after breaking through to rank 9. Xiaohe looked at Yi Qinghan and asked curiously, "Boss, are there any special benefits from breaking through to rank 9 in the laws of heaven and earth? Did your strength increase?" "Yes. I feel like my strength has increased by at least 2 times. Wait a moment." After Yi Qinghan said that, he stood on the spot and closed his eyes in deep thought. Xiaohe's jaw dropped. What did 2 times mean? Perhaps to a low-level martial artist, 2 times was nothing. But to someone like Yi Qinghan, being able to increase it by 2 times was heaven-defying. In the past, Yi Qinghan could easily kill a rank 9 supreme martial artist alone. Now he could easily suppress 2 of them? How was this possible? Wasn't it just one ultimate profound mystery? How could his strength have improved so much? If this was not said by Yi Qinghan, Xiaohe would definitely roll his eyes. But when he thought about how abnormal Yi Qinghan was, Xiaohe just stared at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. In fact, Yi Qinghan was also baffled. This ultimate profound mystery was incomparably bizarre in and of itself. It only took him close to 100 years to fully master it. But he was stuck for close to 10,000 years. When he came out of the soul space just now, he realized that the bottleneck was broken, and the integration was instantly completed. Breaking through to rank 9 in the nomological realm might be able to double the strength of an ordinary venerable. But to him, it was already very fierce to be able to increase it by a tiny bit. But he had an unusual feeling in his mind that his strength had definitely doubled. He carefully checked his body, the divine crystal, and the soul space, and finally found a trace of difference. He discovered that the power of cold was actually changing color. It was originally green, but now it was becoming transparent. But the aura coming from the power of cold was even more terrifying. Power of cold, come out. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and with a flip of his hand, a God Slayer spear was formed. As expected, the pressure coming from the God Slayer spear was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the space in the War Imperial Palace actually began to distort around the God Slayer spear. My power of cold is actually twice as powerful. Why did it become like this? Is it related to me creating the spatial whirlpool? He had just created the spatial whirlpool, and he broke through the bottleneck and comprehended the ultimate profound mystery of space? Then the power of cold started changing color, and its strength doubled? How could there be such a coincidence? Yi Qinghan then remembered that he had comprehended the profound mystery of space combination for several hundred years, but he still couldn't grasp it. Later on, the soul space exploded. At that time, he only refined half of the primal chaos divine crystal, but he immediately fused with it. Moreover, the speed of fusion was so abnormal. Could it be that everything was related to this soul space? His soul space was constantly evolving, and his law of space followed the changes in his soul space, easily breaking through again and again. In addition, the power of cold was born in the soul space. Everything was brought about by this soul space. Right now, his strength surpassed that of a rank 9 supreme being. and it was so abnormal because of the existence of this soul space in his mind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have some kind of understanding. As long as this soul space continued to evolve and perfect, his strength would also continue to grow, and in the end, he would become an existence above everyone else. An existence that stands above everyone else? Could it be that in the end, I will become an existence similar to a god emperor? Yi Qinghan murmured softly, but his eyes were as bright as stars. He stared blankly at the top of the War Imperial Palace. As if through the palace, he could see the black-haired youth standing on the peak of Mount Pan. A god emperor? Old man in sackcloth? I hope you guys don't have any ideas about this young master. Otherwise, when my cold domain finishes evolving, this young master will not be afraid to fight with you guys. Chapter 1329. Inside the passageway, Yi Qinghan was running madly alone. Although the soul space named Cold Boundary gave him an incomparably strong confidence, he could only run madly in the passageway. According to his deduction, as Domain of Frost evolved, his strength would increase. But this was only a deduction. Who knew how long it would take for Domain of Frost to evolve? There were still 12 years until the final battle, but he was still short of half of his points. Not enough. When the final battle began, he and Xiaohe could only act secretly. At that time, there might be a pair of eyes watching from the foot of Mount Pan, especially from the peak of Mount Pan. He and Xiaohe, these two freaks, would most likely be discovered by the Divine King. Since they were freaks, they went against the laws of heaven and earth, against the way of nature. How could the Divine King allow him and Xiaohe to exist? In ancient times, the divine world was the strongest in Pangaea, ruling over 1/3 of the plains. But in the end, the Divine King almost destroyed the world. Judging from this incident, Yi Qinghan believed that this Supreme God Emperor was not a good person. The rules of the planar war were set by him. Since the divine world won, they had the right to conquer those plains. Since it was conquering, killing was unavoidable. Even if they killed everyone in the plains, it wouldn't be against the rules. The Divine King used a reason that didn't count as a reason to act. Not just Yi Qinghan, even the Beast God and the others had guessed it. The divine world was too strong, causing the Divine King to be wary. Or perhaps the Divine King was unhappy that he had such a powerful force under his command. No matter what the reason was, Yi Qinghan didn't have a good impression of the supreme existence in Pangaea. In fact, there was deep enmity. Of course, part of the reason was because the Divine King could threaten his life and those behind him. Ever since he comprehended the path of unyielding, Yi Qinghan had a faint sense of unyieldingness. Unyielding to the heavens, unyielding to the earth, and unyielding to the Divine King who controlled his life. But now that his strength had doubled, he still did not have the slightest confidence in dealing with the old man in sackcloth, even though he was not sure if the old man in sackcloth was a divine emperor supreme. But when he thought about how the divine emperor supremacy easily killed the 10 ancient gods, he knew that he was definitely no match for him. 12 years. 12 years. I must find the Devil Legion. As long as I gather enough points this time and win the planar war, when my cold domain finishes evolving, even if I have to fight a divine emperor or a supreme being, I will have the capital to fight. Therefore, I must win this planar war. I must win. Yi Qinghan ran madly through the passageway, roaring in his heart. His strength had doubled again, but he didn't use the power of cold, so his running speed was still as fast as before. Time was of the essence. He could only fight with all his might. There's a small army ahead. There's no ranked 9s. Xiaohe, go out and kill. Kill. Yi Qinghan, who was running, shouted. Without stopping, the slaughter god blade on his back trembled, and Xiaohe whizzed out, rushing through the passageway. In a moment, he reached the army in front of him and started devouring with all his might. After Xiaohe finished devouring, Yi Qinghan finally arrived. The two of them didn't say a word. Xiaohe immediately entered the slaughter god blade, and Yi Qinghan silently kept his badge and continued running. What kind of monster is this? What a powerful devouring ability. Oh, so it's a spirit produced by the supreme slaughter god blade. This spirit doesn't have the ability to break through the space barrier. The moment Xiaohe appeared, Pan Xing, who was at the peak of Mount Pan, frowned. A murderous aura shot out from his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash as he continued to observe Devil Mountain. When Pan Xing's gaze landed on Yi Qinghan, he felt a chill all over his body. At that moment, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. However, he chose to suppress the trembling in his heart and continued to run forward. Only when the chill in his heart disappeared did cold sweat drip down his forehead. What a strong murderous aura. Just the murderous aura alone is enough to make me lose my will to fight? Is it the Supreme God Emperor? But this aura doesn't feel like the old man in sackcloth at all. Why would the Supreme God Emperor want to kill me? Could it be that I've been discovered? Yi Qinghan didn't stop running. The cold sweat on his forehead disappeared immediately. As he ran, he was secretly thinking in fear. The Supreme God Emperor has killed so many people from the divine world, but he didn't show any mercy. If he had discovered that I was acting strangely, he would have attacked me directly. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Could it be that it wasn't the Supreme God Emperor? But who could use a trace of murderous aura to make me lose my will to fight? Yi Qinghan thought about it but couldn't figure it out. After running for half a day in fear, the murderous aura didn't appear again. Only then did Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. Forget it, let's find the barracks of the demonic plane first. No, I mean any barracks. There's not much time left, I can only go all out. As long as I find a passage with a color, I will immediately find the barracks and attack. That faint murderous aura just now made Yi Qinghan determined to accumulate 5 million points in 12 years. Not enough points. At the foot of Mount Pan, he could only attack. At that time, he would also die. Facing the Supreme God Emperor was a sure death, but facing all the experts of a plane, Yi Qinghan's current strength was doubled. He might still be able to put up a fight. Madly running through the passages, killing all the troops of the demonic plane he saw. Spreading his divine sense to the limit, Yi Qinghan looked around anxiously, but for a long time he didn't encounter the demonic plane army, nor did he find a passage with a color. Yi Qinghan didn't encounter a passage with a color. In another passage under Demon Mountain, the Beast God and Zhu met. The Beast God and Zhu met, and the two of them coincidentally arrived at the place where Yi Qinghan encountered the Beastmen. Martial artists of the divine world. They are martial artists of the divine world. I will tear you apart. I will tear you apart. In one of the passageways, Zhu and the Beast God were killing a few beastmen when a deafening roar came from the other side of the passageway. Following that, a powerful divine sense aura locked onto the two of them. The Beast God and Zhu exchanged glances and exclaimed, "It's a 9th grade supreme martial artist." Although the two had never participated in a planar war, the two races had participated in countless planar wars in the past. The two understood. After arriving at a place, the first thing to do was to move forward stealthily, find the transmission restriction, and hunt the martial artists nearby. Therefore, the two did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the passage where the transmission restriction was located. The Beast God's strength was slightly stronger than Zhu Yi's, but he deliberately lagged behind by half a step. At the same time, he condensed a strange beast that was hundreds of meters tall and completely blocked the passage. "Hurry, hurry. Beast God, run, we can't stop them." Zhu Yi sprinted ahead at high speed. Her voluptuous body trembled because of the intense flight, her graceful posture swaying. She turned her head to look at the Beast God who was several miles away and shouted anxiously, "My queen, run. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave." The Beast God couldn't help but stop running. Instead, he stopped in the passage. His small body was like a mountain standing there, as if no one could move him. "Beast God!" Zhu cried out in sorrow. But when she saw the Beast God's incomparably determined gaze and heard his crazy roar, she could only grit her teeth and run forward. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, causing the entire passageway to tremble. Zhu suddenly turned her head to look. 2 drops of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She gritted her teeth and continued to run forward. Not long after, she heard an ear-piercing sound behind her. A black energy that made her heart palpitate flew toward her at high speed. 100 miles, 50 miles, 10 miles, 1 mile. The moment Zhu stepped into the transmission restriction and the transmission restriction lit up, a huge mass of energy came from behind and instantly engulfed the transmission restriction. Chapter 1330. Ah! Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. This divine world woman actually managed to escape. This seat is so angry. As the dust settled, a few ferocious faces were revealed. At the front was a triangular snakehead, with triangular blood-red eyes and a tyrannical aura that could scare a low-level martial artist to death. He cursed fiercely and suddenly thought of something, shouting, "Did you kill that old man from the divine world? Send a voice transmission over, don't kill him." Immediately, the beastmen at the side were intimidated by the snakehead man's brutal aura, and quickly sent a voice transmission. After a while, a fox-headed woman said, "Your Majesty, although the children almost killed that old man, without your order, we did not dare to kill him. He is still alive." "Good. Send a voice transmission. Let them bring him back to the main camp," the snakehead man said coldly, then took the lead and rushed forward, straight to the main camp of the beastmen. "Your Majesty, why didn't you kill him?" The fox-headed woman followed behind and asked doubtfully. The rest of the half-beastman supremes also had doubtful looks on their faces. Could it be that His Majesty hated the martial artists of the divine world so much that he caught one alive and wanted to eat him alive? The snakehead man looked back coldly, his cold eyes looking at the beastmen supremes trembling. "Fools, it is not easy for the divine world to participate in this planar war. Now that we have captured their people, why don't we find out their background?" The beastmen behind looked at each other, still not quite understanding. The fox-headed woman asked cautiously, "Background? Your Majesty, what do you mean?" "Fools." The snakehead man looked back coldly again and scolded. The divine world was so powerful in the past. How many supreme spiritual treasures did they get? If we find out their background, these supreme spiritual treasures will all be ours. Wow. Your Majesty is wise, long live. Your Majesty is wise, fortunately we did not kill that old man. TSK, with the fox maiden here, we just need to use some bewitching illusions, and that old man will immediately tell us everything about the divine world. The beastmen behind came to their senses and immediately became overjoyed, hurriedly flattering her. The fox-headed woman also smiled proudly, as if she was quite satisfied with her bewitching illusions. The few of them didn't stay any longer, and quickly flew out of the Devil Mountain. When everyone sat down in the great hall outside the Devil Mountain, the beast god was also carried in. It was only because the beast deity had been abused to the point where he no longer looked like a human. His arms and legs were all broken, and half of his body was caved in. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked miserable. Bang! The few beastmen threw the beast god to the ground and saluted the snake-headed beastman and the other commanders before immediately retreating. "Fox lady." The snake-headed person glanced at the fox-headed woman beside her. The fox-headed woman smiled faintly, twisted her voluptuous body, and walked towards the beast god. A pair of furry hands grabbed the beast god. The beast god stared coldly at the fox-headed woman without saying a word. However, his eyes were filled with an obvious desire to die. Xiao! 2 rays of green light suddenly shot out from the fox-headed woman's eyes. These rays of light were tangible, and they directly entered the beast god's mind. After the green light shot in, the beast god's eyes suddenly became dazed. After a moment, the beast god's face revealed a struggling expression, and his body also trembled violently. However, the more he struggled, the brighter the green light in the fox-headed woman's eyes became. Suddenly, the beast god's body writhed violently, and his head shook even more violently. His eyes alternated between red and green, as if he had been bewitched. "You still want to resist?" The fox-headed woman sneered, and her green eyes revealed a mocking expression. The light on her body trembled, and the green light in her eyes flashed again. The beast god's body suddenly stopped trembling, and after a moment, the light in his eyes began to dim, and he became sluggish. The fox-headed woman smiled sweetly and asked leisurely, "Answer me, what is your name?" "Yining." The beast god responded with a sluggish expression. His mind was not clear, and it was obvious that he had been bewitched. "You are from the divine realm?" "Yes." "How many experts from the divine realm have come for this planar war?" 10 ninth-grade experts. 1 million ordinary martial artists. 9th-grade experts? What are their strengths, and who has a supreme spiritual treasure? Among the ninth grade experts, the strongest is Little Han, Little Han, Little Han. When he said this, the beast god seemed to be moved by the words Little Han. He suddenly roared, and his body struggled violently. He actually opened his mouth and directly bit the fox-headed woman's neck. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. The beast god's divine crystal was sealed. Although he looked fast, it was still not enough in front of the fox-headed woman. She directly punched the beast god and he was sent flying. Boom! The beast god heavily smashed into the wall of the palace, and half of his head was smashed, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the beast god's eyes were clear at this moment. He angrily stood up, and then suddenly slammed into the wall. It seemed that he was seeking death. Xiao! A shadow quickly swept past and grabbed the beast god's neck, and lifted him into the air. A pair of triangular blood-red eyes stared at the beast god, and coldly laughed. Seeking death? Umph. The snake-headed woman swung her hand and threw the beast god towards the fox-headed woman. The beast god heavily smashed into the ground again, and half of his bones were smashed. He could not even stand up. The fox-headed woman's eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of green light, and the beast god's body began to tremble again. However, this time, the beast god was clearly prepared. Several rays of green light shot into his eyes, and his body continued to tremble. He growled, but his eyes did not become dull. Pooh! After the fox-headed woman shot out another ray of green light, her furry face became extremely tired. However, the beast god was still struggling. She clenched her teeth and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The green light in her eyes instantly became several times stronger, and the beast god's body stopped trembling. His eyes became dull. How many supreme spiritual treasures does the divine world's strongest have? Little Han is a 9th grade supreme martial artist and has 2 supreme spiritual treasures, the fire god battle armor and the slaughter god saber. He is a 9th grade heaven supreme martial artist and has 1 supreme spiritual treasure. This time, the beast god did not struggle anymore. He obediently told everyone the details, including the location of the dimensional battlefield's barracks, and the general situation of the divine world. 3 supreme spiritual treasures, and only 2 commander-level cultivators? When the fox-headed woman finished speaking, the eyes of the 6 people in the palace lit up. The snake-headed beast man raised his head and laughed wildly. His laughter shook the palace and spread to the countless barracks nearby, causing the millions of beastmen outside to feel inexplicably terrified. The snake-headed woman laughed loudly and said, 3 supreme spiritual treasures. The divine world was indeed formidable. The world was almost destroyed, but they still managed to leave behind 3 supreme spiritual treasures. Haha, these supreme spiritual treasures will belong to us in the future. The divine world's army. This time, I will annihilate all of you. Although the fox-headed woman's face was pale, the light in her eyes was like the stars. She excitedly asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? Are we going to attack their barracks directly? There are still 10 years left. Can we find their barracks? The snake-headed woman waved her hand and laughed sinisterly. There is no need to search. It will be difficult to find them even in 10 years. Look after this old man and don't let him die. The great battle is about to begin. We can use this old man to lure the people of the divine world to come and save them. Isn't he that 9th grade supreme martial artist ancestor called Little Han? At that time, we will annihilate their entire army and obtain the supreme spiritual treasures. Pass down my order. Tell all the children in Demon Mountain to come back and prepare for the great battle to kill the big fish that is the divine world's army. Chapter 1331. Heavenly Emperor, where are you? In one of the passageways, Zhui was scurrying around like a headless fly. She had completely forgotten what the beast deity had instructed her previously. That explosion that shook the passageway had completely thrown her into a panic. Zhui was well aware of the importance of the beast deity to Yi Qinghan. She was also well aware of Yi Qinghan's personality. She was the high and mighty ruler of the fire god's mystic realm, but in front of Yi Qinghan, she was just a little woman. She didn't know how furious Yi Qinghan would be when he found out that the beast deity had been killed. The beast deity had stubbornly insisted on entering. She knew that it wasn't her fault, but she still felt extremely terrified. She was afraid that Yi Qinghan would be furious and blame her. However, she was also extremely anxious to find Yi Qinghan. This contradictory feeling made her even more confused. Her body, which was running at high speed, was trembling slightly. Swish. Zhu Yi was running in a panic, but she didn't even notice a small group of martial artists running in front of her. She only came to her senses when she heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Two inferior 9th-grade demonic beasts dare to intercept this empress? Courting death. Zhu Yi was startled by the sound of something tearing through the air, but she immediately forced herself to calm down. She saw a group of demonic beasts running in front of her. They looked like apes, but they had huge horns on their heads and long, glowing teeth. The two demonic beasts at the front were the tallest. They were dozens of meters tall and had two heads. Four pairs of eyes were staring at her coldly. Not only was Zhu Yi not afraid, but a violent murderous aura surged from her body. It was as though she had to kill all the demonic beasts in front of her in order to calm her chaotic heart. Kill, kill, kill. Zhu Yi's body emitted the power of origin to protect her body. 1,000-layer waves whizzed out and blocked all the passageways in front of her. Like a water dragon passing through a well, she whizzed towards the passageway ahead. Ayo! Not only did the two-headed monster not retreat, but all four of its heads opened wide and roared. White light shone from its body, and white scales covered its entire body. Each of the four heads had countless fangs that were several meters long. These fangs trembled in the air, and in the end, they all fell off, turning into dozens of streaks of white light that shot toward the water dragon. Boom! The water dragon's momentum was unstoppable as it devoured all the magical beasts in front of it. Hundreds of magical beasts were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. The low-ranked magical beast's body shattered in midair. Only the two-headed magical beasts managed to survive. However, the white scales on their bodies had all shattered. They fell to the ground and growled non-stop. Ah, what the hell is this? Zhu Yi had originally thought that the two upper-tier demonic beasts would be able to kill some low-level demonic beasts easily, and would not pose a threat to her at all. She did not expect that the fangs would easily pierce through her 1,000-layer wave and shoot toward her. For a moment, Zhu Yi could only dodge in the air, but she was still hit by the two fangs. A powerful force slammed into her, and her delicate body was sent flying. Although she was protected by the power of origin, half of the bones in her body were shattered. A part of his robe was also torn, revealing the dazzling white skin underneath. Ayo! The two-headed magical beasts struggled, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. They raised their heads to the sky and roared a few times. Under Zhu Yi's horrified gaze, the fangs on their foreheads grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they once again shot toward Zhu Yi. Humph! When a tiger falls to the plains, I will not allow myself to be bullied by a dog. Zhu Yi was enraged. Her killing intent soared into the sky. She no longer dodged. She condensed her spatial energy into 1,000-layer wave again, and covered the two-headed magical beasts. Boom! The two-headed magical beasts did not have the protection of their white scales, so they were directly crushed by the 1,000-layer wave. However, Zhu Yi was also pierced by several white fangs. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, and a mouthful of extravasated blood spurted out. Her delicate body trembled, and she was seriously injured. Staggering to her feet, Zhu Yi walked forward with difficulty. She collected the emblems on the ground, and wiped the corner of her mouth with her snow-white sleeve, leaving a shocking red trail. Unable to rest, Zhu Yi endured the pain in her body and flew forward. Adding these 20,000 points, I have almost 100,000 points. Zhu Yi silently ran, but her mind gradually calmed down. She knew that she could not run around recklessly. Her death was not important. What was important was that she had to deliver the beast god, and the points she had collected to Yi Qinghan. The beast god's sacrifice could not be in vain. Slowly flying, Zhu Yi revolved the divine crystal to heal her injuries. She began to search for dead passages and transmission restrictions. Why do I feel a familiar aura? It's the aura of a demon. After running for 5 days, Zhu Yi's injuries had recovered, but she still could not find a dead passage with a transmission restriction. However, she suddenly felt an incomparably evil and cold aura, and her running body hurriedly came to a halt. The people of the divine world were all too familiar with the aura of demons. Ever since the divine world's defeat, the demon world had been constantly attacking the divine world. The demons had always been the nightmare of the divine world's martial artists. Zhu Yi had followed Yi Qinghan and fought with the demons many times. How could she be wrong? Why are there demons in the planar battlefield? Could it be that they are participating in the planar wars? All the powerful martial artists of the demon world have been killed by us. Should I go and kill some of the demons? Should I get some more points? Zhu Yi hesitated. Last time, the demon world had sent so many powerhouses, but in the end, they had been completely annihilated. This time, the demon world should not have too many powerhouses participating in the planar wars. Moreover, she was incomparably familiar with the demons. Fighting them would be easy. She hesitated for a moment. Zhu Yi resolutely decided to start the battle. Her slim body turned into a light feather as she floated forward. After rushing for several hundred miles, she saw a group of demons slowly moving forward. The one leading them was only an Azura king. Humph. Die. Zhu Yi vented all the anger in her heart after the death of the beast god on the demons. The tyrannical power of space instantly submerged the hundreds of demons. The demons turned into powder one by one, their white badges falling to the ground. There's also the aura of demons? Is there another demon legion nearby? After Zhu Yi killed this demon squad, she felt that the cold evil aura in her heart had not weakened. Her phoenix eyes swept around and she continued to fly forward. In the end, after walking for several tens of thousands of miles, Zhu Yi encountered several hundred demons. All of them were Azuras, and there was only an Azura king leading them. Boom! The 1,000 rippling waves was like the largest pressure machine, crushing the demon legion. In an instant, several hundred points were in her hands. But the cold evil aura in her heart had not been eliminated. Is this the entrance to the demon mountain of the demon world legion? Zhu Yi stood in the passageway, his eyes shining brightly. He had an extreme impulse in his heart to kill all the evil demons nearby and obtain as many points as possible. If possible, to attack the main camp of the evil demon army. The beast god's death, the urgent need to find Yi Qinghan. She was a member of the Fire God clan, but she had disobeyed the orders of the Divine Emperor Supreme and stepped into the planar wars. All kinds of emotions and pressures intertwined together. In addition, she had continuously killed more than 1,000 creatures from other planes. Most importantly, under the influence of the demon aura, a strong killing intent surged in Zhu Yi's heart. His heart, which had calmed down, was now in a mess again. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yi resolutely continued to run forward. Her whole body was filled with killing intent. She was ready to find all the creatures of the demon legion and then kill them all. Chapter 1332. Kill, kill, kill. Zhu Yi crazily swept through the nearby passageways like a mad elephant. Any demon army she encountered was immediately turned into powder. Pieces of white badges floated down like snowflakes and finally entered her spatial ring. At this moment, Zhu Yi stood in the passageway. Her beautiful phoenix eyes shone with a faint red light. Her snow-white robe was messy, and her waterfall-like black hair was disheveled, but it made her look even more charming. However, she clearly did not care. With red eyes, she turned into a light swan and turned into a light swan, looking everywhere for demons. Zhu Yi's guess was right. This was indeed the entrance to the demon army's demon mountain. She had wandered for a year and killed 70,000 to 80,000 demons, but she did not encounter a demon monarch. It seemed that there were not many demon monarchs left. Several times, she wanted to attack the demon army camp from the colored passageways, but she was suppressed in the end. However, there was an obsession in her heart that made her refuse to leave the vicinity and continue to kill. More than a year of killing had made the evil in her heart even heavier. Originally, there was a flaw in her heart, and now she was faintly possessed. In addition, she hadn't encountered a single abyssal powerhouse for over a year. The strongest was the Azura King, allowing her to easily sweep through all of them. This gave her a feeling of invincibility. She woke up several times and wanted to leave this place, but the evil and cold aura everywhere triggered the evil in her mind, causing her to linger in the vicinity. Outside the demon mountain nearby, dark clouds covered the sky, and black fog coiled around. It was a scene of demons dancing wildly. This was the demon camp, and in the center of the camp stood an ancient castle. The ancient castle was completely made of stone, as if it had been here since the beginning. There were people in the ancient castle, and they looked exactly like humans. There were more than 10 of them sitting in 2 rows inside. At the top sat a green-haired youth. The youth was handsome, comparable to the elegant young masters of the god realm. Unfortunately, his lips were as red as blood, making him look a little evil. The youth played with a divine sword, and his blood-red lips curled up in an evil smile. He raised his eyebrows and sneered. God realm monarch? Umph. A burly man sitting on the left nodded and said, Lord Aomo, that god realm monarch has already killed tens of thousands of our people. When are we going to do it? If this goes on, the people won't even dare to enter Fiend Mountain anymore. The tens of men and women at the side also stared at the green-haired young man in bewilderment. They had long known that Zhu Yi had wantonly slaughtered devil realm creatures in the Devil Mountain. A devil monarch had even sneaked in to investigate, but he did not reveal his true body. Although Zhu Yi had sensed something, the devil monarch had immediately escaped. Zhu Yi was in a frenzy of killing and did not notice at all. The youth called Aomo waved his hand and said, There's no rush. Send another 100,000 low-level civilians for her to kill. This celestial world sovereign is very powerful. We have to take her down. We don't know if the ancestral devil and the rest are dead or alive in the divine realm. We have to capture her without fail and obtain accurate information. Moreover, we've also obtained accurate information about the god realm's arrival in the planar battlefield. All right. I'll arrange it. The burly man nodded and turned into a gust of black wind and flew out. A moment later, a large amount of black mist separated from the sky and floated towards Fiend Mountain. After the burly man came in, the youth pondered for a moment and said faintly, It's about time. After that celestial world sovereign has killed our 100,000 people, her soul will also enter the devil realm, and her strength will be greatly reduced. Prepare the secret method. This king wants to forcefully increase his strength and take down this celestial world sovereign. Yes. All the devil monarchs cupped their hands and responded in unison. Then, the ancient castle suddenly changed. All 4 walls collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a complicated ancient altar on the ground. Aomo entered the center of the altar. More than 10 devil monarchs stood at the center of the altar, their bodies surrounded by black chi. The power of darkness poured out and shot into the altar. The altar suddenly flashed with black light, and the evil smile on Aogu's face became even more intense. His blood-red lips were like the red clouds of the setting sun, shocking to the eye. Woo 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 woo. The more than 10 devil monarchs all transformed into their true forms. Their scales glowed with a cold light and black horns protruded from their heads. All of them emitted a hair-raising sound. Hearing this sound, the surrounding devil realm creatures all rushed towards the altar as if they had heard a summons. The sinister smile on the young man's face became more and more demonic. His body suddenly grew, turning into a tens of meters tall evil demon. He grabbed the red-eyed evil demon that was rushing towards him and directly threw him into his blood-red mouth that was several meters wide. Kacha. Azuras and Azura kings were directly swallowed by Aomo. After chewing a few times, he swallowed them. Dark red devil blood sprinkled onto the altar, causing Aomo's blood-red mouth to become even more vivid, causing one's heart to tremble. As Aomo swallowed the Azura and Azura kings, the baleful aura around his body became increasingly thick. All the low-level devil monarchs in the surrounding 10,000 miles all prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. The eyes of the dozen or so devil monarchs shone brightly. One of the devil monarchs laughed sinisterly and sighed. The holy world cannot do without an ancestral devil. Even if we have to sacrifice half of the millions of people we brought, we must let Lord Aomo become an ancestral devil. The holy world will flourish for tens of thousands of years and unify the entire plate realm. The holy world will flourish for tens of thousands of years and unify the entire plate realm. All the devil monarchs shouted in unison. Although their hearts were bleeding as Aomo devoured swathes of devil monarchs, their gazes became even more resolute. Woo woo. In the devil realm's main camp, the black mist danced even more violently. From afar, it really looked like a group of devil monarchs were dancing wildly. Kill, kill, kill. Inside the demon mountain, Zhu Yi's killing intent surged even more violently. Thousand-layer waves roared through the passageway like a water dragon, taking away the lives of creatures from the demon realm one after another. The white emblems were like snowflakes, sprinkling all over the passageway. Zhu Yi's eyes were bloodshot. She blankly collected the badges on the ground, a dazed expression on her beautiful face. Recently, the devil army had begun to attack her in batches. That evil and cold aura constantly enveloped her, and the killing intent on her body became even thicker. In a daze, she felt that this was a trap. There was also a voice in her mind telling her to leave this place immediately. If she continued to kill, she would die. However, every time the next batch of devil monarchs rushed over, she would subconsciously raise the butcher's knife. How many have I killed? 30,000? 50,000? 80,000? A year had passed, and finally, the devil army stopped attacking her. She didn't know how many devil monarchs she had killed or how many badges she had in her spatial ring. She collected the last badge and sat on the ground, hugging her knees in exhaustion. She panted heavily. Her beautiful face stared blankly at the front of the tunnel. Her mind was a little unclear. She looked around blankly and suddenly felt a little scared. She hugged her body tightly and shivered. Great Emperor? Great Emperor! Zhu Yi finally found you. I found you. Suddenly, Zhu Yi's eyes lit up. Her beautiful face revealed a look of ecstasy. She hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the end of the tunnel. Her face was full of tears. A handsome man walked quietly in front of the tunnel. He was silent, like a devil in the dark night. The man had green hair. His eyes were filled with a sinister smile. His lips were bright red like blood. When he saw Zhu Yi running towards him, a lustful light flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept across Zhu Yi's impressive figure and beautiful face. He smiled warmly and said, Great Emperor? Come. Come into the arms of the Great Emperor. This Great Emperor will love you well. No. No. You're not the Great Emperor. You're not the Great Emperor. Zhu Yi ran a few steps. Her beautiful face suddenly revealed a look of fear. Her eyes instantly sobered up. But she felt the powerful aura of this green-haired youth. Zhu Yi's face suddenly changed. Without hesitation, she immediately turned around and ran back. The youth's blood-red lips curved into a demonic smile. He laughed sinisterly. Haha, beauty, you still want to run in front of this ancestral devil? Come here obediently. This ancestral devil will let you enjoy a wonderful taste that you've never experienced before. Chapter 1333. Boss, haven't you found a colored passage? There are only 10 years left. In the dark passageway, a green-robed man was sprinting madly. His body was not tall, but he was more vigorous than a leopard. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his gaze was firm and sharp. Under the dim light, it was incomparably dazzling, comparable to the stars. There's no hurry, Xiaohei. This can't be rushed. The passages in Devil Mountain are like an underground maze, complex and complicated. If you're lucky, you might be able to find 2 in a year. If you're unlucky, you might not even find a colored passage in decades. But your boss's luck has always been good. Trust me. Yi Qinghan suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body soared into the air. He tapped lightly on the wall of the passage, and his body bent in an arc. He made a 45-degree turn in the air, and turned into a passage at the fork in the road ahead. There was no path here, so he could only run randomly. There were as many forks in the road as there were hairs on a cow, so he could only try his luck. A few hours later, after traveling for millions of miles, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped. His eyes were like those of a wolf that had found its prey. His body trembled in excitement as he shouted, Xiaohei, come out! Swish! A shadow floated out. Its color was darker, and its body was denser. From afar, it looked like a real body. Xiaohei looked at the excited Yi Qinghan in confusion. He didn't know what was going on. He looked around curiously, but didn't find anything special in the nearby passages. Just as he was about to ask Yi Qinghan, he suddenly felt a faint aura. It was a somewhat evil and cold aura. Xiaohei suddenly came to his senses and shouted, This is the aura of an evil demon. Boss, this is the aura of an evil demon. Let's go. Yi Qinghan nodded and shouted. Xiao He immediately shouted and turned into a blue dragon, running forward. The more he ran, the stronger the evil demon aura became. This evil demon aura also had a faint pressure. It was definitely not from a low-level evil demon. Is there a demon monarch nearby? If there's a demon monarch, it's very likely that the demon barracks are nearby. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he became. In the end, he could not wait any longer. He circulated the power of cold, and frantically rushed towards the source of the demonic aura. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Ah! While running, Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense vaguely sensed a faint voice calling out to him. This voice was incomparably familiar, causing his body to suddenly come to a halt. His divine sense immediately swept towards the source of the sound. And when he found out clearly, his whole body's hair stood on end, just like a lion whose tail had been stepped on. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it was almost tangible. His expression turned savage, and the power of frost began to circulate wildly. He turned into a shooting star and shot forward. At the same time he shouted, Xiao He, Zhu Yi is being demonized by the devil monarch 1,000,000 kilometers ahead. Speed. Zhu Yi, hold on, wait for me. Zhu? Xiao He was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance. After a moment of shock, his killing intent soared into the sky. The entire passageway was filled with a somber killing intent. Xiao He roared. It's the devil monarch? Kill, kill, kill. One man and one soul body rushed forward with boundless killing intent. Their speed was like lightning or a blizzard, sweeping through the world. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already rushed over. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Save me, save Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi doesn't want to become a demon. Zhu Yi is so scared. At the other end of the passageway, Zhu Yi's clothes were whiter than snow. Her skin was as white as jade, and her graceful body was rolling on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, and her beautiful face was filled with struggle. Her eyes alternated between red and black, making her look like a malicious spirit. She kept rolling on the ground, occasionally crashing into the wall. Blood flowed out of her forehead. At this moment, she no longer had the grace and elegance of a high and mighty queen. Instead, she looked like a lonely little woman. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly curled, making people feel sorry for her. She held her head with her lotus-like hands. Her beautiful lips opened and closed as she shouted with all her might. Great Emperor, Great Emperor, Great Emperor! Aomo, who had devoured more than 1,000,000 low-level demon creatures, used the secret technique of the demon realm to forcefully increase his strength to the 9th grade supreme martial artist. How could Zhu Yi resist such a powerful strength? This was because Aomo wanted to demonize Zhu Yi and turn her into a demon realm creature. Otherwise he would have killed her long ago. Zhu Yi's rolling on the ground became weaker and weaker. The red and black color in her eyes became more and more frequent, and her cries became weaker and weaker. It was clear that she could not resist the demonic aura, and completely turned into a demon. Zhu Yi, hold on. I'm coming. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. It was obvious that the roar was amplified by power, and it resounded for hundreds of thousands of miles, shaking the passageway. The echoes intertwined in the passageway, shocking everyone. Great Emperor, it's really the Great Emperor. Zhu Yi's blood-red eyes suddenly became clear, and an ecstatic expression appeared on her face. It was as if she had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Although her body was still trembling, and the muscles on her face were still twisted, a hint of determination suddenly appeared in her eyes. Zhu Yi, it's me. I'm Yi Qinghan. Hold on. Hold on. Demon Monarch. All the monarchs from the demon realm who attacked the divine realm are in my hands. The lives of your 3 ancestral devils are also in my hands. Do you dare touch my people? Yi Qinghan's roar sounded again from afar. The light in Zhu Yi's eyes became even more determined, but faint black scales began to appear on her body. It was obvious that her body had been demonized, but her soul was still guarding her. A surprised voice came from Zhu Yi's body. Then, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from her body, and the evil and cold aura in the surroundings became even stronger. Zhu Yi's clear eyes instantly turned blood red. It was obvious that Aomo had sensed that someone was coming, so he increased the strength of his attack on Zhu Yi's soul. Xiaohei, do it. Destroy this bastard. Two specters shot out from the passageway. In midair, Yi Qinghan roared, Demon Realm bastard, if you dare to demonize my people, I swear that I will make your demon realm barren, and not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Bastard, die. Xiaohei condensed into a blue dragon and roared, enveloping the entire passageway. Wherever Xiaohei passed, the faint demonic aura and black fog in the air instantly melted like snow under the scorching sun. Hiss! A cold roar sounded. Zhu Yi's body trembled, and a cloud of black fog suddenly emerged from her body. It turned into a huge black dragon and fought with Xiaohei. Hiss! As the black dragon roared, countless other roars echoed in the distance. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out, and saw thousands of demons rushing towards them. At the front were 2 demon monarchs, and behind them were several hundred Azura kings. Xiaohei, first remove all the demonic aura from Zhu Yi's body. As Yi Qinghan saw the demon monarchs withdraw from Zhu Yi's body, he let out a great sigh of relief. He activated the Fire God battle armor and with a teleport, he picked up Zhu Yi. After probing her, a dazzling light shot out from his eyes. He coldly shouted, the demon barracks must be nearby. Kill them all for me. Don't leave a single one alive. Chapter 1334. There was no need for Yi Qinghan to say anything. Xiaohei was excited to see the evil devil army. His spiritual body had an inexplicable connection with the Slaughter God Saber. The Slaughter God Saber had a strong suppressive ability against the evil devil world's creatures. When Xiaohei fought against the evil devil world's creatures, it was like a wolf facing a lamb. There was no threat at all. It was a one-sided massacre. However, it was obvious that Aomo did not know about Xiaohei's abnormal ability. He transformed into a black dragon, and fought against the blue dragon that Xiaohei had transformed into. He even summoned the people nearby to help him. In the end, Aomo discovered something that terrified him. This strange blue dragon actually had the same ability as the devil monarch. The black dragon that he had transformed into could easily send a rank 9 martial artists flying with its claws, tail flick, and bite. However, it could not pose any threat to Xiaohei at all. This blue dragon could always become transparent when he attacked, dodging his attacks. Moreover, his powerful demonification ability was useless against Xiaohei. Instead, he was being demonified, corroded, and devoured by Xiaohei. When his demonic aura came into contact with Xiaohei's green gas, it was immediately corroded and devoured. His demonic aura became weaker and weaker, but the light on Xiaohei's body became brighter and brighter. If this continued, what was the point of fighting? Hiss hiss. At the other end of the passageway, countless black fog spread out like thick smoke. The black fog was mixed with creepy sounds that made one's hair stand on end. The evil devil world's reinforcements had arrived. When Xiaohei and Aomo saw this, they were instantly shocked. Aomo roared and suddenly retreated. Xiaohei immediately followed. He transformed into a gust of wind and swept toward the evil devil army in front of him. Emperor, Emperor, it's really you. It's really you. After Aomo's body left Zhu Yi, Xiaohei separated a bit of energy to cleanse the demonic aura in Zhu Yi's body. Zhu Yi had already woken up. Although she was extremely weak and her face was pale, there was a sweet smile on her face. Zhu Yi, why did you enter the Devil Mountain? Didn't I tell you not to come in? You're so disobedient. Just wait and see how this young master will whip you to death. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi tenderly, caressing her weak face as he scolded her. Zhu Yi didn't flirt as Yi Qinghan had imagined. Instead, her face turned pale, and her eyes revealed a painful expression. She hurriedly said something, then turned her face away, not daring to look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. His lips trembled as he asked, someone else came in? Zhu Yi struggled to free herself from Yi Qinghan's embrace. Her body swayed and she knelt down. Her weaker body trembled slightly as she said in a low voice, the beast god insisted on coming in. I was afraid that something would happen to him, so I came in to look after him. In the end, we encountered a few 9th grade supreme martial artists, the beast god, the great emperor. Zhu Yi is guilty, punish Zhu Yi. Boom. Yi Qinghan's face instantly turned as pale as snow. The cold energy in his hands surged, and he smashed it against the wall beside him. The entire cave shook, and dust flew everywhere. Go in and rest first, Yi Qinghan said coldly. He threw Zhu Yi into the War Emperor Palace, then activated the cold energy and flew in Xiao Hei's direction. Humph, you're courting death. In the distance, Xiao Hei and the evil demon army were fighting fiercely. Wrong. It was Xiao Hei who was happily slaughtering. 2 lower grade 9 devil monarchs and thousands of Azura kings roared as they came to help. Who knew that their ancestor devil, their boss Aomo, would take advantage of the chaos to retreat. Moreover, they were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and were immediately enveloped by the gust of wind that Xiao Hei had turned into. The 2 ninth grade demons immediately turned into black dragons and fought in the air. However, the gust of wind that Xiao Hei had turned into was not affected by their attacks at all. The more they struggled, the happier Xiao Hei swallowed. As for the Azuras, they were instantly turned into dust and swallowed by Xiao Hei. The white badges on the ground fell like snowflakes, covering the black stones on the ground. It was as if a heavy snowstorm had fallen. Swish. Yi Qinghan ignored these low-level demons. He turned into a red blur and rapidly rampaged through the evil demon army. With the protection of the fire god battle armor, the demonic aura could not harm him at all. He waved his hands, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. A giant palm that emitted a horrifying aura shot out and smashed toward a mass of black fog that was quietly retreating in front of him. The moment the giant palm condensed, the remaining Azura kings and the 2 ninth grade demons felt a tremendous pressure suddenly appear, suppressing all the creatures in the evil demon world, to the point that they did not dare to move. It was as if the sky had collapsed at this moment. In the eyes of all the creatures in the evil demon world, the nearby passage had disappeared. The gust of wind that Xiao Hei had turned into had also disappeared. Everything around them had disappeared. The only thing left between heaven and earth was a giant green palm. This Divine Emperor Supreme. The attack of this divine world martial artist is actually so tyrannical and powerful. Is this still an attack that a martial artist can make? Aomo's rapidly escaping body stopped. He felt as if his body had been enveloped by this giant palm. He could not even move, and he was so scared that his soul left his body. His 9th grade supremacy ability was originally forcibly increased, and he was slightly weaker than an ordinary 9th grade supremacy. What could he do now? He could only watch as the giant palm whistled toward him. He felt as if the sky had suddenly collapsed and was pressing down on him. This kind of pressure and power could not be resisted. My life is over, the holy world is over. Aomo cried out in despair. It was true that a devil monarch had a nearly immortal ability, but beneath this absolute strength, his main body was annihilated. Even a divine emperor supreme wouldn't be able to save him. Bang! A destructive strength broke through the air and came crashing down. The black fog that Aomo had turned into melted away like snow beneath this giant palm, revealing his main body. His main body was instantly sent flying backwards by the giant palm. His body was severely wounded, but he didn't die. Xiao Hei swallow him. Yi Qinghan had the ability to completely destroy this abyssal supreme, but he wasn't stupid enough to do so. Xiao Hei needed a massive amount of energy to evolve. Xiao Hei didn't care about the remaining Azura king and the 2 ninth grade demons. This abyssal supreme had been severely wounded and was the easiest to swallow. He immediately flew over and covered Aomo. My lord, please spare me. Aomo's body constantly struggled, trying to break free from Xiao Hei's devouring. But no matter how much he struggled, Xiao Hei followed him like a shadow. Aomo's body became weaker and weaker, and the strength of his struggles also became weaker. Zhou. The 2 devil monarchs and the countless Azura kings trembled in fear. Their souls left their bodies, wanting to escape in another direction. Humph! Yi Qinghan coldly snorted. The fire god's heart flashed, and he directly teleported, appearing in front of the devil monarchs and Azura kings. He condensed another giant palm. Immediately, a world-destroying pressure enveloped all the demons. All the demons were immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move even half a step. Their bodies trembled in fear. Xiao Hei, hurry up, we still need to go to the abyssal camp. I've already found the entrance to the demon mountain. Yi Qinghan's face was filled with killing intent. The beast god seemed to have perished. The beast god was the only person that made him feel close to the beast god race. Lord Devour's death for love had already made him extremely sad. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. Only by venting all his anger on the devil army would he feel better. Young man, if you still dare to casually release this strange attack in the planar battlefield, once Pan Xing discovers it, you will die without a doubt. Your divine world will also be destroyed immediately. Just as Yi Qinghan was immersed in the bad news of the beast god, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang in his ears. What was extremely strange was that the scene in front of Yi Qinghan suddenly changed. In a trance, he saw a towering cylindrical mountain peak. A purple-clothed woman was calmly looking at him. Chapter 1335. Who is it? Yi Qinghan cried out in alarm. His body trembled, and the huge palm in front of him collapsed. The blurry image in front of him was also shattered. All he could see were countless frightened, ugly faces of demons. Who is it? Who's talking? Yi Qinghan looked around in fear. He quickly released his divine sense to search around. However, he didn't notice that every hair on his body was standing on end. This time it wasn't because of excitement, but because of fear. Boss, what's wrong with you? Xiao He had already swallowed the heavily injured devil sovereign. He flew over and saw the panic-stricken Yi Qinghan. He stopped swallowing the other demons and asked nervously. Yi Qinghan shook his head and pretended to be calm. He waved his hand and signaled Xiao He to swallow the other demons first. His mind worked quickly, and he began to think about the strange thing that happened just now. Young man, if you dare to release your strange attack in the planar battlefield, once Pan Xing finds out, you will die for sure. Your divine realm will be destroyed immediately. Young man? Strange attack? Pan Xing? Death for sure? Mountain? Yi Qinghan's mind flashed like electric sparks. He quickly analyzed the meaning of this sentence. She could use her divine sense to search him without him knowing, and transmit her voice to him. Moreover, she could condense a blurry image in front of him. With such a divine ability, Yi Qinghan believed that no one in this world could do it except for divine emperors and supremes. The mountain in the image was so tall. In the planar battlefield, there was a high chance that Pan Shan was the one with such a high mountain. Therefore, there was a 90% chance that this woman was a divine emperor and supremes. And if this woman was a divine emperor and supremes, her words weren't baseless. Strange attack? Could it be that this woman found out about my cold power? Then did she find out about my abnormal soul space? She didn't kill me but warned me? She told me not to release the attack, and said that if Pan Xing found out, he would kill me immediately. Destroy the divine realm? Pan Xing, surnamed Pan? Pan Jie? Pan Shan. Pan Xing could kill me? Destroy the divine realm? Is Pan Xing also a divine emperor? And the old man in sackcloth, are there 3 divine emperors? Yi Qinghan was confused. However, after Little Black swallowed all the demons, Yi Qinghan quickly sorted out his thoughts and confirmed a few points. But she didn't mean him any harm, and seemed to be helping him. But he didn't have any malice towards him. Instead, he seemed to be helping him cover up. Secondly, Pan Xing was most likely a divine emperor supreme martial artist. With the strength of this woman, she had no motive to lie to him. Then, if Pan Xing discovered his strange ability, it was very likely that he would do as the woman said, and destroy him, and the entire god realm. Third, there was more than one. The old man in sackcloth was very likely to be a divine emperor. After clarifying these points, Yi Qinghan became even more confused. He thought of the murderous aura that swept past him not long ago. It was very likely that it was emitted by Pan Xing. The old man in sackcloth did not know if he was good or bad, but the woman in purple seemed to love him. That Pan Xing, on the other hand, was filled with killing intent. Once he found out about my strange ability, he would kill me? No matter what. Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not make a move in the parallel plane battlefield. Xiao He would also try not to make a move. He could not gamble and could not afford to lose. I will immediately find the evil demon's camp. 1. 5 million points should be enough. I will immediately go into seclusion and announce my withdrawal from the final battle. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. When he saw Xiao He flying over, He shouted at Xiaohei. Enter the slaughter god blade. I will collect the emblems first. When we find the evil demon's camp, you will immediately kill them all. Although Xiaohei did not know what happened to Yi Qinghan, when he saw Yi Qinghan's solemn expression, he did not say anything and immediately flew into the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan silently collected the emblems. 2 devil monarchs, hundreds of Azura kings, and thousands of Azuras added up to tens of thousands of points. However, what puzzled Yi Qinghan was that the evil demon's emblem was also black and not gold. He did not know that the evil demon's emblem was forcefully raised. As he ran, Yi Qinghan did not dare to use the power of cold anymore. He headed straight for the colored passageway. As expected, 1 hour later, Yi Qinghan saw that the passageway was getting wider, and there was a faint light in front of him. The evil and cold demonic aura was getting thicker. I found the evil demon's camp. Xiaohei, do it. Devour with all your strength. Don't let a single demon escape. I want all the creatures from the evil demon realm to be unable to return to the planar battlefield. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the Devil Mountain. Dark clouds covered the sky and black fog rolled about. From time to time, bone-chilling howls could be heard. The open space in front of the passageway was like an Azura hell. Demons danced about chaotically. It was extremely horrifying. Waha, so many demonic creatures. It looks like I, Lord Xiaohei, will have no choice but to evolve this time. Xiaohei threw his head back and laughed. He turned into a blue dragon, and carried a biting cold killing intent as he whizzed forward. The black fog tumbled about. The giant blue dragon shuttled in and out of the black fog. The roars of demons could be heard everywhere. Countless demonic powerhouses turned into black dragons and tangled with the blue dragon in the black fog. Waves of cold aura spread through the air. The entire square outside the Devil Mountain was in chaos. The scene was so shocking that it could scare a cow to death. 1,500,000 points are at my fingertips. Looking at the white badges falling down like snowflakes, Yi Qinghan's heart finally relaxed a little. Then he thought of the voice transmission just now and his heart became even heavier. A divine Emperor Supreme. This was an existence that was like a coiling mountain, pressuring him to the point of suffocation. But after comprehending the Tao of unyielding, Yi Qinghan had an urge to fight a divine Emperor Supreme. Luckily, he was very clear that if he provoked them now, he would be courting death. He would also drag everyone in the divine world down with him. Wait until my cold domain is complete. This young master will not hesitate to fight you all. Yi Qinghan looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with arrogance. The strange changes in his soul space had given him the confidence to be above others. He had a feeling that as long as the cold domain was complete, he would not fear anyone. Woo woo. The strange cries ahead pulled Yi Qinghan's thoughts back. The battle ahead had come to an end. Xiaohei was like an invincible divine emperor against the demon army, easily sweeping through them. Especially the low-level demons, they were swallowed in a single move. The giant blue dragon in the sky grew stronger and stronger. The chilling blue light, in the black fog, was like a dazzling demonic sun. Wherever it swept through, the demons were killed and swallowed, and the badges fell like snowflakes. The demonic creatures finally began to panic, and began to flee in all directions. Several devil monarchs were swallowed, and nearly 1 million low-level demons were killed. The white and blue badges on the ground fell in pieces. Even the most unintelligent Shura knew that this blue dragon was invincible, an invincible existence. Zhu Yi, come out and help me collect points. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission, then with a long whistle he rushed forward. Zhu Yi's body quietly appeared. Looking at the scene of demons dancing in front of her, she was startled. Then seeing the invincible blue dragon in the sky and the badges all over the ground, she was instantly overjoyed. Her charming body turned into a light feather, flying towards the battlefield with Yi Qinghan. Chapter 1336. So many badges. Heavens! There should be millions of points here, right? The beast deity was worried that the great emperor would not have enough points. Sigh. Zhu Yi looked at the white badges on the ground, and thought of the beast deity's skinny face. She could not help but feel sad. She looked up at Yi Qinghan, who was silently collecting badges. Zhu Yi did not dare to show it, afraid that it would cause Yi Qinghan's sorrow. She quickly lowered her head and collected all the badges. Still want to run? Boss, suppress them. Wait until I finish devouring these evil monarchs, then I'll take care of those little bastards. In midair, Xiaohei was entangled with a few black dragons. 2/3 of the dozen evil monarchs had been devoured by him. The fiend realm really did not have any powerhouses. The strongest evil monarchs present were upper rank 9. How could they be a match for Xiaohei? Yi Qinghan swept his gaze at the low-level evil demons that were fleeing in all directions. They had been far away from the start, and had wanted to join the battle in a hurry. However, they realized that they had been swept away by Xiaohei. They were scared out of their wits and immediately turned to flee. Apart from the demon mountain, countless black fog shot out from the other 3 directions like hundreds of thousands of sharp swords. Yi Qinghan estimated that at least 700,000 to 800,000 low-level evil demons had escaped. These low-level evil demons were weak. If Yi Qinghan could condense the power of cold, he could easily suppress them and immobilize them. However, Yi Qinghan did not dare to make a move. He could only smile bitterly and let these low-level evil demons escape. Boss, why aren't you making a move? Xiaohei saw Yi Qinghan shaking his head slightly and continued to collect points. He called out urgently a few times. The green light he had turned into became even brighter, and he began to devour crazily. He had long felt that the next evolution was coming. It would be a great pity if they ran away with so much energy. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and said to Zhu Yi, suppress those evil demons over there. Zhu Yi Lianhua's feet lightly tapped the ground, and she turned into a cloud of flying cotton, flying toward the abyss devils that were fleeing the most. In the blink of an eye, he stood above them, and the power of space revolved, enveloping more than 100,000 low-level demons. The battle ended in less than an hour. Yi Qinghan was still collecting badges with Zhu Yi. This time, all the strong members of the Devil Legion were killed. At least 2/3 of the low-level devils were devoured. The rest of the devils turned into birds and beasts and fled in all directions, disappearing into the vast mountains. After Xiaohei devoured all the demons that Zhu Yi had suppressed, the rest of the demons hadn't run far, so he couldn't catch up to them at all. However, he did not continue to chase after Yi Qinghan. Instead, he happily flew towards Yi Qinghan. Without saying a single word, he immediately entered the slaughter god blade, and fell into a deep sleep. He transformed into the soul-devouring beast's original body, which was glowing with green light. It was obvious that he was going to evolve again. This time Xiaohei devoured a grade 9 supreme, for grade 9 upper, and more than 10 grade 9 lower. There were more than 100,000 Azura Kings and more than 2 million Azuras. Such a huge amount of energy was enough for him to evolve perfectly, even though he already felt like he was about to evolve. After a while, Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi finally finished collecting all the badges. Yi Qinghan entered the entrance of the Devil Mountain, and immediately brought Zhu Yi into the War Emperor Palace. This was the main camp of the Devil Legion. Since the evil demons had escaped, it was almost impossible for outsiders to come here. It was also impossible for them to coincidentally shake the space here. It was very safe. Great Emperor, these are the points that the Beast God and I collected, but they are obviously useless. After entering, Zhu Yi passed a spatial ring to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan kept the badges silently. Then, he used his divine sense to lock onto the slaughter god blade, and carefully checked it twice. After confirming that Xiaohei was in good condition and had already evolved, he looked at Zhu Yi calmly. He then looked at Zhu Yi and said, Zhu Yi, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's all my fault. Tell me the details. Beast God, after you entered the Devil Mountain for a few years, after thinking about it, he felt uneasy for you to shoulder such a heavy burden alone. You also know how much he cares about you. Hence, he insisted on letting everyone in. Even if we had to sacrifice everyone, as long as you were fine and the Divine Realm won, it would be fine. Gongtian and the rest followed your orders and refused to come in. Actually, we were also very hesitant. However, the Beast God stubbornly wanted to come in, so I could only accompany him. We met a few 9th grade beastmen supreme martial artists. I heard an explosion and coincidentally entered the teleportation formation, and was teleported here. Zhu Yi's face was gloomy as she explained the situation to Yi Qinghan in detail. Yi Qinghan's heart was also in his throat, but his face turned ashen. After remaining silent for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, Beastmen dimension, if you dare to kill our ancestor, as long as I, Yi Qinghan, am not dead, there will be a day when I will uproot your dimension. Zhu Yi looked at the furious Yi Qinghan. She could feel his endless murderous aura and his suppressed emotions. Her legs softened, kneeling in front of Yi Qinghan, hugging Yi Qinghan's leg. She faced Yi Qinghan, her face full of self-blame and guilt. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Qinghan. Great Emperor, you can scold me. Hit me. Zhu Yi is guilty. Don't do this. If you scold me or hit me, I will feel better. Yi Qinghan's emotions were really suppressed. After so many years of continuous battles, he hadn't had a moment of peace. Lord Devour had died for love. And now, the beast god was most likely dead. The god emperor was like a mountain pressing on him. The lives and deaths of billions of people in the divine world were like a sharp sword hanging over his head, making it hard for him to breathe. He was the great emperor of the divine world, the #1 genius of billions of years in the divine world. He had so many halos and honors, but no one knew how bitter his heart was. Looking at Zhu Yi kneeling on the ground, looking at her tear-stained face, he had an impulse to cry. However, he knew that a man could only bleed and not shed tears. He could only stand and die. He couldn't kneel and live. Thus he didn't shed a tear or say anything. He just stooped, reaching out one hand to gently wipe the tears from the corners of Zhu Yi's eyes. Then he hugged her tightly. Zhu Yi was also depressed. She was the king of the fire god tribe, but at this moment, she had to disobey the order of the god emperor. She had to risk the extinction of the fire god tribe to enter the battlefield quietly. When the beast god was in danger, and she was about to be demonized by the devil monarch, Yi Qinghan had descended from the sky to save her. However, he didn't blame her. Quite the contrary, he had made her feel guilty and blamed herself. Two depressed people, two strange emotions, two people who could be smashed to pieces at any time, tightly hugged each other. They used their bodies to give each other warmth, giving each other a moment of peace. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Crazily want Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi wants your love. Zhu Yi wants you. All of a sudden, Zhu Yi began to kiss Yi Qinghan madly. Her hands tore at Yi Qinghan's robes. Her fiery lips fell on Yi Qinghan's face, mouth, neck, and chest like raindrops. Yi Qinghan stared blankly for a moment. Looking at Zhu Yi, who was like a crazy kitten, the pressure in his heart transformed into a blazing evil fire. He roared and started to tear Zhu Yi's clothes frantically. The two of them became naked in an instant. The two of them intertwined with each other, and finally combined into one. The temperature in the room also started to rise, and it started to burn crazily. Chapter 1337. The wind stopped and the rain dispersed. The clouds returned and the moon returned. The two of them hugged each other tightly, and fell into a deep sleep. They did not care about anything, did not think about anything, just wanted to enjoy this moment of peace. Zhu Yi's face was filled with a sweet smile. At this moment, she was no longer a high and mighty queen, but just a little woman to Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi, what are the rules of the final battle? How are we going to withdraw from the final battle? One day later, both Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi woke up. Xiao He was still evolving and would probably not wake up for a while. Yi Qinghan simply carried Zhu Yi on the bed and asked her. Half of Zhu Yi's body was stuck to Yi Qinghan. Her fair skin was covered with bruises, especially her jade-like neck, which was filled with shocking kiss marks. On her plump butt, there were also countless clear palm prints. Yi Qinghan was not much better. His body was covered with Zhu Yi's scratches and kiss marks. The two of them had been too wild last night. So much so that Zhu Yi was like a dead fish now, not wanting to move even half a finger. Fortunately, after venting out their emotions, the two of them had returned to normal. Zhu Yi lazily leaned against Yi Qinghan, then said, The terrain of the planar battlefield is very simple. The demon mountains form a circle, and within it is the battlefield for the final battle. The center of the battlefield is Mount Pan. After a few years, the final battle will begin. Everyone will be teleported into the battlefield. Of course, people from different dimensions will be teleported together, forming a square formation. The terrain of the dimensional battlefield is even more strange and complicated. There are teleportation restrictions everywhere. If you are not careful, you will be teleported. Of course, you will only be teleported inside the battlefield, not outside of the Demon Mountains. Once you enter the battlefield, you can start killing. The restrictions in the sky are even stronger and denser. There will also be fog inside, and your divine senses can only reach 1,000 meters. Once the final battle begins, the battlefield will be like hell. Even a 9th grade supreme martial artist will be ambushed and killed by enemies that appear from all directions if you are not careful. There are countless god-trapping restrictions there. Even a 9th grade supreme martial artist can be trapped. If you are not careful and get trapped, you will only become a live target waiting for death. 1 month after the start of the final battle, you can surrender or withdraw from the final battle. The terrain of each plane was fixed. The immortal world was a small mountain. So after we enter, as long as we don't run around and guard the place for a month, we can immediately announce our withdrawal from the final battle. At that time, we'll be teleported to the peak of Mount Pan. We'll hand over our emblems, and we'll be considered the victorious plane. Although Zhu Yi had never participated in a planar war, the Fire God clan was the strongest clan in the divine world. They had participated in countless planar wars, and the clan had detailed records of all kinds of planar wars. 1 month. How could he only withdraw after a month? What kind of *T rule is that? After Yi Qinghan heard this, his body suddenly trembled, and his face turned pale. Zhu Yi flipped over and pressed herself on top of Yi Qinghan. Her 2 round snow-white hemispheres were pressed into 2 meat pancakes. Her brows slightly furrowed as she asked in puzzlement. "What's wrong, Great Emperor?" The planar wars had always been like this. "Are you worried that a legion from another plane will attack us?" "Hee, you don't have to worry. Under normal circumstances, if we don't go out, it means that we don't want to participate in the final battle. The experts from the other planes will not attack us. Moreover, our terrain is a high mountain. When the time comes, we can let the Wind Moon Monarch set up some restrictions. With your strength, together with Gong Tian and us, even if the enemy attacks, it will be enough to deter them. They will naturally retreat." "I hope so." Yi Qinghan listened and felt a little more at ease. However, his mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. The purple-robed lady forbade him from releasing any attacks in the planar battlefield. Originally, Yi Qinghan had decided not to make a move at the foot of Mount Pan. Now he didn't dare to make a move. At the foot of Mount Pan, during the final battle, the God Emperor Supremes would definitely be watching. Once he made a move, the special pressure of the cold energy would definitely attract the attention of the God Emperor Supremes. With the strength of the purple-robed lady, she wouldn't tease him for no reason. Moreover, she probably didn't have any balls. Therefore, Yi Qinghan reckoned that once he made a move, the God Emperor Supremes called Pan Xing would immediately blast the people of the deity realm into smithereens. Sigh. Xiao He just happened to evolve during this period of time. I don't know if he can wake up before the final battle. Since the purple-robed lady can detect me, she can definitely detect Xiao He as well. This means that Xiao He's existence is normal. Even if he makes a move, that Pan Xing person won't care. Although Xiao He's refining ability has increased a lot, can he refine so much energy in 10 years? Yi Qinghan secretly prayed. He prayed that they wouldn't meet a strong enemy in the final battle. He prayed that Xiao He would finish evolving soon. Otherwise, with Gong Tian alone, if the deity realm army met a strong enemy, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. There are still 10 years left. I don't know if the Great Emperor and Beast God Jui are doing well. God Emperor Supremes, please bless them and let them get through these 10 years safely. I also hope that the Great Emperor can obtain enough points. In the camp of the deity realm army, the Ice Queen stood alone outside the passage of Demon Mountain. She had turned into a beautiful ice sculpture and stared at the passage of Demon Mountain. She had been standing here for several years. She was the queen of the Ice Snow race. The Ice Snow race had a cold temperament. They also cultivated the law of ice. Their race was cold all year round. They didn't like to communicate with outsiders and weren't good at expressing their inner feelings. However, after following Yi Qinghan for so many years, She was already used to following him. She didn't know if it was because of Yi Qinghan's strength or because of Yi Qinghan's charm, but she had an inexplicable sense of attachment to Yi Qinghan. Your Majesty, you have been standing here for several years. Are you tired? Don't worry, Emperor Han Yi is so strong and will definitely obtain enough points. Come, enter my palace to drink some tea. I have top-quality ecstasy tea there. A person suddenly appeared beside the Ice Queen. This person looked like a young man. He looked really handsome and his actions were really elegant. He had a smile on his face that was really mesmerizing. However, the glow in his eyes when he looked at the Ice Queen made one feel disgusted. No need, King Gongwei, please go back. The Ice Queen acted like she didn't hear it. After a long while, she glanced coldly at the young man and said calmly. She continued to look at the passage of Demon Mountain and turned into an ice sculpture. Gongwei was a grade 9 king from the water god race. He was one of the generals that came with Gong Tian and was weaker than him. He always had a good impression of the Ice Queen, or rather he had a strong desire to possess her. The Ice Queen had a beautiful face and strong strength, especially her cold body. If he hugged her and played with her, it would definitely be a different feeling. Yi Qinghan and Beast God Zhu Yi weren't here, so Gongwei started to chat with the Ice Queen to try and conquer this ice beauty. The Ice Queen's calm gaze, especially the disdain in her eyes and her stubborn attitude, made Gongwei a little embarrassed and angry. He said with a slightly heavier tone, Your Majesty, I don't want to scold you, but why don't you take care of your body? The decisive battle is about to begin. You must conserve your strength and build up your strength in order to guard against any sudden changes. If Emperor Han Yi, the Beast God and Zhu Yi all die in the Devil Mountain, the God Realm can only rely on our clan and your Majesty. The Ice Queen's reply was really quick. Before Gongwei even finished, killing intent surged from her body. Her aura soared and the surrounding temperature dropped. She stared at Gongwei coldly and said word by word, Emperor won't die. Beast God and Zhu Yi won't die either. If you dare to say such words again, I won't be polite. Scram. Chapter 1338. Scoff. You don't know what's good for you. Gongwei's face instantly turned green. He stared in rage and the aura around his body rose up. There were 7 experts in the God World camp and 5 of them were from the Water God race. This Ice Queen actually dared to tell him to scram in front of so many people? He looked at the weird gazes from the numerous low-grade martial artists around. His face was filled with rage and embarrassment. He pointed at the Ice Queen and scolded. I am reminding you that you have participated in the planar war and know how dangerous Demon Mountain is. What if the Emperor and the others die and God World doesn't rely on our race? It will definitely be wiped out. You still dare to treat me like that, you smelly. Xiao. Ice Queen didn't say another word. A cold intent rumbled from her body and snow fell from the sky. Numerous ice shards formed and shot towards Gongwei. Hong. Gongwei didn't expect Ice Queen to really dare to attack. When he reacted, numerous ice shards shot over. His body flew backward, and his body was smashed into a bloody mess. However, it was obvious that Ice Queen held back. If not, he would definitely die from such a close distance. Xiao. Several people flew out from the camp. Gong Tian and the others were shocked by Ice Queen's attack. Wind Moon Sovereigns were also shocked and they immediately flew behind Ice Queen. Ice Queen, what is the meaning of this? Gong Tian looked at Gongwei who was in a bloody mess and his face turned green. The other 3 grade 9 martial artists' faces were dark and sunken. Space power gathered and killing intent surged around. Nothing. This person deserves a beating, scoff. If we weren't in the planar battlefield, he would have died. Ice Queen didn't fear anything. She looked coldly at Gong Tian, and didn't even bother to explain. Scoff. You are asking to die. Emperor, kill this B*TCH. The 3 grade 9 water god lords were furious. They gathered their space power and waited for Gong Tian to give the order to attack. The atmosphere became tense and a huge battle was about to break out. Scoff, you want to attack? Come at me and see if I will even blink. Ice Queen scoffed coldly. Space power gathered on her body and snowflakes fell, causing the space around to freeze. Scoff, you think I don't dare? I can crush you like an ant. Gong Tian was infuriated by Ice Queen's attitude. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand. Instantly killing intent covered Ice Queen. Although Wind Moon's sovereign didn't know why Ice Queen would attack, he believed in her character. He gritted his teeth and stepped forwards. He stared furiously. Gongtian, if you dare to touch the queen, then kill me too. Let's see how you will die when the emperor returns. Your clan will be exterminated. Xiao. From the rear of the main camp, countless warriors suddenly shot out. They were all 5th, 6th, and 7th grade war gods. They were the experts of Yi Qinghan's Yi family army. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that Yi Qinghan and Ice Queen had a good relationship. As for the water god race, they didn't give the god world warriors a good impression. So the higher-ups of the Yi family army, the commanders and captains braved the solemn atmosphere and charged forwards. They all stood behind Ice Queen and didn't say a single word. They just stood there silently and stared furiously at Gongtian and the others. Xiao. The moment the Yi family army commanders and captains moved, the entire Yi family army was alerted. Like a swarm of locusts, they surrounded the battlefield. They didn't say a single word, but the killing intent on their bodies gathered. It was actually able to go up against Gongtian's killing intent. Ice Queen glanced coldly and laughed coldly. She looked at Gongtian, whose face turned dark and sunken. Gongtian, your subordinate actually cursed the emperor to die. I didn't kill him today, and that is already giving you face. If you want to take revenge for your subordinate, then come at me. The moment Ice Queen said this, the expressions of the hundreds of thousands of Yi family army changed. Killing intent surged into the sky, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Hundreds of thousands of cold gazes shot towards Gongtian on the ground. The coldness in their eyes could freeze Gongtian into ice. If you want to kill the queen, you have to step over our corpses. Water god race trash, you actually dare to curse the emperor? I will rip all of you apart. Brothers, kill them. Anyone who curses the emperor will be killed. Chop these bastards. Ice Queen's casual words were like an explosion. Numerous Yi family army soldiers shot out, the blades in their hands rumbled. Tens of thousands of them didn't say a word and charged towards Gongtian and the others. Stop. Ice Queen didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would actually have such influence in the Yi family army. She wanted to stir up their will to fight the enemy together, but who knew that they would be so rash to actually start killing right away? While they were panicking, the sky full of snow swept down. The huge space power suppressed their attacks. Gongtian and the others' faces were ashen white, especially Gongtian. He knew that Yi Qinghan didn't die, otherwise he would have died long ago. Originally, he didn't plan to attack and just wanted to regain some face. Now that Yi Qinghan's subordinates were so rash, once a chaotic battle broke out, he wouldn't be able to suppress them. If his subordinates killed all of Yi Qinghan's subordinates, once Yi Qinghan returned, with Yi Qinghan's personality, the entire water god race would be wiped out. Thus he hurriedly released his spatial energy to suppress his subordinates and shouted, "Stop!" Ice Queen's face flushed red. She flew into the air and cupped her fists towards them. Yi family army, listen to my orders. All of you return. The emperor hates internal conflicts. If you are so rash, when he returns, he will be sad. Don't worry, Gongtian and the others won't fight amongst themselves. Am I right? Of course not. They won't. Gongtian's expression became really awkward under everyone's gazes. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Looking at the countless vicious gazes around him, his heart was incomparably furious and jealous. Yi Qinghan actually had such a great influence in the divine realm, and was so loved and respected by the martial artists of the divine realm. Perhaps even he himself did not have such a great rallying power in the Water God clan. Yi family army, return. The queen is right, we can bleed for the emperor, but we can't make him sad. Return. Whoever dares to make the emperor sad, I will chop him up. Listen to the queen and return. If they dare to attack, we will rip them apart. The Yi family army came really quickly and left really quickly. After the few commanders hollered, hundreds of thousands of them surged back like a flood and returned to their camps. Let's go. Gongtian scoffed coldly, bringing Gong Wei and the others into his space god artifact. Ice Queen flew down but didn't say anything. She continued to stare stubbornly at the Demon Mountain tunnel and turned into an ice sculpture. Emperor, we can't take this lying down. If this spreads back to God world, our water god race will lose all our face. Our ancestors will be ashamed. Within Gong Tian's space god artifact, a grade 9 king scolded the moment he entered. The others looked at Gong Tian with a burning gaze like they were waiting for his orders. Gong Tian scolded. Idiot, do you want me to die? Do you want the entire water god race to be wiped out? Yi Qinghan isn't dead. If we can't kill all of them and one escapes, or if they have a special method to send messages, the entire water god race will be wiped out by Yi Qinghan. Then what should we do? Gong Wei's injuries were much better. He struggled to stand up and said viciously. There is no rush. A sliver of viciousness flashed through Gong Tian's eyes as he hatefully said. The great battle is about to begin. If the situation in the god realm is dire, I'll threaten Yi Qinghan and make him return my soul fire. At that time, we'll kill him. Since we've already stepped into the planar battlefield, if we don't die this time, we'll be able to kill Yi Qinghan. When we return, we'll unify the immortal world and restore the ancient glory of our water god clan. Yi Qinghan, that bastard, as long as I get the chance, I'll definitely tear him to pieces and toy with his women to death. Chapter 1339. Foxy, that old fellow isn't dead, right? In the most luxurious palace in the beastman's camp, the snake-headed beastman stared coldly at the fox-headed lady beside him with his triangular, blood-red eyes. The fox-headed lady revealed a charming expression on her furry face. She looked around proudly and smiled charmingly. He's not dead. I drugged him and made him dizzy. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. Hee hee. How could a mere 9th grade cultivator resist my Foxy's bewitchment? The 9th grade supreme cultivators felt their hearts tighten under Foxy's gaze. Clearly, they had suffered a lot from Foxy's bewitchment. The snake-headed beastman was not afraid at all. He said coldly, there are still 3 years before the final battle. Go and gather all the commanders. We need to make arrangements. When the time comes, we will break through the Divine Realm's stronghold and kill everyone there. Then we will obtain the 3 Paragon spiritual treasures. A burly beastman with a Qilin head stood up and dashed out of the palace. Soon, he returned with more than 100 beastmen with powerful auras. They were all 9th grade experts, and more than 20 of them were even at the upper 9th grade. The beastman dimension was indeed very powerful. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, commanders. The palace was very spacious. There was plenty of room for more than 100 people to enter. All of them prostrated on the ground and bowed. After the snake-headed beastman made a nasal sound, they split into 2 groups and stood respectfully. The snake-headed beastman's triangular, blood-red eyes swept across the palace. Then he said coldly, the final battle is about to begin. This time, the goal of our great beastman dimension is not to take first place, but to destroy a dimension. The Divine Realm dimension. Whoosh! As soon as the snake-headed beastman finished speaking, more than 100 beastman commanders burst into an uproar. They looked at each other and started discussing. The deity world was simply too famous in the Pan realm. In ancient times, the deity world had always won the planar wars, slaughtering a large number of experts from other planes and conquering a quarter of the major planes in the Pan realm. At that time, no plane had been able to compete with the deity world. In the planar battlefield, if one did not encounter the Divine Realm army, they would either die or be severely injured. The ancient era's 10 clans were all favored by the heavens. All of them possessed special skills. When they joined hands, they were simply unstoppable. On top of that, the immortal world had obtained the first place in the rankings many times, and obtained a large number of supreme spiritual treasures. Their offensive power was also ridiculously strong, and no other plane dared to compete with them. The only thing that puzzled the commanders was that the Divine World plane had already weakened. Moreover, although they had some enmity with the Beastmen plane in the past, they wouldn't have given up on first place just to annihilate the Divine World Legion, right? Silence. Foxy suddenly spoke. Her soft voice filled the air, and suddenly, the hall was silent. She smiled charmingly at the snake-headed half-beastman and said, there are 10 commander-level powerhouses from the Divine World this time. Two of them are senior commander-level powerhouses, but they have 3 Paragon Spirit treasures. Although the glory of being the top scorer was incomparably important, obtaining these 3 supreme spiritual treasures was even more important. Furthermore, because we were the ones who destroyed the Celestial Realm's army, we will be the first to attack the Celestial Realm. In ancient times, the Celestial Realm obtained many treasures. Think about it. As long as we destroy the Celestial Realm, those countless treasures will be ours. That's right, that's right. Lady Foxy is wise and mighty. Why didn't we think of that? Destroy the Celestial Realm and rob them of all their treasures. I want the Celestial Realm's beauties. I heard that their beauties are made of water. Wah. Destroy the Celestial Realm. Destroy the Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm's beauties? I heard that the Celestial Realm has a race called the Enchantress race. They are the most precious treasures that the heavens have bestowed upon men. I heard that their bodies can glow, and that thing down there can also shine. Wah. Let's go to the Celestial Realm. I want the Enchantress race's beauties. The group of half-beastmen began to shout excitedly. There were also quite a few beast-like men whose faces were flushed, and their bodies heated up. They rubbed their palms together, as if they were about to attack the Celestial Realm. When Foxy saw the group of people speaking such filthy and vulgar words, her face turned cold. She angrily said, "Silence. I didn't say anything. If anyone says another word, I'll kill them without mercy." Foxy's fame spread far and wide, and no one dared to speak again. When the snake-headed half-beastman saw that the half-beastmen were excited and filled with fighting spirit, he waved his hand, and the vital energy of heaven and earth above the palace began to gather together, forming a landscape painting. This landscape painting was very large, and it covered the entire palace. The scenery was incredibly realistic. It looked more like a map with lush ancient trees, mountain peaks, stone forests, canyons, deserts, and all sorts of other topography. In particular, there was a cylindrical peak in the middle of the painting. It was incomparably eye-catching. Everyone, look closely. This is the topography of Coiling Mountain. When the battle begins, we will be teleported to the bottom left. According to the records left behind by our ancestors, the Celestial Realm will be teleported to the top left. We are very far away from the Celestial Realm, and there are at least 13 major planes between us. What we need to do is to pierce through them within a month and reach the Celestial Realm's territory. Without waiting for them to surrender, we'll kill them all. The snake-headed half-beastman stood up, a large hand covered in black scales pointing at the map in the air. His triangular eyes were filled with killing intent. "Your Majesty, there are 13 major planes. How can we rush over in a month? If we start a war with other planes along the way, it will definitely attract the experts of other planes. Although we won't lose, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in a month." "That's right, Your Majesty. What if the Celestial Realm is no longer defended? Even if we rush over, what if they go to the Celestial Realm to participate in the war?" "That's right, Your Majesty. What if the Celestial Realm is destroyed before we even get there? Then wouldn't we have come for nothing?" Countless commanders voiced their doubts one after another, and for a moment, the hall was bustling with noise again. The half-beastmen captains twisted their fat bodies. Their faces flushed red as they loudly expressed their opinions. "Umph." The snake-headed half-beastman didn't need to say anything. With a cold snort, all the half-beastman captains immediately shut up and looked at him with dry eyes. There are only 2 captains in the Celestial Realm, so they definitely won't participate in the war. Moreover, one of their captains will enter the Demon Mountain, so I estimate that 1.5 million points will definitely be enough. Therefore, I predict that after the decisive battle, they will defend their stronghold, and will definitely announce their withdrawal from the war in a month. As for destroying them from other planes, this is impossible. There are no powerful planes near the Celestial Realm stronghold. The snake-headed half-beastman's black hand swiped across the map in the air and said faintly, "As for piercing through 13 planes in a month, I have my own definition. As long as you listen to my arrangements, I can guarantee that in less than 20 days, we will be able to reach the Celestial Realm's stronghold." Seeing that the snake-headed half-beastman was full of confidence, the captains immediately relaxed and shouted in unison, Your Majesty is wise and mighty. This time, you will definitely succeed. The celestial realm will not be able to escape this calamity. The snake-headed half-beastman stood with his hands behind his back, and the map in the air collapsed. His blood-red triangular eyes shone brightly as he looked at the demon mountain through the palace's entrance and murmured faintly, "Humph! I am determined to obtain the 3 supreme spiritual treasures. Celestial realm's great commanders, you actually dared to kill our half-beast plane's 4 great commanders. I will definitely make you wish you were dead, and your celestial realm will flow with rivers of blood." Chapter 1340. The final battle is about to begin, but Xiaohei still hasn't woken up. This is really troublesome. I can only pray that no strong enemies will come to attack us. In the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the bed, wearing a pair of black long pants. His upper body was bare, revealing his strong, wheat-colored muscles. He held a 2-meter-long black saber in his hand, and his face was full of worry. "Great Emperor." A pair of dazzling jade-like hands reached out from behind him and hugged his strong and sturdy chest. Following that, a beautiful face that was both angry and happy appeared from behind him and rested on his shoulder. She kissed him on the cheek and asked seductively, "What are you thinking about? Did he not serve you well just now? This is the first time I've used a harem flower to serve you, and I'm not used to it yet. Next time, you must perform well, okay?" Yi Qinghan smiled, temporarily suppressing the worry in his heart. He reached out to touch Zhu Yi's smooth face, turned his head and pecked her red lips, saying, "It's none of your business. I'm just worried about the final battle." "Great Emperor, it's not that I want to criticize you, but with your strength, no 9th-grade supreme martial artist is a match for you. With you here, who dares to come forward and court death? We're just defending and won't participate in the battle. I think even the stupidest experts from the alien planes won't come to bite us." Zhu Yi had been intimate with Yi Qinghan for the past few years, and became more and more subdued by his manly charm. Yi Qinghan was very gentle to others, and even more so to his woman. Women in this world love to attach themselves to the strong, and Yi Qinghan was the strongest among the strong. Moreover, his character was so outstanding. How could Zhu Yi not be infatuated with him? "I hope so." Yi Qinghan was suffering in silence. His soul had mutated, and his cold power was strange, so he couldn't fight in the final battle. And there was also the threat of the Divine Emperor Supreme Martial Artist, so he dared not tell anyone. It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhu Yi. It was just that he was suffering enough to bear this kind of pressure alone. Why should he let his woman suffer with him? Letting out a long breath, Yi Qinghan pretended to be relaxed. He turned around and said tenderly, "Yi, if we can survive this, come back to Flame Dragon City with me. I will treat you well. If you like to play the game of Virtual Phoenix and Fake Phoenix, you can play with Ling. Of course we can play together." Zhu Yi blushed. She hit Yi Qinghan a few times with her jade-like hands, but it only caused her breasts to roll up and down. She said angrily, "I don't like to play that kind of game. Those things are cold, not as good as yours." When Yi was young, she hated men because the women of her clan were humiliated. However, ever since the first time let's not talk about it anymore. It's so embarrassing. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his curiosity was piqued. He used one hand to carry Zhu Yi over, and let her lie on his lap. After that, he picked up the 2-meter-long slaughter god blade, and slapped it down on her snow-white buttocks. He said fiercely, "Continue. If not, this great emperor will make your buttocks bloom." "Great Emperor, please spare my life. This little girl is afraid of you. Great Emperor, you are so overbearing." Zhu Yi writhed in pain. Her white body dazzled Yi Qinghan. Her black hair, which was tied up in a bun, became messy, making her look even more charming. She crawled up and straddled Yi Qinghan's body. She wrapped her arms around his neck, bit her delicate lips and lowered her brows. 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, and even the tips of her ears were red. After a long while, she said in a low voice, "This is the first time I was raped by you. Although I'm incomparably indignant, incomparably bashful, but there's a feeling that I've never felt before. The more you tortured me, the more excited I felt. Especially when you sprayed that thing on my face, I felt my soul trembling." "Oh." Great Emperor, is Yi very shameless? Is Yi a slut? Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi seriously and nodded his head seriously. A little. But I like it. Haha. Zhu Yi waved her fist and lightly punched Yi Qinghan's chest. Finally, she buried her head into Yi Qinghan's chest and said shyly, "Oh, I'm not coming anymore. Emperor, you are making fun of me." Yi Qinghan gently stroked Zhu Yi's hair, then cupped her face with both hands and said seriously, "Hee, I don't mean to tease you. Everyone has their own life experiences, and everyone has their own personality. It's fine as long as they're not evil. As for how you want to live, just follow your heart and don't worry about what others think. As long as you can live happily, it is fine. What is more important than your own happiness in this world?" Great Emperor is the best. Zhu Yi giggled. Then she suddenly thought of something and laughed. She laughed so much that her eyebrows curved. She said sneakily, "Great Emperor, take Ice Queen. I think she has a good impression of you. Ice Queen's body is the snow spirit body. If you do it, it is really interesting." What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Do you think I can just do whatever I want? That is a stud and animal. Do you think I am such a casual person? Yi Qinghan glared at Zhu Yi and said in a righteous manner. After that, he pursed his lips and glanced at Zhu Yi as if nothing had happened. He asked in a low voice, "She really has feelings for me?" Outside of Demon Mountain, God World Army Camp. Ice Queen was like an ice sculpture standing outside of the Demon Mountain tunnel. Her creamy face and pitch-black eyes stared at the dark tunnel. Under her snow-white dress was a beautiful body that swayed in the wind like a snow lotus on an ice mountain. Xiao! In the distance, a person dashed over and stood in front of Ice Queen. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Queen, time is almost up. Can you gather the soldiers to prepare?" Almost. Ice Queen's eyes finally moved. She turned around and looked at Wind Moon Monarch. She waved her hand and struck out an energy wave, causing the air to shake. Gongtian isn't dead, the Emperor is still alive. Gather the God World Army and prepare for the final battle. Ice Queen looked at the 5 people she had forced out and her face flushed red. She smiled sweetly and hollered, "Ye family army listen up. All God World Army listen up. Pack up and gather. Prepare to enter the battlefield and welcome the Emperor back." Xiao! Wind Moon Monarch's shout was like a fuse. Numerous people shot out from the camp. When they saw that Gongtian was still alive, their morale was boosted. Gongtian was Yi Qinghan's soul slave. This news had already spread out among the low-grade cultivators. Since Gongtian wasn't dead, then Yi Qinghan was still alive. 1,000,000 warriors were packed up in just a moment. All of them were equipped with weapons and armor, and were filled with killing intent. They stood in an orderly manner outside the tunnel, and waited to be teleported into the battlefield. Gongtian and the others exchanged glances with one another, and started to prepare themselves. Although they knew that the teleportation wouldn't go wrong. What if something went wrong and they teleported to the side of the army? Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch stood at the front. Their eyes were as bright as stars. They looked at the tall demon mountain and waited silently. Wang. Finally, a beam of white light enveloped everyone, and an irresistible force enveloped everyone. Everyone's vision blurred, and the scene in front of them changed. They appeared on a mountain peak. The ground of the mountain peak was extremely flat, and the 1,000,000 people still maintained their original formation, neat and austere. Chapter 1341. No one paid attention to the situation around them. They also didn't look at the peak of Pan Mountain that reached into the clouds. The gazes of the 1,000,000 people gathered on one point, on a fiery redback view at the front of the formation. As for the green-shirt girl beside him, everyone naturally ignored her. The fiery redback view was really tall, like a sword that came out of its sheath. He looked even taller than Pan Mountain in the distance. His black hair fluttered in the wind. One could see his firm and defined side profile. Of course, one could also see the 2-meter-long black blade on his back. Greetings, Emperor. The 1,000,000 warriors, Ice Queen, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Gongtian didn't hesitate. Under the formless aura of the back view, they all knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. The sonorous sound reverberated throughout the mountain peak and spread all around. It didn't stop for a long time. Yi Qinghan didn't turn his head and didn't say anything. His gaze was deep and distant as he looked at the million-meter-tall mountain. He didn't speak for a long time before sighing. Pan Mountain, I am here. Pan Mountain was like a black pillar stabbed into the center of the battlefield. It was tens of thousands of meters long and millions of meters tall. On the surface, it didn't look any different from a mountain. The black stone outside was the same as the stone in the tunnel. However, it did give one a faint sense of pressure. Even Yi Qinghan felt his heart palpitate. The peak of Pan Mountain looked really flat from here. Of course, from here, Yi Qinghan couldn't see the 3 wooden houses. He also couldn't see the black shadow standing on the peak. Yi Qinghan looked for a moment, but didn't notice anything. With his strength and his body being refined by God power many times, his eyesight was really terrifying. Moreover, he noticed something really weird. His spiritual sense could only reach 10,000 meters, but his eyesight could see even further than that. The battlefield was really weird. There was a thick white fog all around. Even Yi Qinghan couldn't see more than 100,000 meters, and his spiritual sense could only reach 10,000 meters. However, even though Mount Pan was so far away, it was still possible to see it clearly. After observing for a while, Yi Qinghan turned his head around and swept his blade-like gaze across everyone's faces. He didn't emit any aura, but everyone could sense a vast emperor's pressure that enveloped the peak like a dark cloud. Even Gong Tian, a 9th-grade sovereign, felt his soul palpitating. Get up. Yi Qinghan's raspy and deep voice sounded on the mountain peak. Wind Moon Monarch, use all your strength to lay down restrictions. Make this mountain impenetrable by water and fire. Similarly, it didn't have to be lethal, but it had to be intimidating. Ice Queen, assist him. Gong Tian, lead your men to defend the area. Yi family army, listen up, defensive formation, prepare for battle. Understood. The million people shouted in unison. They all started to move in an orderly manner. Wind Moon Sovereign and Ice Queen started to lay down restrictions on the mountain peak. The Million God World Army split into 10 teams and defended the area. There were also many small scout teams that patrolled the foot of the mountain. Gong Tian and the other 4 scattered at the corners of the mountain peak. They were on high alert, spreading out their divine senses to scout all around. Queen Zhuyi, Beast God. Why isn't he back? Ice Queen helped Wind Moon Sovereign lay down restrictions. She would occasionally glance at Yi Qinghan and Zhuyi. In the end, she couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Zhuyi. Yi Qinghan and Zhuyi stood on the peak and looked at the busy crowd. They didn't say a word. When Zhuyi heard Ice Queen's voice transmission, her face dimmed. Beast God's life and death is uncertain. He might have fallen, Ice Queen. Don't mention this in front of the Emperor. He is already really sad. Wu. Emperor. Ice Queen turned her head and looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Looking at the solemn and lonely expression on his face, her heart couldn't help but hurt. Her footsteps trembled and she nearly fell. She quickly patted her chest and her face turned red again. The Wind Moon Monarch's heart wavered when he saw this. Zhuyi sent a voice transmission once more. However, we have enough points. Spread the news and tell everyone to defend this place. A month later, we will announce that we will retreat from the battle. Ice Queen was pumped up and spread the news all around. Not long later, this news spread to the ears of every God World martial artist. Instantly, the morale of the God World army was boosted. Joy appeared on their faces. They looked at the fiery red body on the mountain peak. Their gazes filled with fervor and respect. The Yi family army started to defend in an orderly manner. Wind Moon Sovereign also swiftly laid down restrictions. Yi Qinghan only requested for the restrictions to be strong enough to scare people. This was easy to lay out. In just half a day, the restrictions at the foot of the mountain were laid out. Only a small opening was left for the God World martial artists to enter. The other areas were all sealed up. Zhuyi Gongtian, follow me. As for the others, defend here. Without my orders, no one is allowed to step down the mountain. A day later, Yi Qinghan had laid down the Wind Moon Sovereign's restrictions. He shouted towards Gongtian. Zhu Yi brought Yi Qinghan down the mountain. After Gongtian was stunned, he followed right away. The 3 of them followed the path that Wind Moon Sovereign left, and headed towards the nearby area. Emperor, where are we going? Gong Tian followed behind Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi and asked curiously, "Let's scout around." Yi Qinghan casually replied. He opened up his divine sense and started to scout around. Although he was familiar with the battlefield under Zhu Yi's guidance, he still felt like he wouldn't be at ease if he didn't scout around. After getting down the mountain, it was all flat ground. The three of them started to scout to the left. Yi Qinghan believed that with his powerful divine sense, no one would discover that he was scouting around. Thus, he let Zhu Yi lead the way and started running. After running for 1,000,000 miles, Yi Qinghan found countless restrictions along the way. These restrictions were hidden very cleverly. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense, he probably wouldn't have been able to find them. After 1,000,000 miles, the terrain in front of them started to change. The speed of the three also started to slow down. An ancient forest appeared in front of them. The dense ancient trees soared into the sky. Vines and thorns covered the ground, making it even more difficult to scout with divine sense. "Stop, turn left. Slow down. We've discovered a creature from another plane." Yi Qinghan shouted in a low voice. Zhu Yi and Gong Tian quickly stopped. According to Yi Qinghan's instructions, they quietly moved to the left. They didn't dare to release their aura for fear of alerting the enemy. "It's an 8-clawed golden dragon. Is this race powerful?" Yi Qinghan quietly asked Zhu Yi through telepathy. His divine sense could detect that there were golden dragons hiding everywhere in the forest in front of them. Each of them had 8 claws, but their bodies were very small, only more than 10 meters long. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan, he definitely wouldn't have been able to detect them from such a distance. When Zhu Yi heard this, she revealed an expression of "I knew it." She relaxed and smiled as she transmitted her voice. "They're not strong. This race was enslaved by the heavenly realm. All their powerhouses were killed. It's only been a few million years. There shouldn't be many peak powerhouses born." "Emperor, have you detected a 12-clawed golden dragon?" A 12-clawed golden dragon is comparable to a human rank 9 powerhouse. A 14-clawed golden dragon is comparable to a superior rank 9 powerhouse. An 8-clawed one is a low-level one, about the same as an emperor god. Chapter 1342. Yi Qinghan shook his head. The three of them circled half a circle around the dense forest. Yi Qinghan's divine sense quietly probed into the depths of the forest, but he did not detect any experts with more than 10 claws. "Let's go. This plane isn't a threat to us." Yi Qinghan ordered and Zhu Yi brought him back. Gong Tian asked curiously, "Emperor, since there aren't any experts, then why not kill them all? Why ask so much?" Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked coldly at Gong Tian. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. Although she didn't say anything about the conflict between Ice Queen and Gong Tian, Wind Moon Sovereign told him about it. Yes. Gong Tian smiled awkwardly and dashed away. When Yi Qinghan turned his head, a vicious glow flashed in his eyes. Hatred surged like he wanted to swallow Yi Qinghan whole. "Damn, the right is actually the evil demon army? If Xiaohei wakes up, then I will let Xiaohei swallow them all." Half a day later, Yi Qinghan arrived at the right side of the deity realm's territory. However, he was surprised to find black fog rolling about in a valley. Waves of evil and ice-cold aura spread over before they even got close, which greatly surprised him. "Kiki, Emperor, there is no need to be surprised. Actually, the planes that are close will usually be teleported to nearby. Evil Demon World and God World are close. This Golden Dragon plane isn't far from God World, which is why it is so close." Zhu Yi wasn't surprised at all and giggled. The reason why she was so confident was that they could defend for a month. It was precisely because of the fact that the God Realm had conquered all of the major planes in the vicinity in the past, and all of their experts had been killed. How could it be easy for them to recover in just a few million years? Yi Qinghan looked behind him, only to discover that it was all flat ground. After running for 1,000,000 miles, he could actually see the Demon Mountain in the distance. However, Zhu Yi explained that he couldn't enter the Demon Mountain from here. If he wanted to leave this place, he would have to pass through the peak of Mount Pan. 2 days later, Yi Qinghan had thoroughly investigated the surrounding area. He had originally wanted to see if there were any special terrains that would make it easy for him to escape or defend. However, he didn't discover anything. To his left and right were armies from other planes. Behind him was the Demon Mountain, and in front of him was Mount Pan. This battlefield was like a cage that trapped everyone within, and it was impossible for them to leave quietly. They could only defend the stronghold and wait for a month. Xiao He is still in a deep sleep. I don't know if he'll wake up. Hopefully, he'll be able to get through this month safely. Yi Qinghan stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance at Mount Pan that stood above everyone in Panjia. Although Zhu Yi had always emphasized that there would be no strong enemies attacking, he always felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, as if something bad would happen. All Level 9 martial artists participating in the planar war, listen up. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. The voice was incomparably faint, as if it came from the 9 heavens, yet it also seemed to be right in front of him. It was incomparably clear. The voice contained a cold intent, as well as a faint murderous aura. The supreme pressure was incomparably clear, making people want to prostrate themselves in worship. Supreme Divine Emperor. Yi Qinghan suddenly exchanged a look with Zhu Yi and exclaimed. Gong Tian and the others also came to their senses. What was incomparably strange was that the Yi family army and all the low-level martial artists on the mountain peak turned a deaf ear to it. They didn't react at all. Panxing. Yi Qinghan secretly exclaimed in his heart. This aura, this faint murderous aura, was exactly the same as the murderous aura that had swept across his body in Demon Mountain. Even with his formidable strength, he couldn't muster up any will to fight. Yi Qinghan dared to conclude that this was definitely the Panxing that the woman in purple had mentioned. As expected, the voice rang out again, confirming Yi Qinghan's judgment. My name is Panxing, and I'm the manager of the Pan realm. The rules of this planar war have changed. The army with the highest score will directly obtain a defensive supreme spiritual treasure. In addition, the expert who kills the most 9th-grade supreme martial artists will be rewarded with another defensive supreme spiritual treasure. Kill to your heart's content, ha 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 ha. As soon as the supreme divine emperor Panxing finished speaking, the entire planar battlefield was instantly stirred up. Armies from countless big planes started to riot. They directly rushed down the stronghold and began to advance towards the bloody desert, the battleground of the previous great battles. Even Zhu Yi and the others were dumbfounded by the Supreme Divine Emperor's generosity. Gong Tian and the others were restless, their murderous aura surging from their bodies. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qinghan didn't move, they would all want to participate in the great battle royale. Supreme Spiritual Treasure. In the previous planar battlefield, one had to rank first 3 times in a row to have the opportunity to obtain a supreme spiritual treasure. Now, the first place was directly rewarded, and it was the most precious defensive supreme spiritual treasure. And 2 at once? How could the planes that thought they were powerful not take action? What is the Supreme Divine Emperor trying to do? However, Yi Qinghan's heart surged with a deep vigilance. His soul was incomparably powerful, and he had comprehended many kinds of soul skills. Just now, he felt that the Supreme Divine Emperor Panxing's words were mixed with a soul skill. It was similar to his demonic voice, which secretly stimulated the killing intent in the hearts of the warriors in the planar battlefield. Using a soul skill and throwing out 2 supreme spiritual treasures, was he trying to make the people in the planar battlefield go crazy? Originally, because of the many years of killing in the planar battlefield, the aura inside would quietly affect the souls of the warriors, making them more bloodthirsty. At this moment, it would be strange if the planar battlefield didn't riot. He turned his head and looked at Gong Tian and the others with killing intent in his eyes. Even Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen had faint killing intent on them. They hurriedly shouted, "Everyone don't move. Stand guard where you are. Do you want to die?" Yi Qinghan used the demonic voice when he said that. Under his strong soul, it instantly cleared the killing intent in everyone's heads. Everyone's bodies shook. Along with Yi Qinghan's words, it was like a heavenly law to them. All of them suppressed the killing intent in their hearts and looked at Mount Pan in the distance. They sighed. Zhu Yi looked at Pan Shan fearfully, then said excitedly, "Great Emperor, we will be even safer now. With the God Emperor's order, 2/3 of the legions will not continue to wait and watch. They will all rush towards the bloody Gobi Desert, and engage in a chaotic battle. Blood-red Gobi Desert? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. Zhu Yi explained. That is the old rule of the planar battlefield. The decisive battle will be held there, at the foot of Mount Pan. As there are the least restrictions there, the fog is thin, the visibility is good, and the terrain is wide. Normally, chaotic battles will occur there. That place is a desert, and because many people died there, it was dyed red. The warriors of Pangaea like to call that place the blood-red Gobi Desert. It's better to call it the goddamned Gobi Desert. Yi Qinghan's gaze followed the tall Mount Pan to the foot of the mountain. Although all he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness, a scene appeared in his mind. From all directions, countless black dragons were rapidly gathering towards the blood-red Gobi Desert. The powerhouses of the various plains led their warriors, brandishing their swords and straightening their spines. With heavy footsteps, they began to fight the enemies in all directions. Blood splattered, heads flew, and broken limbs were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the Gobi Desert, staining hundreds of millions of pairs of eyes. The killing intent in the air was like a rainbow, and blood rained down. The entire world was filled with a somber and bloody aura. And on the peak of Mount Pan, perhaps there was a person standing there indifferently, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, looking at the group of ants, fighting until their heads bled over a few bones that he had thrown away, fighting excitedly, killing merrily. For some reason, Yi Qinghan felt a strong sense of irony. He looked at the peak of Mount Pan, and quietly raised his middle finger. He cursed, "Goddamned Gobi Desert." Chapter 1343. Panxing, what are you doing? Do you know that if you do this, at least 2/3 of the people below will die? In reality, Yi Qinghan was right. There were indeed people watching the show at the peak of Mount Pan. And there were 2 of them. However, Panxi wasn't in the mood to watch the show. Her beautiful eyes were filled with rage as she glared at Panxing, who was standing at the edge of Mount Pan, and looking down with a smile. Panxing didn't even turn his head. He just tilted his head slightly and sneered. Panxi, I control the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of Pangaea. I am in charge of the matters of this planar battlefield. Do I need to explain to you what I want to do? Panxi was so angry that her expression changed slightly. Her body trembled slightly as she said angrily, "Aren't you doing this to make all the experts attack at full power? Aren't you trying to find the person who went in and out of Pangaea's barrier? What if you sense wrongly and this person doesn't exist? Wouldn't the people below have died for nothing?" Panxing sneered and said, "I want to find him. If I don't find him and tear him to pieces, I won't be able to rest easy." Died for nothing? Panxi, haven't you forgotten something? This planar battlefield is the grave of the experts of Pangaea. They came here to die. How can they die for nothing? Panxi was startled. She was speechless. After a moment of silence, she calmed down and said slowly, "Panxing, actually, even if someone broke through Pangaea's barrier, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the laws of Pangaea or the laws of heaven and earth, right? You're just afraid that this person is too strong and you can't control him. When the time comes, he will threaten your supreme position, right?" Haha. Hearing this, Panxing threw his head back and laughed. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a rainbow. He was like a demon king of destruction above the 9 heavens, insufferably arrogant. He raised his hands high and his eyes shone brighter than the sun and moon. His face was filled with arrogance as he laughed domineeringly. "I am in charge of the laws of this plate realm. I can control the energies of the world in this plate realm. I am the sky of this plate realm. Even if an ant can jump around, how can it threaten me? Can a firefly compete with the bright moon? Ridiculous, ridiculous to the extreme." After saying the last word, Panxing waved his hands. The chi of heaven and earth in the sky gathered above him. Countless millions of meters long divine thunders turned into angry purple dragons and dashed towards him. The destructive pressure immediately covered the entire peak of Mount Pan. At this moment, Panxing seemed to have really become this sky, an existence that could not be surpassed, an existence that could only be looked up to. Sigh. Panxi let out a deep sigh and did not say anything else. She turned around and walked into her small wooden hut. Before she entered, she glanced in the direction of the planar battlefield. and a complicated and conflicted emotion flashed through her eyes. Go! Pan Xing waved his hand, and countless bolts of lightning quietly disappeared. The chi of heaven and earth also returned to normal. The strange thing was, not a single one of the hundreds of millions of experts in the planar battlefield had noticed it. Pan Xing smilingly looked down and leisurely said, Kill as much as you want. I'm watching you from above. Don't you always like to say, Supreme God Emperor? Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty, we found an 8-clawed golden dragon sneaking in. What should we do? In the base of the immortal realm, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a message from the warriors patrolling below. Yi Qinghan exchanged a look with Zhu Yi in surprise and gave her an inquiring look. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes rolled. She pondered for a moment, and had an idea. She transmitted her voice. Let Gong Tian scare him away. Don't kill him. Yi Qinghan nodded and understood Zhu Yi's meaning. He had always trusted Zhu Yi's schemes, so he immediately sent a telepathic message to Gong Tian. Take 3 of your men and a small team of the strongest Yi clan army. Release your aura and pretend to be patrolling. Go scare that golden dragon away. Gong Tian happily accepted the order. His aura surged. He took Gong Tian, his men, and a team of the strongest Yi family army, all of whom were 7th grade war gods, and swaggered down. The golden dragon plane? If I can make a move and Xiaohe wakes up, your army will be annihilated. Yi Qinghan stood quietly at the top of the mountain as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had great strength, but he could not do anything. This caused him to feel incomparably sullen. Whoosh! Gong Tian flew back after a short while. He had a grave expression on his face. He transmitted his voice from afar. Your Majesty, the Golden Dragon Plains army has appeared and is heading toward us. It seems like they are going to attack us. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed coldly and he shouted, How many peak experts are there? Gong Tian was startled and said awkwardly, I was in a hurry to send the message and did not get a clear look. From afar, there are at least hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. Humph. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. Although his heart was burning with anxiety, he did not dare to show it. What he was worried about had finally happened. Now, he could only pray that there were not many experts left in the Golden Dragon Plain. With a solemn expression he shouted, Pass down my order. All Yi family soldiers are to return to defense. Wind Moon Sovereign, control the restrictions. Listen to my command and prepare for battle. Return to defense. Get into formation. Prepare for battle. Countless commanders shouted. In an instant, all the Yi family soldiers moved. According to the formation that they had practiced, they formed into legions and stood on the mountain peak. They were equipped with blades and armor. There was no fear on their faces. Instead, they were extremely excited. Their aura was like a rainbow. Killing intent filled the air. The wind on the mountain peak stopped blowing at this moment. Swish. Less than an hour later, in the distant sky, within the white fog, many small golden dragons appeared. The ones in front all had 8 claws, and their cold eyes were filled with coldness. Slowly, more and more golden dragons appeared. 9 claws and 10 claws appeared. Their bodies also grew bigger. These golden dragons did not attack. Instead, they surrounded the mountain peaks of the immortal world, and kept roaring and roaring. They circled in the air and stared at the immortal world martial artists on the mountain peak. Their fierce eyes looked like they wanted to swallow human flesh. Ew! Dragon roars came from afar. In the fog, another group of golden dragons appeared. The ones at the front were all 11-clawed golden dragons. Their bodies were also hundreds of meters long. After the 11-clawed golden dragons, the 12-clawed golden dragons began to appear. There were more than 10 of them, all of them lined up in a row. Behind them, 7 or 8 14-clawed golden dragons appeared. After that, these 7 to 14 golden dragons separated and lined up. When 2 ghostly figures appeared from the dense fog, all the golden dragons instantly roared. Their roars shook the heavens, causing the hearts of all the Yi family soldiers to tremble. Are those the 9th grade supreme martial artists of the Golden Dragon clan? Yi Qinghan's pupils suddenly shrank. His divine sense immediately detected the 2 shadows. They were 2 half-dragon men. Their lower bodies were that of a dragon, while their upper bodies were that of a human. They had 16 dragon wings on their backs. 2 half-dragon people, 1 male and 1 female. The male had a domineering aura. He looked like an emperor who ruled the world. He flew over proudly. The female golden dragon had an extremely beautiful face. Her chest was completely bare, revealing a group of golden hemispheres that trembled as she flew. Zhu Yi's expression turned serious. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She said in a low voice, "Those who can transform into half-dragon are 9th-grade supreme martial artists. How did the golden dragon plane recover so quickly? In millions of years, it has produced 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists, 7 or 8 upper-grade martial artists, and more than 10 9th-grade experts. Emperor, hurry up and kill their leader. Otherwise, even if we win, the Yi family army will die." Ayo! The 2 9th-grade supreme golden dragons had arrived. Without saying a word, the male draconian raised his head and let out a roar. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. His aura soared and enveloped the entire immortal world mountain range. He raised his spear and pointed it forward. He roared, "Come! Citizens of the Golden Dragon Plain, attack! Tear apart the despicable humans of the immortal world, and avenge our ancestors. I want everyone in the immortal world army to die without a complete corpse." Chapter 1344. Under the command of the demi-dragon, the Golden Dragon tribe rushed up the mountain from all directions. 7 to 8 14-clawed Golden Dragon people, and more than 10 12-clawed Golden Dragon people led their respective teams, and attacked the mountain like a swarm of locusts. The million or so golden dragons roared in unison as they opened their mouths and shot out golden fireballs. Immediately, the sky was filled with golden fireballs, covering the heavens and earth. The fireballs contained terrifying energy and were incredibly fast, and the searing aura they gave off melted all of the white mist nearby, creating a grand scene that shook everyone's hearts. Yi Qinghan stood at the peak of the mountain expressionlessly. Facing such a terrifying attack, the million Yi family soldiers didn't panic at all. They didn't even move their bodies at all. Yi Qinghan calculated the distance, and a cold glow appeared in his eyes. He hollered, "Yi family army, unsheath your blades and cover the entire area. Ice Queen attack." Along with Yi Qinghan's holler, the Yi family army, which was originally split into 10 square formations, all hollered in unison, suppressing the roars of the million golden dragons. After that, all of the Yi family army performed an incomparably uniform action. They took half a step back, lowered their waists, and dismounted from their horses. They drew their sabers with one hand, and in an instant, rays of cold light shot out from their sabers. Xiao! 1,000,000 sabers were drawn out in an incomparably orderly manner, and then slashed forward in an incomparably orderly manner. Before the sabers fell, a crescent-shaped saber radiance that was several meters long whizzed out. It was colorful and extremely gorgeous, turning into 1,000,000 spatial fragmented saber streams that whistled towards the sky full of fireballs in front of them. Space froze at this moment. Ice Queen's jade-like legs tapped the ground, and she turned into a cloud that floated into the air. Her beautiful body and face started to spin in the air. Along with her dancing, huge snowflakes fell from the sky. They were crystal clear and looked extremely beautiful. The scene seemed to have frozen at that moment. The sky full of golden fireballs and 1,000,000 colorful blade energies were clashing against each other. At that moment, snowflakes fell from the sky. Over 1,000,000 majestic golden dragons, 100 silent and imposing soldiers of the Yi family army, and a beautiful lady dancing in the sky. The scene was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the next second, the beautiful scene was shattered. Or rather, it became even more beautiful. The golden fireballs and the blade lights collided. The golden fireballs hit the blade lights, and the blade lights hit the fireballs. Countless fireworks bloomed in the sky. Under the illumination of the snowflakes, it was so beautiful that it made one's soul tremble. Buzz. However, before the fireworks could fully bloom, the snowflakes fell even more heavily. The blooming fireworks were like sparks in the sky that met a heavy downpour. There were no more golden fireballs in the sky, nor were there any murderous saber lights. There was only a sky full of snow and a beautiful woman who stubbornly continued to dance. All level 9 experts come out. The Yi family army stay where they are. Wind Moon Monarch, Control the restriction and listen to my command. Gongtian, hold up their level 9 experts. The rest of the level 9 experts, kill these low-level golden dragons. Ice Queen, attack indiscriminately in all directions. Fire. Yi Qinghan was still standing calmly on the summit of the mountain. His fiery red battle armor glistened brightly. His face, which seemed to have been carved by a knife, was filled with coldness. The 2-meter-long black saber was inserted into his back, quietly emitting a boundless killing intent. Swish. The Ice Queen in the sky danced even more fiercely. A pair of snow-white bare feet stepped on the void, like a little girl eating mushrooms on the snow. However, as her white sleeves fluttered, the sky no longer started to fall snowflakes. Instead, the sky was filled with falling ice, covering countless golden dragons. Zhu didn't know why Yi Qinghan didn't take action when he was so powerful. However, since Yi Qinghan had given the order, she didn't hesitate. She tapped the ground with her feet, turned into a beautiful butterfly, and floated forward. Gongtian and the others didn't want to fight, especially Gongtian. He wanted to force Yi Qinghan to return the Fire of Soul at such a good opportunity. However, under Yi Qinghan's great emperor aura, he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at each other, gritted his teeth, and shot toward the Golden Dragon army. Since he had chosen to fight, Gongtian didn't hold back anymore. The blood-red spear in his hand turned into thousands of spear shadows, shrouding the tens of thousands of golden dragons and several level 9 golden dragons. Ao. The male golden dragon deity in the distance sent the level 9 experts under Yi Qinghan to fight. He roared angrily and pointed his spear at the female golden dragon deity beside him. Arale, go kill that level 9 supreme martial artist. The female golden dragon deity let out a long roar and swung her dragon tail. The 2 huge meatballs in front of her chest shook, and she turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Gongtian. Commander of the Immortal Realm, come and fight with this dragon deity. The golden dragon deity pointed his spear at Yi Qinghan, and the provocation in his eyes was obvious. Although Yi Qinghan didn't release his aura, the golden dragon deity could tell with one look that he was the commander of the Immortal Realm. This was because he could feel that Yi Qinghan had the same emperor aura as him. Supreme Emperor aura. Yi Qinghan slowly unsheathed the 2-meter-long Slaughter God blade. He lowered his head and caressed the Slaughter God blade as though he was caressing his most beloved lover. He did not say anything and seemed to be considering if he should fight with the Golden Dragon God. Woo-woo. The battle between Gongtian and the others had already started. Gongtian's attacks were incomparably domineering. The spear in his hand was a supreme spiritual treasure. Before the 9th grade Supreme Dragon deity arrived, he had already swept away a bunch of low-grade golden dragons. He even killed one lower grade 9 golden dragon. Zhu Yi, Gongtian, and the other 3, as well as the Wind Moon Monarch, were incomparably honest. They didn't bother with the experts of the golden dragon race. They revolved their spatial powers and casually attacked, killing a bunch of low-grade golden dragons. The Ice Queen's attacks were especially domineering. Her ice spikes covered the sky, and they were all area of effect attacks. How could the golden dragons, who were as strong as god emperors, be compared to the Ice Queen's ice spikes? Instantly, the scene was extremely tragic. Countless golden dragons were like bugs that were sprayed with insecticide as they fell one by one. In just a single exchange, hundreds of thousands of low-grade golden dragons had died. As for Zhu Yi and the others, they rolled in the air and dodged. The massacre was still starting. Ao, all citizens retreat. Despicable, despicable, shameless. All dragon gods, charge towards the mountain and kill the citizens of the divine world. At the start, the golden dragon god's attention was still focused on Yi Qinghan, who was caressing the slaughter god blade. He didn't expect so many of his citizens to be killed in just one exchange. He hurriedly roared and ordered the other 9th grade golden dragons to stop chasing and charge towards the mountain. He wanted to learn from Yi Qinghan and change the battlefield to the Divine World Army. That way, the Divine World sovereigns would have no choice but to retreat and fight with their own subordinates. When the battlefield changed, the low-grade Divine World martial artists would die one by one. Divine World Commander, this dragon god will tear you apart. After giving the order, the golden dragon god turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the mountain. His spear condensed a formless killing intent as he charged towards Yi Qinghan. All sovereigns, change your formation. Zhu Yi and the rest, attack that cow. Gong Tian and the rest, kill them all. After one round of attacks, retreat immediately. Before the golden dragon god finished shouting, Yi Qinghan had already secretly sent a voice transmission. Gong Tian's blood-refined spear swept out and forced the female dragon god to retreat. He then turned into a dragon and swept towards the 9th-grade dragon god beside him. As for Zhu Yi and the rest, they all locked their attacks on the female dragon god at the same time, forcing her to not attack Gong Tian. Chi. How sharp was Gong Tian's attack? Now that someone was holding back the 9th-grade dragon god, he could attack without restraint and easily lock down 3 9th-grade dragon gods. The strength of a 9th-grade dragon god coupled with the attack of a supreme spiritual treasure. After the golden dragon god gave the order, the 3 9th-grade dragon gods were at a loss and didn't know whether they should advance or retreat. In an instant, they were hit by the blood-refined spear, and their bodies exploded as they fell to the ground powerlessly. Chapter 1345. Everyone come back. The moment the golden dragon god moved, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice again. Zhu Yi, Gong Tian, and the rest immediately retreated. When everyone retreated, the remaining grade 9 golden dragons also came to their senses and rushed up the mountain with the golden dragon god. At this time, Yi Qinghan also moved. He raised his head and slowly raised the slaughter god blade. An evil smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Fools of the golden dragon race, you have been tricked. Wind Moon Monarch, attack." Ah, clatter clatter. Supreme God Emperor, please bestow upon me supreme power. Activate the world extermination restriction, and kill all the bastards in front of me. When Yi Qinghan shouted, Wind Moon Monarch, who was beside him, seemed to have a seizure. His body trembled as he shouted some strange words and jumped around. The golden dragon race was stunned. Then, Wind Moon Monarch's body trembled violently, as if he was about to shoot. Dazzling rays of light burst forth from his body. Following that, the entire mountain peak lit up. Electric arcs flickered and countless furious dragons roared. A destructive pressure that was comparable to the explosion of several 9th-grade supreme martial artists instantly enveloped the entire mountain peak. The restrictions that Wind Moon Monarch had set up for a long time were all activated. God extermination restriction? Retreat. Retreat. The golden dragon god was scared half to death. Yi Qinghan's evil smile made him feel strange. Yi Qinghan's words also contained the heavenly demon voice. The golden dragon god's first thought was that he had been tricked. Then Wind Moon Monarch's seizure happened again. He felt even worse. Finally, the restrictions that filled the sky were activated. The destructive aura really scared him. He quickly twisted his body and without any hesitation fled. Fools will always be fools. No wonder they were occupied by the divine world back then. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely, but his face suddenly turned cold. He shouted at Gong Tian and the others, "All grade 9 martial artists, attack that cow with all your strength. No, that female grade 9 supreme martial artist. Kill her for this great emperor." There was no need for Yi Qinghan to say anything. With such a good opportunity, how could they not seize it when they were all peak experts who had walked through mountains of blades and seas of blood? However, since Yi Qinghan had given the order, everyone found their target. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of icicles, 1,000-layered waves, and experts of the Water God clan locked onto the female golden dragon god. This was especially so for Gong Tian. His expression hardened as he unleashed the attack he had used on Yi Qinghan back then. The blood-refined spear left his hand and soundlessly tore through the air. The space of the planar battlefield was so stable, but he had actually managed to create multiple scar-like cracks in it. The female golden dragon god had just been attacked by Zhu Yi and the others, and even though she hadn't been injured, her blood was still churning and her mind was in turmoil. Now that he was being toyed with by these restrictions and the roar of the golden dragon god, his mind was in a state of panic. When she saw Zhu Yi and the others attack her, her heart turned cold. She used the power of chaos to protect her god crystal and head. At the same time, the 16 wings on her back started to flap. A ball of flames appeared around her body, turning into a flame armor that wrapped around her body. Ice Queen's attack was the first to arrive. Hundreds of icicles stabbed towards the red barrier, all of them attacking one point. Instantly, energy exploded and energy waves surged. However, it was obvious that Ice Queen's attack wasn't strong enough. It didn't break the armor and only caused some small cracks. The combined attacks of Zhu Yi and the 4 Water God clan members surged forward. Such a powerful energy instantly exploded, and the fiery red shield instantly burst apart. Half of the female golden dragon god's body was smashed into pieces. It was obvious that she was badly injured. Half of her giant meatball was left and it swayed in the wind. Finally, the most terrifying attack arrived. A blood-red spear arrived silently, and its target was the god crystal of the female golden dragon god. Pung! A crisp sound rang out. A priceless primal chaos divine crystal, which was comparable to a sovereign spiritual treasure, turned into dust and splattered in all directions. The golden dragon goddess also fell powerlessly to the ground. Everyone's eyes froze at this moment. The golden dragon god in the distance, the lower 9th grade golden dragon who had just left the mountain, and the low-level golden dragons in the distance all stared blankly at the dragon god who had fallen powerlessly. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lost. All the golden dragons knew the outcome. In just an hour, not a single person from the god realm died. They had lost, completely lost. More than half of the million golden dragons had died. Half of the grade 9 golden dragons had died too. More importantly, the invincible dragon god Arale was lying on the ground. Half of her body was left. On the other hand, the strongest commander of the god realm hadn't even made a move yet. Retreat. The golden dragon god hollered in rage and dashed into the distance. He really wanted to charge over and fight Yi Qinghan. He knew that if he went back like this, his prestige in the golden dragon plane would be ruined. However, he was very clear that if he didn't retreat now, all his people would die here. As all the golden dragons fled frantically, their ancestors' words appeared in their minds. Unless absolutely necessary, don't start a war with the god realm. Otherwise, the golden dragon race would be completely annihilated. Victory. None of the god realm martial artists chased after them. This was because Yi Qinghan did not give the order. Everyone's gazes were locked on Yi Qinghan, who was on the mountain peak. They looked at him caressing the slaughter god saber and the sinister smile on his face. Everyone felt that this was ridiculous. They had only sent out a ray of saber light. The grade 9 martial artists had only sent out a few rounds of attacks, but in exchange, hundreds of thousands of giant corpses fell. This battle could be fought like this? The Tharch hadn't even made a move yet. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan silently. Their souls trembled. The Tharch hadn't even made a move, but he had achieved such a result? If the Tharch had made a move, wouldn't all the gods and demons be annihilated? Retreat. Send out patrol teams to continue scouting. The rest of you stay here and guard. One team from the Yi family army, go and clean up the battlefield. This Tharch is tired and will take a nap first. Yi Qinghan swung the 2-meter-long slaughter god saber elegantly in the air a few times before sheathing it behind his back. He waved his hand calmly and sent a voice transmission to Zhu Yi. The two of them disappeared from the mountain peak and entered the War Emperor Palace. Farewell Tharch. Without anyone organizing them, all the Yi family army soldiers knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had become the invincible god of war in their hearts. They firmly believed that as long as the Tharch was around, the god realm would be able to recover its ancient glory and sweep across the entire plate realm. Gong Tian and the others exchanged glances with complicated expressions. Their hearts were pounding. The more casual Yi Qinghan was, the more they felt that Yi Qinghan was really deep and indiscernible. The aura that he gave off naturally made them feel like they were worshipping him. Ice Queen's face flushed red. When she saw Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan disappear together, her eyes were filled with embarrassment and envy. Great Emperor, you're so cool. Yi loves you so much. Yi can't take it anymore. Yi wants to make love to you. Yi is too excited. You were so cool just now. Yi's heart itched just looking at you. The moment they entered the War Emperor Palace, Zhu Yi jumped up. Her strong legs clamped onto Yi Qinghan's waist, and she was about to rip apart Yi Qinghan's robe. Her face was filled with excitement, and she was as beautiful as a flower. She had always been proud of her intelligence. Today, Yi Qinghan had actually relied on his intelligence to win such a beautiful victory without even making a move. How could she, who was naturally dissolute, not have a go? Phew. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and sat down, allowing Zhu Yi to press on top of him. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his back was completely drenched. He felt powerless all over. Just now. Actually, he had been pretending to be calm, but his heart was filled with extreme fear. If he could attack, he would have won a beautiful victory today. However, he didn't dare to attack even if he was beaten to death. They had 2 grade 9 supreme martial artists and so many grade 9 upper and lower grade 9 martial artists. If he wasn't careful, then he would be dead. Chapter 1346. Great Emperor, what's wrong? Zhu Yi noticed Yi Qinghan's strange behavior and quickly stopped what she was doing. She stuck to Yi Qinghan like a kitten and asked with concern. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything and calmed his emotions. Then he stood up and carried Zhu Yi to the bed. Zhu Yi didn't ask much. She obediently stuck to his chest and smiled sweetly. Yi Qinghan sat on the bed and leaned against the wall. He patted her back and let Zhu Yi lie on his lap. Zhu Yi blushed. She thought Yi Qinghan wanted her to help him blow Xiaonongyue. She knelt on the bed and raised her butt. She was about to lift his robe and search. Don't. Yi, come and lie on my lap. I'm not in the mood right now. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He grabbed Zhu Yi's shoulder and let her lie on his lap. He stroked her hair and said after a moment of silence, Yi, do you know why the Divine Emperor wanted to exterminate the 10 primordial races? Zhu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Her beautiful eyes looked around and said, although no one knows the specific reason, I guessed it from the scrolls left behind by my ancestors. The divine world was too powerful back then. It ruled a quarter of the Plate Realm and obtained at least 10 supreme spiritual treasures. Every time they went to the planar battlefield, they could easily sweep through a large group of people. There was no doubt that they would be the first in the planar battlefield. The battles in the planar battlefield were random. Every plane was filled with races from different planes. It was basically impossible for them to work together. Hence, if the primordial races kept participating in the planar battlefield, they might have been able to unify the entire Plate Realm. This was something that the higher-ups would never allow. Hence, the 10 primordial races were exterminated. The divine world was almost destroyed. Yi Qinghan nodded. Zhu Yi's guess was about the same as his. Actually, the beast god and the others must have guessed it too. As the manager of the Plate Realm, Pan Xing controlled the life and death of everyone in the Plate Realm. A few disobedient and powerful ants had appeared in his territory and tried to unify all the ants. How could he not raise his hand and slap those powerful ants to death? Yi Qinghan said with a grave expression. You also know that my strength is very strange. Not long ago, my strength changed again. Right now, I can easily kill more than 2 ordinary 9th grade sovereigns. The source of my attacks is different from the energy of this world. Hence, if I were to make a move at the foot of Mount Pan, that person would be able to detect it immediately. I reckon that the moment that person discovers my strange strength, he will immediately attack me and destroy the entire God realm. Do you understand why I didn't make a move just now? Yi Qinghan briefly told Zhu Yi about it, but he didn't tell her about the purple-robed woman's voice transmission, or the cold boundary. After all, it was too shocking. Zhu Yi frowned and her eyes flickered. Although Yi Qinghan did not explain it clearly, with her intelligence she could guess some things. She could also easily sense the domineering power of Yi Qinghan's cold power. Zhu Yi also felt that Yi Qinghan's words made sense. Moreover, there must be other reasons why Yi Qinghan was so sure. The Divine Emperor Supreme. That was a pressure on everyone's heart, an insurmountable mountain. Zhu Yi remembered the record of when the Divine Emperor Supreme killed Zhu Rong. One move. Just one move. The strongest 9th grade sovereign in the God realm, Great Emperor Zhu Rong, who had the protection of the fire god armor and the power of primal chaos, was smashed into pieces by the Divine Emperor Supreme with one move. Strictly speaking, Zhu Yi thought that they were not gods, but a group of powerful people who had changed their fate. And the Divine Emperor Supreme was a true god. A true god who reigned over billions of planes and countless lives. Could mortals fight against heavenly god martial artists? Yes, they could agree, but they would definitely die. Zhu Yi stretched out her soft hand and caressed Yi Qinghan's face. Her eyes were filled with affection as she consoled him. Tharch, don't worry. Maybe things are not as bad as you think. Moreover, the golden dragon race will not attack again. Even if they do, we will not be afraid. There is still half a month left. At that time, we can retreat from the battlefield and return to the god realm. After that, we can nurture geniuses in the god realm and strengthen the god realm. Maybe in the next planar war, you will not need to fight personally. I hope so. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. Although the golden dragon race had been defeated, the throbbing in his heart was still there. He kept having a premonition that something would happen. He used his divine sense to check Xiaohe inside the slaughter god blade, and found that he was still in a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan's heart sank even more. He used his divine sense to look inside the cold domain. The spatial whirlpool inside the cold domain was normal and extremely stable. This made Yi Qinghan feel slightly more at ease. Tharch, don't think so much. Everything will be fine. Zhu Yi gently raised her hand and brushed past Yi Qinghan's tightly furrowed brows. Yi Qinghan's solemn expression made her heart ache. Everyone only saw this man's bright appearance. However, how many people could truly understand the misery in his heart? Not. Still not? That's impossible, right? Could it be that my senses are really wrong? At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing looked down at the group of people fighting in the blood-red desert. His gaze swept across the 9th grade supreme martial artists again and again. Based on their strength, attacks and abilities, he judged whether they could break through the barrier of Pangaea. However, after so many days, there were already dozens of armies below and hundreds of 9th grade supreme martial artists. Yet, he still did not discover anything. The battle below was extremely intense. The temptation of the 2 supreme spiritual treasures, the stimulation of Pan Xing's words, and the strange atmosphere in the dimensional battlefield all stimulated the blood in the hearts of countless experts. After entering the Gobi Desert, the thick stench of blood ignited the desire to kill in everyone's hearts. There were no tricks, no logic, no reason. There was only killing, a crazy killing. As long as they were not warriors of this dimension, they would kill them first. Beastmen, mantismen, alien monsters, metal beasts, demonic beasts, ghost monsters, countless of them. Water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, time elemental energy, light elemental energy, and destruction elemental energy collided in the air. Long sabers, silver swords, giant axes, thick sticks, and all kinds of weapons shone with a cold light that blinded people's eyes. Human heads, beast heads, broken limbs, scales, and flesh flew in the air. Blood had already formed a river. All kinds of energy lights were colorful. All kinds of floating divine crystals were even more gorgeous. The badges on the ground floated down like snowflakes. Along with the scarlet blood knight, they floated and swayed in the desert. The blood-red desert had become a hell of a Jura. There are still some dimensions that did not participate in the battle. Pan Xing cast his gaze into the distance and saw countless more black dragons surging towards them. However, there were still a few dimensions that did not move. They were still stationed at their strongholds. However, Pan Xing checked and found that there were not many experts in those armies. Thinking that they did not dare to come and die, he felt relieved. When he looked to the left, Pan Xing raised his sword-like eyebrows again. He said with great surprise, "The Beastmen Dimension, 6 9th grade supreme martial artists, and 2 supreme spiritual treasures. There are so many 9th grade and upper 9th grade supreme martial artists. Why are they not participating in the battle? What are they doing? Why are they running so fast? What are they doing?" Chapter 1347. Hurry! Hurry! In a long canyon, countless beastmen were running wildly. There weren't many of them, only a few thousand, but all of them were above the venerable level. All the rank 9 beastmen had been mobilized. This time, the snake-headed beastman was prepared to destroy the divine realm in one fell swoop, and seize the 3 paragon spiritual treasures of the divine realm. The snake-headed beastman was incomparably furious. His original plan was to bring all his elites and leave quietly and quickly. He even deliberately took a detour at other plane strongholds, not wanting to alarm the powerhouses of other planes along the way. He didn't expect that Pan Xing's words would cause them to encounter a plane legion that was preparing to rush to the Gobi Desert as soon as they left the stronghold. In the plain battlefield, there was no reason to see or explain. Once they encountered a foreign plane legion, they would kill it first. Moreover, under the stimulation of Pan Xing's words, he could suppress the killing intent in his heart, but his subordinates couldn't. Hence, a chaotic battle began, and they were forced to participate. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally killed all the powerhouses of the Plane Legion, and more than half of the Legion was destroyed. However, only 3,000 of the 6,000 junior commanders were left, and more than 10 rank 9 and upper rank 9 commanders were killed. Fortunately, the rank 9 great commanders were not killed. Otherwise, the snake-headed beastman would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Although Pan Xing had opened 2 paragon spiritual treasures, the snake-headed beastman didn't change his original intention. Yi Qinghan had killed 4 of their rank 9 supreme martial artists, as well as several rank 9 and upper rank 9 commanders, greatly damaging their legion's strength. Originally, he had the confidence to take first place, but now he wasn't so confident. At this moment, he didn't want to participate in the chaotic battle. Most importantly, there were 3 ready-made paragon spiritual treasures in the divine realm waiting for him to take them. He wasn't a fool. Although Pan Xing's sudden order caused them to encounter a strong enemy as soon as they left the stronghold, their journey was smooth afterward. Those planes had either gone to the Gobi Desert a long time ago, or they were very weak planes that were guarding and not coming out. In half a month, the Beastman had crossed more than half of the distance. They would reach the divine realm in another 5 to 6 days. The snake-headed Beastman became even more anxious, and it kept urging him. It was just that there were thousands of Beastman junior commanders, and there were restrictions everywhere. They couldn't go fast even if they wanted to. The terrain of this place was a canyon, and there were even more restrictions. Although they could easily sense it, those junior commanders couldn't. They were rank 9 powerhouses. They could only stand by the side of the restriction and let the juniors take the lead. After all, if they were trapped or teleported, these little commanders would definitely die. Few were finally out of this damned canyon. He had to reach the divine world within 3 days. Fox Lady, keep an eye on that old man. He's going to be very useful. After the commanders charged through the canyon, the snake-headed orc became spirited and roared at Foxy in the distance. His body turned into an afterimage as he flew out of the canyon. Don't worry, this old fellow is staying well in my spatial divine tool. Foxy smiled coquettishly. She twisted her charming body and ran forward. Out of the canyon, it was a flat stretch of land. There were fewer restrictions too. The Beastman army was overjoyed and started running at full speed. Countless Beastman commanders' eyes glowed red. It was as if they could see martial artists from the divine world writhing and trembling under their butcher knives. Report, Your Majesty. There's a swamp ahead. There are countless restrictions in it. Dozens of our people are trapped inside. They don't dare to go forward. After running for half a day, a barehead great commander hurried toward them. His bare face was full of worry and anxiety. What? The snake-headed orc was furious. They were so close to the divine world. And now there was a damned swamp. If they were entangled in this swamp for half a month, their cooked duck would fly away. The snake-headed orc and Foxy were originally in the middle of the army. At this moment, they hurried toward the front camp. After running for tens of thousands of li, they saw a vast, endless swamp in front of them. It was like a natural moat in front of the army, impossible to cross. Have you checked the left and right? Can't we go around it? The snake-headed orc roared angrily. This kind of swamp was what he was most afraid of. The white fog here was thicker, and visibility was lower. There would definitely be more restrictions, so they might be able to cross it easily. However, for these several thousand small commanders to cross it, it would take at least half a month. If they waited for half a month, the Divine World Army would have already withdrawn from the battle and teleported to Mount Pan. Your Majesty, Leopard 3 and Leopard 4 have already gone to investigate. However, they have already sent back a message. It is clear that this swamp is incomparably vast. The vanguard general shook his huge head and said helplessly. The snake-headed orc snorted angrily. His body turned into an afterimage as he charged into the swamp. He spread out his divine sense with all his might. After flying a few rounds in the swamp, he flew back angrily. He cursed from afar. Foxy, our army will not be able to cross this damned place without 10 days. The vanguard general scratched his head and said anxiously. Your Majesty, what should we do? Leopard 3 and Leopard 4 haven't returned after so long. It is clear that this damned place is very difficult to cross. Should we let the army advance slowly first? Don't be anxious. Wait for Leopard 3 and Leopard 4 to return first. The snake-headed orc's blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings viciously as he said in a low voice. Foxy's pair of foxy eyes also turned. She nodded and said, Your Majesty is right. Let's wait first. After half a day, the two leopard heads finally returned. Their faces were gloomy. It was clear that it would be very difficult to go around the swamp, or that they would need to spend more time. Your Majesty, it will be very difficult to go around it. As expected, the two leopard heads' answers were the same. More than 100 rank, 9 half-beast commanders all looked at the snake-headed orc, waiting for his decision. The snake-headed orc's blood-red eyes turned and he ordered, Foxy, bring 50 commanders and rush to the Divine World stronghold as quickly as possible. Remember, if you are not confident, delay them first. As long as you can delay them until we arrive, I will remember your great merit. Foxy seemed to have expected that the snake-headed orc would give such an order. She smiled faintly and selected 48 rank, 9 commanders and 2 rank, 9 supreme martial artists to fly into the swamp. These were all peak powerhouses. They were very fast and their divine senses were very strong. They could easily detect restrictions. Their flying speed was frightening. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the white fog ahead. Everyone move out. The commanders will scout the way. The rest of the junior commanders will follow your commanders. Be careful. Don't blame others if you die. The snake-headed orc let out a deep sigh and ordered. Looking at the thousands of junior commanders, he somewhat regretted bringing them along. However, he was also worried about leaving them at the stronghold. It did not matter if those low-level half-beastmen died. They were the future hope of the half-beastmen. He looked at the thousands of half-beastmen slowly flying forward under the leadership of the remaining rank, 9 commanders. He sighed helplessly. His blood-red eyes looked at the thick fog in the distance. He said with incomparable resentment, Foxy, you must delay them. When our army arrives, the Divine World Legion will be completely annihilated. Chapter 1348. Alas! At the summit of Pan Mountain, a faint sigh came from a small wooden hut on the left. The wooden hut looked very small and simple from the outside, but it was a completely different world inside. Inside this small wooden hut was a beautiful palace. The palace was made of white jade stone, and there was not a single seam in it. The interior of the palace was not very luxurious. Instead, it was extremely elegant, filled with small purple ornaments, making the entire palace look very beautiful. She sat in a small hall, drinking a cup of purple tea. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was frowning slightly, making one's heart ache. Indeed, Panshi's beauty could make any woman in the world jealous and any man in the world moved. However, the numb aura that naturally flowed out of her body weakened her charm somewhat. Pan Huang said that the existence of any life form in this world is reasonable. The fall of any life form is preordained by the heavens. That young man comprehended the unyielding Tao of the 3 prime Taos, and his strength is so strange. It looks like he might be the one to break through Pan Realm's barrier. However, so what if he broke through the barrier? His existence is reasonable, the cycle of life. Although his soul came from another plane, it is also normal. He should not have been killed by Pan Xing. Pan Xing had already done something wrong in the past. He couldn't let him do it again. How many years has it been since a genius comprehended the prime Tao appeared? She muttered to herself as she held the tea. She frowned at one moment, then shook her head the next. Her beautiful eyes showed a conflicted expression. Alas, Pan Huang has not appeared for several epochs. Otherwise he would have been the one to decide. Pan Huang, what should Pan Shi do? Should I save that young man? However, I am in charge of the cycle of life. Enforcing the law is not under my jurisdiction. Will you blame Panshi when the time comes? Panshi's pleasant voice continued to ring out, echoing in the palace. Finally, it turned into a heavy sigh. After a long time, the door of a small wooden hut at the summit of Pan Mountain opened, and a beautiful woman in purple walked out. She ignored Pan Xing, who stood proudly at the summit, and walked to the edge of the cliff alone. Then, she cast her deep and distant gaze into the distance. The wind blew her black hair, blinding her eyes. A stronghold in the divine world. This is the stronghold in the divine world that His Majesty spoke of. This is the mountain. From the left side of the base in the immortal world, 51 figures flew over soundlessly. All of them had human bodies and beast heads, and their faces were filled with excitement and killing intent. However, under Foxy's orders, all the half-beastmen retracted their auras and quietly advanced. Foxy's vision was the strongest. She could see a steep mountain peak from afar. It was exactly the same as the stronghold in the heavenly realm that the snake-headed orc had created. Fox Lady, what do we do now? The bare-headed great commander of the half-beast army had followed them this time, and asked in a muffled voice. Everyone stay where you are. I'll go and take a look. Foxy waved her hand. She turned into a willow catkin and floated forward. Retracting his aura, he stealthily snuck toward the base in the immortal realm like a ghost. A million low-level martial artists, 1 lower 9th grade and 5 upper 9th grade. Why was there only 1 9th grade supreme martial artist? Could it be that His Majesty's information was wrong? Or is that 9th grade supreme martial artist dead? Foxy was shocked as soon as she probed. However, as soon as she was shocked, Gong Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, reacted immediately. His gaze was sharp as a knife as he shouted, "Enemies!" Swoosh! Gong Tian roared. All the 9th grade martial artists' divine senses swept around and became alert. The Yi family army was filled with murderous intent. Countless scouting squads ran down the mountain and started investigating. We've been discovered? So what if we've been discovered? 1 9th grade supreme martial artist and 5 upper 9th grade martial artists? We have 3 9th grade supreme martial artist commanders on our side. The 3 of us are enough to destroy you all. Foxy was shocked. Then her aura surged. She stopped hiding and let out a long roar. The 59th grade half-beast commanders in the distance responded immediately. Then, they let out a long roar. A brutal and violent aura shot up into the sky, enveloping all the space nearby. They quickly surrounded the stronghold in the immortal world. These are the beastmen powerhouses who killed the beast god. Why are there so many 9th grade martial artists? There are even 3 9th grade supreme martial artists. Moon Breeze, report to the Emperor immediately. The Ice Queen saw a woman with a fox's head and a human's body walk out from the fog. Then, countless tall and strong half-beastmen walked out from the fog. Each of them had a terrifying aura. Instantly, her snow-white face turned red as she shouted. Gong Tian and the rest, as well as all of the Yi family army, also saw the 51 experts below. 51 half-beastmen felt like 51 ancient beasts. It made the faces of the Yi family army and the 9th grade martial artists turn as white as snow. Kill. Tear everyone on the mountain peak apart. Foxy had a charming smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. She waved her furry hand, and 50 beastmen with auras comparable to primordial beasts flew towards the mountain peak, their bodies covered in black destructive power. They had ferocious expressions on their faces. Emperor, Emperor! Although the Wind Moon sovereigns were so frightened that their souls were trembling, when they heard the Ice Queen's words, they paused for a moment before coming back to their senses. They gathered spatial energy in their hands and pushed towards the mountain peak. The layers of space started to tremble. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's bodies appeared in the air. Emperor! When Yi Qinghan, who was carrying a 2-meter-long slaughter god blade on his back, appeared in the air, everyone's morale was lifted. Their solemn expressions turned into joy. The 1 million Yi family soldiers and all the sovereigns stared at the fiery red silhouette and his chiseled face. Their hearts surged with the conviction that they would definitely win. With the Emperor around, no matter how many enemies there are, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. The Emperor will definitely lead us to tear the enemies in front of us apart. Such a sentence appeared in everyone's mind. The originally low morale instantly rose. The morale on the mountain peak surged, and killing intent filled the air. Motherf ****. Yi Qinghan's eyes were like lightning as he stood proudly in the air with an indifferent expression. He indifferently looked at the 50-peak half-beastman powerhouses that were madly rushing towards him. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with bitterness. What he was worried about had happened. The warning in his heart wasn't about the experts from the Golden Dragon dimension, but the Beastmen dimension. Fight. Or not fight. Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God blade tightly as his mind started to work. If he didn't fight, everyone would die, including him. If he fought, he might have a chance of survival. However, if he was discovered by Pan Xing, he would still die. Not only the people here, but the entire God world would probably die. Yi Qinghan's gaze suddenly rose as he gazed at Mount Pan in the distance. His eyes were filled with pain as a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. At the peak of Pan Shan, Pan Xing was indeed watching a good show. At this moment, he was also paying attention to the Beastmen dimension. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked over with interest. These Beastmen are indeed here to annihilate a planar legion. They are actually from the God world? Haha, the show is starting. Chapter 1349. Pan Xing still had a deep memory of the divine world. It wasn't just because he had killed most of the peak experts in the divine world, nor was it because the divine world had taken supreme spiritual treasures from him many times. It was because of the 10 ancient clans. In the countless planar wars, he had stood at the peak of Mount Pan and looked down at the 10 ancient races easily slaughtering the experts of other planes. How could he not remember it deeply? Originally, he didn't care about the divine world. He didn't think that the divine world could recover in a few million years. However, one of the most powerful planes, the Beastmen plane, didn't participate in the war. Instead, they secretly attacked the divine world. This made him, who was originally watching the boring battle below, suddenly become interested. Oh no, she wasn't looking in the direction of the divine realm. Instead, she was using a special technique to observe the stronghold of the divine realm. When she sensed the current situation of the divine realm in Pan Xing's gaze, her heart sank. Her eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars in the sky, were suddenly covered with a layer of dark light. In such a situation, could that young man who had comprehended the supremacy Dao not make a move? If he didn't make a move, he would definitely die. If he made a move, Pan Xing would definitely die. Was it a situation of certain death for the soldiers to force him to abdicate? She didn't know. She didn't know that her heart, which hadn't wavered for a few eras, was now hanging by a thread because of a young man. She also didn't know that her numb and heavy body suddenly released a vigorous life force. At this moment, she was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly. The 9 heavens goddess seemed to be descending to the mortal world. To fight or not to fight? Yi Qinghan, who was below, still looked calm. His body was like a sharp sword, standing straight and proud. He was like a 1,000-year-old pine tree that would never fall. However, his fingers that were holding the Slaughter God blade tightly, as well as his green and white fingers, betrayed the urgency in his heart. Yi family army, retreat. Ice Queen, suppress the area. All level 9 experts, attack with arrows. Wind Moon Monarch, control the restriction. Gong Tian, attack with all your strength. Target, the bare-headed man at the front. Before Yi Qinghan could move, Zhu Yi, who was beside him, let out a long whistle and directly gave the order on behalf of Yi Qinghan. She looked deeply into Yi Qinghan's eyes, and with a tap of her foot, she transformed into a streak of light that shot off into the distance. As she flew through the air, she looked back at Yi Qinghan and smiled sweetly. Your Majesty, you absolutely, positively must not make a move. Just use your soul to assist us in our attacks. If the situation doesn't look good, you should flee for your life. Remember, as long as you're alive, the God world will not be defeated. There's still hope. Yi Qinghan briefly explained the situation to Zhu Yi. Of course, Zhu Yi knew Yi Qinghan's internal struggle at the moment. She also knew that he couldn't fight. Therefore, the light in her eyes was incomparably resolute, the light of certain death. Kill. When everyone saw Zhu Yi give the order, they thought that it was Yi Qinghan who gave the order. They thought that Yi Qinghan was ready to make a move. Although they were nervous, they didn't hesitate at all. With a roar, they were like countless ferocious tigers descending the mountain, and all of them attacked. The Ice Queen tapped her foot on the ground, and her graceful body spun upwards, transforming into a blooming snow lotus. She started to dance in the air alone. As she danced, the temperature in the air instantly dropped, and snowflakes started to cover the entire mountain. Dragon battles the 4 fields. In the face of a life and death crisis, Gong Tian didn't dare to hide her strength at all. Her body transformed into a swimming dragon, and shot towards the bear man at the front. She revolved her blood-refined spear with all her might, and pierced through the air like a specter. The 4 people from the water god raced behind her, and Zhu Yi also attacked with all their might, forming an arrow formation. They only had one target, the bear man at the front, a grade 9 supreme martial artist. Soul illusion. After being shouted at by Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan came to his senses, and his hand that was holding the slaughter god blade loosened a little. He stabbed the slaughter god blade into the ground, and a demonic light lit up in his eyes. He instantly released the soul illusion, enveloping the 50 grade 9 experts in front of him. His train of thought had almost reached a dead end. After the might of his power of cold had increased by 2 times, he had always wanted to use the power of cold to easily kill the enemy's 9th grade supreme martial artists. However, he had forgotten that he still had a heaven-defying attack, soul attack. The lady in purple said that he couldn't use his strange attack in the dimension battlefield. He subconsciously thought that he couldn't use it in the dimension battlefield. Now after Zhu Yi's shout, he finally came to his senses. Soul attack was very common. Even though his soul had reached the great perfection realm, it was still considered a normal attack. Even if Pan Xing discovered it, it would be fine. Furthermore, soul attack was silent and not as powerful as the cold energy. Soul destruction. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have come alive. His eyes were like lightning, and after releasing the soul illusion, he immediately used the soul destruction attack on the bear man at the front. A grade 9 supreme martial artist had a great perfection realm soul. How powerful was the ancient soul secret technique released? At this moment, the experts from the Beastmen dimension could feel it the most. 51 grade 9 Beastmen experts. Except for the 3 grade 9 supreme martial artists, all the other Beastmen commanders fell into the soul illusion. They suddenly realized that the mountain in front of them had disappeared. Their teammates had disappeared, and even Pan Xing in the distance had disappeared. In this world, he was the only one left. When Yi Qinghan's soul strength reached the upper grade 9, he could make all the lower grade 9 martial artists fall into the illusion. It was a vast expanse of white in front of them, and their visibility was less than 100 meters. When he fought with the Heavenly Fox Woman, his soul broke through the last step and reached the great perfection realm of grade 9 supreme martial artist. At this moment, the power of the soul illusion was so strong that even the upper grade 9 martial artists fell into the illusion, not to mention the lower grade 9 martial artists. Moreover, they fell into the illusion completely and couldn't detect the situation around them at all. A strange scene appeared in the scene. The Beastmen commanders, who were originally like ancient fierce beasts, suddenly retracted their auras. Their bodies, which were moving forward at high speed, all stopped in the air, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. One of the Beastmen commanders, out of fear, actually began to release attacks in all directions randomly. At this moment, the sky was no longer falling snow, but icicles. The 48 Beastmen commanders were immediately enveloped by the icicles, and they were scared half to death. Their nerves tensed up. Most importantly, they were already very close to each other. At this moment, when one of the Beastmen commanders began to release attacks randomly, the commanders next to him who were attacked immediately responded. In an instant, it caused a chain reaction. All the Beastmen commanders began to attack randomly in the air in fear. Blood-refining God. Gong Tian and the others didn't care about the Beastmen commanders at all. 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on the bare-headed man in front of them. 1,000-layer waves, water pillars, water arrows, and a blood-refined spear that caused cracks to appear in the air, smashed towards the bare-headed man with an unstoppable force. Chapter 1350. The leader of the bare-headed man's mind was not complicated. His favorite fighting style was to use brute force to determine the outcome of a head-on battle. That was why he didn't place any extra defenses on his body. Although everyone's attacks were ferocious, especially the aura coming from the blood-refined spear, which made his soul palpitate, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. 2 balls of black destructive energy condensed on his fists, and black streams of energy flowed around his body, forming a strange armor. The flow of black energy around his fists was also extremely strange, or perhaps it could be said that it was incomparably twisted. It was a dazzling sight, and the space around his fists was distorted. Ew. Seeing that everyone's attacks were about to reach him, the bare-headed man raised his head and roared. His body suddenly enlarged, becoming hundreds of meters tall. His fists also became several meters wide. The 1,000-layer wave was the first to attack. The vast aura covered the sky and the earth, like a tsunami, covering the bare-headed man. The bare-headed man was not afraid at all. He punched with his left hand. The black air currents made the space tremble. In an instant, the 1,000-layer wave flowed backward and then collapsed. It did not even touch the bare-headed man's skin. Water pillars, water arrows, water ripples, and water bombs came one after another. The sky was full of attacks, forming an arrowhead shape, all shooting at the bare-headed man. Under the attacks of the 4 water gods, the power of the water element was displayed incisively and unusually ferocious. The bare-headed man revealed a cruel smile. His hands danced, and the black air currents twisted in an awkward trajectory. Finally, it formed a disc in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Bang! The attacks of the 4 upper 9th-level water gods swarmed over. The powerful energy that could flatten a tall mountain only made the disc tremble slightly, and a few cracks appeared. The bare-headed man, a pinnacle expert, had the strength of a 9th-level supreme martial artist. Swish! The blood-refined spear came late, not because Gong Tian's attack speed was not fast enough, but because he deliberately controlled it and attacked last. The previous attacks were only used to exhaust the bare-headed man's destructive power, and to keep him busy defending, so he could not use his full strength to deal with the strongest attack. But looking at the bare-headed man's ferocious eyes and the mocking expression on his furry face, Zhu Yi and the others knew that their attacks only scratched an itch for the bare-headed man. It did not affect him at all. Go! Gong Tian's gaze was like that of a ferocious ghost. He floated in the air, his hands dancing in the air as he controlled the blood-refined spear with all his might. He didn't understand why Yi Qinghan was still standing in his original position, but he was very clear that he had to kill this bare-headed man. Otherwise, everyone here would die today. Ao. When the bare-headed man saw the blood-refined spear coming at him, not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, but a fanatical fighting spirit appeared in his ferocious eyes. His body, which was hundreds of meters tall, shot out endless black light. It was as if a demonic god had descended from the heavens, and no one dared to look at him directly. He raised his head and roared furiously. His hands danced like windmills, forming black balls of air in front of him. They formed many discs, stacking on top of each other. Clearly, he wanted to use the violent destructive power to stop the spear. Xiao! The blood-refined spear carried Gong Tian's greatest strength as it charged forward with an earth-shattering momentum. In the blink of an eye, it stabbed into the black disc. Boom! Cracks had already appeared on the first layer of the disc, and with a single touch, it instantly crumbled. The speed of the blood-refined spear did not slow down, and continued to stab forward at lightning speed. The second layer, break. The third layer, break. The fourth layer, the fifth layer, break, break, break. Good. Satisfying. The bare-headed man laughed heartily. He did not panic when he saw 4 of the 5 layers of the disc that he had just formed break in the blink of an eye. His hands changed from fists to palms, then palms to claws. He made an awkward pose in front of his chest and twisted rapidly. The black light on his body shone brightly again. The last layer of the disc in front of him began to spin wildly. Oh no! Gong Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blood-refined spear in front of him. His entire body's consciousness was locked onto the spearhead. When the blood-refined spear stabbed into the last layer of the disc, Gong Tian's heart suddenly sank. He felt as if the spear had stabbed into a quagmire, and its speed suddenly decreased. Even if he forcefully broke through, he did not know if he could break through, let alone injure the bareheaded man. No. Die. Gong Tian roared crazily. At this moment, what could he do? He could only use all his strength to seek this one merit. Therefore, he madly spat out a mouthful of blood and burned his divine power to break through. The blood-refined spear shook and sped up, piercing through the last layer of the disc with great difficulty. Gong Tian's consciousness locked onto the spearhead and followed it. However, he saw the bareheaded man's mocking expression. He saw the bareheaded man's hands moving rapidly, forming a smaller black disc that blocked the path of the blood-refined spear. God damn it. All my previous efforts have been for nothing. Gong Tian shook his head helplessly. The momentum of the blood-refined spear had been completely dispersed. It could not break through the disc, much less cause any harm to the bareheaded man. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt a wave of bitterness. He was ready to give up. Just as he was about to withdraw the blood-refined spear and declare that everyone's attack had failed, he suddenly discovered something strange. Suddenly he noticed something strange. The bareheaded man's body suddenly trembled. Then he clutched his head in agony and roared in the air. The disc formed by the power of destruction in front of him quietly disintegrated. Die. Gong Tian would grasp such a good opportunity even if he was an idiot. He used all his remaining strength and spat out another mouthful of blood. He madly controlled the blood-refined spear to accelerate and stab at the bareheaded man's abdomen. Bang! The sound of a watermelon shattering could be heard. A thick power of destruction filled the air. The blood-refined spear easily pierced through the bareheaded man's majestic body. The bareheaded man roared in pain. Its eyes were the size of a human head, and it slowly fell down in disbelief. A spatial ring slowly floated into the air. This, Gong Tian blinked blankly. He did not understand what was happening. Why did the bareheaded man suddenly give up resisting and let him assassinate him? The power of chaos outside the divine crystal also did not resist. However, when he saw the group of half-beast commanders in front of him killing each other crazily, the look of confusion in his eyes became even more intense. What was happening? Gong Tian withdrew the blood-refined spear and looked at the Water God clan and Zhu Yi behind him. He discovered that all of them were staring at a fiery red figure on the mountain peak. On the mountain peak, the fiery red figure still stood proudly. There were no signs of divine power or spatial power gathering on his body. His face was calm and indifferent. However, at this moment, two rays of light that were comparable to the demonic sun lit up in his eyes. No one dared to look at him directly, and they had the urge to worship him. It's him? What kind of demonic technique is this? Are soul skills so powerful? His strength has already reached such a terrifying level? He can kill people without even moving? A deep sense of powerlessness and fear surged in Gong Tian's heart. Not just him. All the experts of the Water God clan felt a chill run from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet as they gazed at the fiery red figure. Their bodies were icy cold, and they no longer dared to have the thought of becoming enemies with him. It was too late, but it happened too quickly. Actually, all of this happened in a few blinks of an eye. The Ice Queen was still dancing in the sky. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but the situation on the battlefield had changed in an instant. The 9th grade Supreme Bareheaded Man died in battle. Other than the remaining two 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists, all the half-beast commanders fell into a chaotic battle. At this moment, there were already more than 10 lower 9th grade beastmen who had fallen in the chaotic battle. Stop. Just at this moment, a sharp cry rang out from the beastman realm's side. A woman with a fox head turned into a blur that shot to the front of the beastman realm's army. She waved her hand, and a withered old man appeared in her hand. Fox Maiden's face was as cold as frost. She held the beast god's head in one hand with the power of destruction. Her gaze was like lightning as she stared straight at Yi Qing Han. She shouted, "Emperor Han Yi, is it? If you don't stop, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll turn your ancestors' bones to dust." Chapter 1351. Soul Spirit Attack? Such a powerful soul spirit attack? A peerless genius had appeared in the divine world. This person doesn't have any divine power? He has 2 paragon spiritual treasures. What a freak. At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing watched the battle below with interest. Initially, he thought that the divine world would definitely lose. He didn't expect that one person would turn the situation around. Furthermore, this person was a rarely seen great perfection soul spirit expert. However, Pan Xing didn't mind. In the Pan realm, many dimensions had experts who specialized in cultivating the soul spirit. There were many great perfection soul spirit experts, so it was normal. What he was concerned about was the attacks from Gong Tian, the Water God tribe, and Zhu Yi. Although Zhu Yi, Gong Tian, and the rest had their divine power attributes changed under Yi Qinghan's ghost transformation, Pan Xing still felt that their attacks were familiar. Fortunately, the strongest attack from Gong Tian was a technique from the blood-refined spear. As for Zhu Yi and the rest, who were above grade 9, Pan Xing directly filtered them out. Pan Xi quietly observed the battlefield and Pan Xing. She realized that Yi Qinghan didn't even use his cold power, but he still managed to escape from certain death. She also realized that Pan Xing didn't discover anything. She was slightly relieved, and her face revealed a hint of joy. She was like a little girl who didn't know the ways of the world. The faint smile on her face caused her aura to subconsciously change. However, in the next second, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The situation below changed again. Old ancestor! Yi Qinghan exclaimed, and his face lit up. The demonic light in his eyes immediately disappeared, but he didn't remove the soul spirit illusion immediately. He raised the slaughter god blade with one hand, and pointed the blade at Fox Lady. His killing intent soared as he said angrily, "You dare to touch a single hair on his head? I swear that I will destroy your beastman dimension." As Fox Lady replied to Yi Qinghan by grabbing the beast god's hand with one hand. She suddenly pulled and tore one of the beast god's hands out. Immediately, blood spurted out. The beast god was originally in a daze, but now he cried out in pain. His eyes were still in a daze. Foxy had a sinister smile on her face. She raised the beast god's arm up high and looked at Yi Qinghan as she said, "Aren't you going to withdraw your soul skill?" Yi Qinghan smiled, revealing a trace of ferociousness. However, he immediately withdrew his soul illusion and restrained his murderous aura. Those who were familiar with Yi Qinghan knew that Yi Qinghan's anger had reached its limit. Zhu Yi quietly stepped back and grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand, signaling him not to act rashly. "Ah, damn it. Which bastard attacked me just now? Niu Shisan, you attacked me just now. I want to kill him. Zhu Lu, I'll *CK you up. Why did you attack me?" As soon as Yi Qinghan's soul illusion disappeared, the half-beast commanders immediately discovered that the people attacking them were actually their own people. They immediately flew into a rage and cursed. "All of you shut up. Step back. I'll tear anyone who dares to say anything else." Foxy's face was cold. Her left hand was still holding onto the beast god's arm. Blood flowed down and dyed half of her body red. Combined with her bone-chilling murderous aura, she looked even more ferocious and terrifying. All the half-beast commanders retreated, leaving only Foxy and a half-beast commander with a Qilin head in the air. Foxy was incomparably furious. Today, her wrong decision had caused the deaths of more than 10 commanders of the Beastmen plane, including a 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist commander. She thought of what the snake-headed half-beast man had said before he left and his methods. She couldn't help but shudder. She rolled her eyes a few times, and the cold air around her became even colder. "Emperor Han Yi, hand over the 3 supreme spiritual treasures, and I will release him immediately. Otherwise, you can only watch as your ancestor is torn to pieces by me in front of you." Yi Qinghan's body trembled. Before he could speak, Zhu Yi, who was beside him, gripped his hand tightly. Then she smiled and said, "Haha, Vixen, do you think that's possible? We'll hand over the Paragon spiritual treasures and wait to be killed by you? Do you think we'll let the billions of people in the divine world die for one person? Do it. Let's see how many of you can escape after we kill the beast god." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to do it." Foxy narrowed her eyes and shot out 2 rays of cold light. Her murderous aura burst forth, and she was about to attack. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and his body trembled violently. His heart was in extreme pain. Finally, he opened his eyes and waved the slaughter god blade. He shouted, "Everyone get ready. Kill everyone in the half-beast dimension, and take revenge for the beast god." Although family was important, the lives of billions of people in the divine world were even more important. The beast god only had one life, but there were more than 1,000,000 lives here. Swish. Gong Tian and the others immediately circulated their divine power and condensed spatial power. Their murderous aura filled the air. They were just waiting for Foxy to kill the beast god. Then, with the help of Yi Qinghan's soul skills, they would kill everyone. Hee. Foxy's hand, which was condensing the power of destruction, stopped in midair. She smiled and said, "Why not? We can exchange one of the treasures." When two sides met on a narrow path, the courageous one would win. When two sides fought, one side compromised, and the other side's morale fell. Zhu Yi was extremely intelligent. Of course, she saw through this immediately. How could she not seize this opportunity? She smiled and immediately flew forward with Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she shouted coldly, "Not even half of the treasures. The beast god's soul has already been searched by her. His soul has been completely destroyed, and he has become a cripple. Everyone, attack and avenge the beast god." Although Gong Tian and the others didn't believe Zhu Yi's words, they couldn't die because of the beast god. All of them immediately roared and turned into several sharp arrows that shot forward. Yi Qinghan knew that Zhu Yi's decision was right, but his heart was burning with anxiety and pain. If Foxy made a move, he might blame himself for the rest of his life. But the situation was like an arrow on a bowstring, and it had to be released. He could only bet that Foxy wouldn't dare to make a move. At that moment, the Soul Exterminator was activated, and it shot straight at the Qilin half-beastman beside Foxy. "Stop. Let us go, and I will release him immediately." Foxy saw the Qilin half-beastman beside her being attacked by the Soul Exterminator, by Yi Qinghan. Her body instantly trembled, and fear appeared in her eyes. In the distance, Gong Tian rushed over, and was about to release his attack. Once the Soul Exterminator arrived, this Qilin half-beastman would also die. She quickly shouted, "Stop." Yi Qinghan was delighted when he heard this and shouted. Zhu Yi, who was beside him, couldn't stop him in time. She could only sigh deeply. With this shout from Yi Qinghan, the good situation that she had racked her brains to build up was completely destroyed. It was just that. Yi Qinghan's nature was like this. He valued relationships and righteousness. If he wasn't like this, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Would she still be so infatuated with him? Zhu Yi's mood became incomparably conflicted. As expected, a light flashed in Foxy's eyes, and she immediately ordered the Qilin half-beastman to retreat. She shouted, "I will do what I say. Let my people leave first, and I will stay here as a hostage. As long as you don't chase after me, I will naturally let your ancestor go after 3 days. If you dare to chase after me, Qi, bring the people away." The Qilin half-beastman and Foxy exchanged a few glances, and then immediately led all the other half-beastmen to retreat. After a moment, they disappeared into the vast white fog. Under Zhu Yi's lead, Yi Qinghan and Foxy confronted each other from afar. Although Zhu Yi felt that Foxy seemed to be faintly plotting something, when she saw the stubborn and determined look in Yi Qinghan's eyes, she didn't know how to persuade him. Foxy used a bit of her strength to help heal the beast god. She held the beast god's head tightly with one hand, and stared at everyone with an extremely vigilant expression. Once Yi Qinghan made a move, she would immediately act. But in her heart she sneered. Humph. 3 days, as long as I can drag this on for 3 days, His Majesty will arrive. His Majesty has such powerful strength and soul, and he even has a supreme spiritual treasure. When that time comes, the immortal world army will definitely be annihilated. Emperor Han Yi, this concubine will definitely make you wish you were dead yet unable to live. Chapter 1352. This young man who comprehended the unyielding path is actually so loyal? Or is he so stupid? Because of one person, he gambled with so many lives? Rationally, he should have attacked earlier to keep all the half-beastmen here. But emotionally, what he did was right. Why am I feeling conflicted because of him? She stood on the peak of Mount Pan, and frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Finally, Her expression turned cold as she turned and walked into her small wooden hut. Pan Xing looked at Pan Shi in shock and frowned strangely. He didn't care, and continued to observe the situation below. Could it be that half-beastman with snake head? His strength is among the top few in this plain battlefield. When he comes and starts a war with the divine realm, we will know once we see him, Pan Xing said calmly. He turned his gaze and started to observe the attacks and divine abilities of the experts in the other planes. Why am I so concerned about an ordinary person recently? I control the reincarnation of life in Pangaea. Life and death are determined by fate. So what if he lives? So what if he dies? What does it have to do with me? I actually secretly reminded him. What's wrong with me? In Panshi's palace, Panshi's eyes were filled with confusion. She sat alone in the dreamlike purple palace and murmured to herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with conflict and struggle. No, he isn't an ordinary person. He died a long time ago, but his soul descended to the divine realm. He even comprehended the path of supremacy. He is someone who has surpassed the reincarnation of life. Should I help him? Am I doing the right thing? Rationally, I shouldn't help anyone. But emotionally, I really want to help him? How can I be emotional? In everyone's heart, there was an angel and a devil lurking. Clearly, the high and mighty Panshi who controlled the reincarnation of billions of lives in Pangaea was quietly fighting with the angel and devil in her heart. She didn't know that as she fought and struggled in her heart, she looked more and more like a person, a woman. Yi Qinghan was also struggling. Great Emperor, Foxy must be plotting something. She's stalling for time. There are definitely more than these few 9th grade supremes in the Beastmen plane. When I was fleeing back then, I sensed at least 5 or 6 powerful auras. She's waiting for reinforcements. Zhu Yi's words echoed in his ears. Yi Qinghan knew very well that Zhu Yi's guess was very likely correct. But what do you expect him to do? Kill this fox princess? Watch the beast god die. Would it work? Perhaps exchanging the beast god's life for a 9th grade supreme martial artist could reduce the number of peak experts in the Beastmen dimension, and reduce the strength of the Beastmen dimension's next attack. But how could he do such a thing? If he did that, would he still be Yi Qinghan? What was the point of living if he lost his heart and his true nature? He cultivated, struggled, worked hard, was so crazy, and was so persistent. What was it for? It was all because of some insistence in his heart. Although this insistence might be wrong, he still persisted. He looked around at the worried eyes of Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, and the Wind Moon monarchs, at the complicated expressions of the 5 from Gongtian, and at the fanatical gazes of the 1 million Yi family soldiers. Finally, he made a decision. Zhu Yi, take the points and evacuate with everyone. There are 7 days left, which is enough for a month. Right now, almost all the powerful armies have gone to the bloody Gobi Desert. You only need to delay for 7 days, and you can return safely. Zhu Yi looked at the spatial ring that Yi Qinghan handed over, and listened to his telepathic transmission. Her body trembled and her face turned extremely pale. She transmitted anxiously. Great Emperor, what are you doing? What's the point of doing this? You can't save the beast god. Instead, you'll cause the death of everyone in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled. No. I've thought about it for a long time. Even if I'm discovered, Pan Xing will only kill me. Back then he could have destroyed the divine realm, but he didn't. This shows that he has his reservations. He's not the only god emperor. He doesn't dare to act recklessly. Maybe I won't die. So you should leave first. Once you leave, I can fight with all my might. Yi Qinghan thought for a long time. Although the old man in sackcloth said some strange things, he didn't seem to be hostile towards him. Moreover, the old man in sackcloth was the first person to see through his strange soul. In addition, the purple-robed young lady seemed to want to protect him. So, Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. This gamble was not entirely for the beast god. It was for Zhu Yi and everyone in the divine realm army, including the billions of people in the divine realm. There was no doubt that the Beastmen plane was powerful. If he left with them, Foxy would definitely follow. He didn't dare to watch the beast god die and kill Foxy. So if he left, the divine realm would be caught up by the beastmen plane sooner or later. Since he had decided to take action, Zhu Yi and the others wouldn't be able to do much. It was better to let them leave with the points. At least if he died, the divine realm could still win and wouldn't be attacked by the other planes, right? No. No. Great Emperor, Yi won't let you do stupid things. Yi won't leave you. Not even if I die. Zhu Yi shook her head continuously. Her expression was unusually firm and decisive. Stupid things? Haha, in life if you can't be crazy for once, what's there to be happy about? Yi Qinghan grinned, but his eyes turned cold. His expression was even more determined than Zhu Yi's. He said in a low voice, Yi, I have decided. If you don't leave, I swear that I will never love you again, never look at you again. I Yi Qinghan, have wandered my entire life. How many people have wanted my life? Aren't I still alive and well? Believe me, I am a man who can create miracles. Great Emperor, Great Emperor. Zhu Yi howled in pain, and 2 streaks of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Yi Qinghan said that he wouldn't love her and never look at her again. This was worse than letting her die. She looked at Yi Qinghan's determined gaze in a daze, and chose to respect his decision. The order was passed down. Gong Tian and the rest were overjoyed, but the Million Yi family soldiers were as silent as a mountain. They did not say a single word. They would never question Yi Qinghan's orders. They would only obey unconditionally. Great Emperor Yu. On the contrary, Ice Queen's face flushed red. Her ice-cold eyes became watery. She sent a voice transmission, but didn't know what to say. Gong Tian, there is no need to say anymore. If I die, I will remove your soul contract and protect them. Yi Qinghan nodded towards Ice Queen and smiled. He saw Gong Tian's eyes shine like he wanted to say something. He sent a voice transmission over. Gong Tian was delighted once more. He cupped his fist towards Yi Qinghan and brought his men back to the encampment. Under Foxy's weird expression, the people from the god world started to gather back. Only Yi Qinghan was left standing in front of her. Then the people from the god world actually started to retreat. Not long later, they were all gone. Emperor Hanya, what are you doing? I am warning you, don't play any tricks. Foxy said solemnly. The hand that was grabbing the beast god's head tightened. A black destructive power wrapped around her hand. As long as she moved slightly, the beast god's head would instantly shatter and he would die. Yi Qinghan didn't bother about Foxy. He used his divine sense to scan the people from the god world. They were all moving quickly and orderly. Not long later, they disappeared from his divine sense. His entire body relaxed. He lazily placed the slaughter god blade on his shoulder and waited for an hour. When the people from the god world were far away, he looked at Foxy and smiled. I didn't do anything. Don't worry, I am not interested in a half-human, half-beast transvestite like you. However, if you don't release him after I count to 3, I don't mind using my slaughter god blade to stab you and let you have a good time. Chapter 1353. Pan Shi, why do you keep going in and out? You've been acting strangely lately. Pan Xing was like a sword, releasing a murderous aura all the time. Every move he made was filled with murderous intent. Looking at Pan Shi, who kept going in and out, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and ask. Pan Shi didn't pay attention to Pan Xing. She tapped her feet lightly and took a step forward. Her body pierced through the void and flashed 10,000 meters away. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the edge of the cliff. Then she tilted her head slightly and said coldly, I don't want to meddle in your business. Don't meddle in mine either. Humph. Pan Xing snorted coldly. He couldn't turn his head away, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Pan Shi turned around with a strange expression, looking at the vast expanse of whiteness in the distance. Her watery eyes suddenly became more resolute. You dare to attack me? You don't believe that I will kill your grand elder? Foxy looked at the murderous face in front of her, and felt a little panicked. The Heavenly Realm's army left, leaving only the man in front of her. However, Foxy felt even more terrified. She had an inexplicable feeling that if Emperor Hanyi wanted to kill her, she would definitely die without a complete corpse in one move. Yi Qinghan's smile became even stronger. He said faintly, Of course I believe you. I also believe that my grand elder won't be able to live. When your army arrives, he will also die. So I'm prepared to use his life in exchange for yours. I think it's a good deal to trade a 9th grade superior for a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Foxy trembled when she saw Yi Qinghan's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. She became even more panicked. He knew that she was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. This meant that he was even more confident in arranging for the Heavenly Realm's army to retreat. For a moment, Foxy's mind was in a mess. She couldn't think of any way to stall Yi Qinghan for a few days. I'll think about it. Foxy decided to stall for time. She forced herself to calm down and started to analyze. She couldn't hand him over. If she did, she would definitely die. If she didn't hand it over, and Yi Qinghan believed that his ancestor wouldn't be able to live, she would still die. If he delayed, the other party would know that a large army was coming from behind, and would not foolishly wait for a few days. Foxy felt as if she had fallen into a dead end. No matter how she looked at it, she would have died. She started to regret retreating with the Qilin orc. He thought he was smart and wanted to delay the Celestial Realm army for a few days, but he ended up getting himself into a dead end. Just then, the beast god in her hands suddenly let out a cry of pain. Although Foxy was thinking, she had split a bit of her divine sense to lock onto the beast god and Yi Qinghan. Of course, he knew immediately. He also knew that this was the time limit of his bewitchment spell. The beast deity had woken up, and he had to use the bewitchment again. Ancestor. When Yi Qinghan saw the beast deity crying out in pain, his eyes also revealed a look of pain. The faint smile on his face disappeared, and was replaced with a look of urgency. Murderous intent surged from his body, and he revealed a ferocious expression. He roared at Foxy, "If anything happens to my ancestor, I will tear you into pieces." Ha 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 ha. When Foxy saw Yi Qinghan's expression, heard his words, and heard his sharp murderous intent, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she laughed out loud. The worry, fear, and conflict from before had all disappeared. The angrier Yi Qinghan was, the more anxious he was, and the more murderous he was, the more it meant that he cared about the beast deity. In other words, as long as the beast deity didn't die, she would definitely be safe. Yi Qinghan's various plans, his calm expression, his threatening tone, and the fact that he had pointed out Foxy's delaying tactic had made Foxy feel as if she was in a desperate situation. However, all these plans, and hard work had all gone to waste with a single cry of pain from the beast deity. Foxy's smile was like a flower. She had a foxy face, but she smiled with the charm of a peerless beauty. She said softly, "Don't worry, your ancestor is fine. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I will have to die with your ancestor." When she finished speaking, Foxy's eyes flashed a few times, and a green light shot toward the beast deity. The beast deity's body trembled violently, and he regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Foxy quietly turned the beast deity's head around to look at Yi Qinghan. The beast deity saw Yi Qinghan at first glance, and was instantly ecstatic. "Little Han?" "Xiao." Foxy moved her hand, and turned the beast deity's body around again. Then, a green light flashed in her eyes, and a look of fear flashed across the beast deity's eyes. Then he became confused. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to let her go?" Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with anxiety, and he howled in pain. However, he had to pretend that he was about to attack. His eyes flashed, and it seemed like he was about to use a soul skill. Do it. Let's see if your soul skill is faster, or if the soul thread I left in your ancestor's mind is faster. I can guarantee that the moment I'm hit by your soul skill, I'll immediately use the soul thread to destroy your ancestor's soul. Foxy was not afraid at all. She had already calculated that with Yi Qinghan's personality, he would definitely not dare to attack. She looked at Yi Qinghan calmly, and her eyes were full of mockery. As expected, the killing intent on Yi Qinghan's body gradually faded, and he sighed in his heart. He had originally had the upper hand, but now, because of the beast deity's unexpected cry of pain, he was at an absolute disadvantage again. Man proposes, God disposes. Foxy smiled, and she smiled like an old fox. No, she was an old fox to begin with. She said leisurely, "I can let your ancestor go, and I can even swear an oath to the divine emperor. How about we make a bet? Let's bet whether my people will arrive in 3 days. If they can't, I will let him go after 3 days. If they arrive in time, I will also let him go. In other words, no matter what, I will protect your ancestors' safety. Of course, your safety will depend on your luck and strength. If you have the ability to escape or kill us, I will accept my fate. How about it? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, and it was so hot that Yao Ji did not dare to look at him directly. Foxy was very smart, and she did not make any